many memories, man. So many memories.
It's nuts, isn't it? And you see Kenny, you know, still competing here today. Most of those clips happened 5-6 years ago, Blair. It's nuts to see that he's continuing that same form.
Yeah, especially considering how many clips does he have at that A bombs at an Inferno, right? At this point, like Potter, I'm sure you can remember why that Moto box is called Moto box, right? We had Moto with the famous 1v3 and 1.6. I feel like it's time one of those boxes was renamed the Kenny S, like the middle box essentially. I don't know if some players might even call that. I am putting it out there. Let's call that Kenny S.
Yeah, let's have a start petition on Twitter, Blair, get some signatures. You know what, we can just rename it ourselves. Get the casters to call it that during the game. We can start our own little mutiny coming in here. But of course, I think it's time that we settle an age-old debate. And it's not whether Dozier does in fact have a car wash or not. It's between the USP and the Glock. And luckily, we've got some players to give their opinions.
USP or Glock, it's a tough question because I actually really enjoy playing with both, but I will go with the USP because it's, I mean the one-shot USP is really satisfying, you know.
USP because it's more accurate. I like USP because Glock sometimes they have a bad moments.
I would say Glock. It's, I don't know, it's just much more diverse. Like if you miss a few shots, you still have like more shots to hit.
USP, just the feeling of the bullets are much better, also the one-shots.
I will definitely go for the USP, and the reason why is also the fact that it can one-shot in most distances, and it just feels really crisp when you hit those instant headshots.
Flusher is the only person pushing the boat out there, glowing with the Glock instead. But I'm interested to hear what you guys think. Blair, where do you stand on this debate? Which weapon are you siding with?
I feel so bad that the Glock is just, there's not much enough love for the Glock. Everyone likes the USP, and we know why. You know, pew pew headshot, it's very satisfying. Valve, please buff the burst fire from the Glock and the FAMAS as well. Just throwing it in there. You know, if you're listening, if you're watching, please. The Glock was very, very good, especially with the burst fire capability from ladders and jumping and whatnot. Hopefully, if that gets buffed up in the near future, we might see the Glock having more lovers.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Potter, who are you loving, Glock or USP?
I gotta go with the Glock as well. I hate to copy Sudan, but he's right.
Really?
The bursting jump Glock, I don't think it needs the buff because if we think back of what it used to be, man, it was kind of ridiculous how great that range was, burst fire, long range. But yeah, I like the Glock. I think that the capabilities of the 20 bullets just gives you a lot more options. But if you're Dupree, I totally get why you prefer the USP.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely the gun to be going for with him. But I think with that, we can begin to kick off the proceedings of Day 7 here at DreamHack Open 4. Two teams who have proven their prowess so far in the tournament will be stepping up to the plate first, but only one can continue their run in the upper bracket. Will Big sprint over the finish line, or will Vitality speed past them? Find out after this.
Who will I be today? With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
A rematch for the ages to open up our day as the previous RMR Grand Final plays out once again. Vitality collide with Big as the Frenchmen hope to claim revenge. Of course, revenge can be much sweeter when there is so much on the line. So let's give ourselves a little recap of exactly what is up for grabs for all of our remaining teams. Of course, we're going to be starting off with the EU RMR event. Of course, that's regional major ranking for those of you that aren't familiar, which is replacing the minor system for the upcoming Rio Major. As you can see on your screen, this is the current RMR ranking as it stands, but as we're going to be having the 9th to 12th place matches later today, of course, this will be changing up a lot. We can see Vitality coming up in our first match of the day. They're currently leading on the ranking and hoping to keep that form up. Next up, we've got our road to Katowice, where teams will earn points at this event as part of the ESL Pro Tour. DreamHack Open 4 will provide 100% points value for the next EPT Masters Championship in Katowice. Then, of course, 50% value for the next championship in Cologne in 2021. And last but by no means least, we've also got the IM Global Challenge happening at the end of the year, alongside taking home the lion's share of the prize money here at Open 4. The winner of this tournament will also claim a spot at the tournament later on in the year, so a lot on the line for our remaining teams. Of course, joining me to break down all this wonderful action, Potter and Blair. Of course, we rounded out yesterday, Potter, with an absolute banger to be ending our day on. Today, it's promising to deliver even more so.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned it, Freya, the grand finals of the last RMR. This series right here is also looking like it could be a grand finals in itself. Both of these squads performing at their highest levels. Now, Big, their road to this match here was a little bit different. Vitality, sure, it's been a bit of a breeze for them. Big, they've had to work pretty hard. A lot of close matches, a lot of close series coming into this one. But both of these guys very familiar with each other. I mentioned it before, Big, they were kind of the last hurdle for a lot of these top LAN teams to be able to overcome this online transition to really establish themselves at the top, because Big, they were holding the throne for quite some time over the summer.
They were indeed, and speaking of that, we can have a look at exactly how Big and Vitality got to this very stage as we take a recap of our current playoff bracket. Of course, we see Big taking that 2-1 win over G2 Esports just a few days ago. Vitality taking a slightly more convincing 2-0 win over NiP. They will be meeting in, I guess, the upper bracket playoff semi-finals, if you will. Of course, we've got the grand finals at the end of the week on Sunday. That's going to be a best of 5. But if they lose this, they're obviously going to be dropping down into our lower bracket. As we can see, Fnatic, that happened to you yesterday, Blair. I kind of forgot that we even kicked off yesterday with that Astralis versus Fnatic matchup. There's been so many incredible games, and it's kind of scary to be seeing Fnatic in that lower bracket, but it just shows the caliber of competition that we've got here.
Yeah, and also the potential of a NiP Fnatic matchup. We've seen a few domestic derbies so far in this tournament, and they have been crazy indeed. Now, whichever team drops on the lower bracket, it either has to be Big or Vitality. So, yeah, the lower bracket for me actually looks even more exciting than what's in the upper bracket right now. So it's gonna get even more scary for some of these teams.
It is going to be scary indeed if you're one of those teams in the lower bracket. And of course, today, hoping not to be dropping down are both Vitality and Big. And I think, Potter, we can start off by getting into our map vetoes. Interestingly enough, one of the spiciest vetoes we've seen featured Big against G2. So I feel like we know that they're not scared to push the boat out when it matters.
Exactly. You're exactly right. And I think this veto is going to be spicy as well, because Big have a huge decision right off the bat with the vetoes. It's either going to be Vertigo or they're going to veto Nuke. It just depends on where they're feeling like on this Vertigo side of things. For Vitality, they always tend to veto out that train. Okay, so Big are going to be vetoing out that Vertigo. So here I'm thinking Vitality will probably pick Nuke and Big leading on that Dust 2. But Vitality also swing on Dust 2 as well. Okay, Vitality are going for Inferno. This is pretty standard. I had either Inferno or Nuke for Vitality. I do wish that they would have picked Nuke as kind of a punish pick. Vitality are so damn strong on it. It'll be the third map, so either way, this is a very strong start for Vitality coming into this map series.
Yeah, and I think we should start off by talking about Dust2. Obviously, big pick there. What have we kind of seen of them recently on this map, Sedan?
Their Dust2, I won't lie, I mean, they only played it once so far in this event, right? Like, they have an incredible win rate. The question for me was who's going to pick it. I thought this one might be a potential decider, considering how Vitality are very comfortable on this map as well. They beat Mao 16-12 in one of the group stage games, did Vitality. So it's actually, I feel like Big have come out a little bit more brave, I might say here, right? Both the teams, they like banning out Train. Neither of them banned out Train in the first phase. They waited for the second phase, where it was Vitality who went for the ban, with Big banning out Overpass and Vertigo there. And picking in Dust2, I think that's a statement from Big. They're saying, yeah, you might be good on the map, but we are better. We've beaten you in the past on this map as well. We are the more well-rounded team, so to speak. The Inferno pick from Vitality, I don't know. They've either put in a lot of prep into this one, and they're kind of trying to counter what Big might be throwing here. But Potter, I don't know about you, but that 16-5 drubbing, which Fnatic gave Vitality's CT side especially, that's going to be a question mark for me.
It's definitely, it's one of those things where, as I said yesterday, every team tends to think they have the best Inferno in the world, especially between the top 5, top 10 teams in the world. And Vitality, they do lean on this Inferno quite a bit. So although their win percentage isn't quite as high as we've seen some of the teams that like to make Inferno their home map, these guys are feeling really comfortable on it.
Well, I believe they're going to be hoping to make a statement. Of course, it is on the line who goes forward to be facing Astralis. And somebody else making a statement is, of course, Tizian joining Frankie for a pre-match interview.
Tizian, thank you so much for joining me. I wanted to ask you about the aggression on your CT sides, because particularly on Overpass against G2, we saw you guys flanking to perfection. Is that something that you guys feel, I guess, at your most comfortable doing?
Right now we are playing, especially on Overpass, a little bit, let's call it like confidence CS. Like, we don't talk about every pushes or everything, we just play what people want to do. And it's working perfect, especially on that map, so we are confident.
Oh, with that in mind then, tell me about the communication style.
People are confident in doing something and they just say, hey, I'm gonna do that. And if Tapson says yes, they're just gonna do it. Sometimes, of course, they just do it and then they get flamed afterwards. But yeah, that's how we play right now.
Who do you think is the strongest team in this tournament?
I think Astralis. I think they're coming back, even though they're gonna switch their player again. It's so amazing to see them play again, and they just didn't change much, like their skill, let's say it like that.
They're not scared of facing Vitality, it seems, from the big side. But I do want to pick up something that Tizian was mentioning there. Obviously, Tabson, because I feel like, Potter, we've had a bit of a conversation around him. Normally that big fragging in-game leader, but he didn't seem to do so well in that match against G2.
Yeah, which was really surprising. I mean, how many times have we complimented this man of his ability, his prowess in that server? You know, the good news is, though, Big, they ended up winning that series, even though Tapson was struggling a little bit as far as on the scoreboard side of things. But we know exactly how much responsibilities Tapson has on this Big lineup. Such a selfless player, and actually a player who's played every single role that's needed within a squad. So definitely he's completely aware of exactly what his players need. He's able to provide that and really provide a foundation that makes this Big lineup look so deadly. I mean, just think about Xantares. He's a dude that doesn't even speak German, but he's having so much success on this lineup. His team absolutely sets him up in the perfect positions with the flashbangs, and I'm so glad that it was Tizian in that interview, because he's a player that doesn't get enough love. I mean, he has all the dirty jobs, all the hard support roles, so definitely on the scoreboard side of things, he's usually not at the top, but actually for the last couple weeks, he's absolutely been performing.
Yeah, and I think that was the point that we touched on at the last DreamHack Open today. And we were looking at Tizian and going, he's not really stepping up when he needs to most. Obviously, there's always going to be that person on the scoreboard that has to be on the bottom. But it seems like the consistency for Big has really been stepping up. Do you kind of see this as maybe a movement forward to that online era when they were ranked world #1 in the world? Do you see them sort of going back to that kind of state as a team?
Yeah, they seem to be looking much better, right? It's not just about the results, I feel. It's also the eye test. As a team, they're looking pretty solid right now. I just want to touch on what Potter said as well, like flashing for each other. Big right now have the best flash assist rating in the entire tournament. No surprises, you're talking about big and the utility usage, right? So they've been looking great. And like you said, Tizian, someone who's usually kind of a little bit quieter, he has really been stepping up. He's alongside Sursen, enabling Xantares to be unleashed. So yeah, as a team, I feel they're like in their best form right now in quite a while. The only caveat being that the teams that played so far in this event haven't been the best teams.
Yeah, and compared to the side of Vitality, they came through that group of death as we were branding it. And speaking of which, we've got an absolute treat for you because Masuta had a chance to catch up with Frankie ahead of this one.
I'm really excited to have Masuta join me for his first English interview. So I know that when you first joined Vitality, you had to learn all those things that young player needs to learn, obviously utility, usage, and better positioning and things. For you, how much better are you now as a player than when you first joined?
I had a lot of difficulty with my utility before and the team play. It was to have players like Shox, Dan, Apex, and obviously Zywo and RPK. It's like so. How can I say that? I'm learning every day.
You are going to be playing Big next. What are your thoughts on Big as a team?
They have the really good, a good online era, I guess. Yeah, I can say that. Yeah. They're really skilled. Like, they're really. Every time I play against them, they're so sick against.
Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
It's really lovely to chat to you, and hopefully we'll do some more in the future.
It's always a pleasure to get to talk to some of the less talkative players on that Vitality side. Obviously, I've had my fair share of experience with Zyro at the face of the major, but we won't talk about that. Moving swiftly on. I want to focus on Masuta coming into this one, guys, because we've been speaking about him, being that younger player, as he was saying in that interview. He's starting to feel more comfortable, and Potter, I feel like the results have been showing on the server.
Oh, it absolutely has. And I'm so glad we, as you mentioned, got to hear from Masuta because, he's a player since he's joined this Vitality lineup. He's kind of been placed on his own island, kind of set on to kind of take care of himself in a lot of different situations, playing solo bomb sites. And he's actually played his role with poise. He's shown up. He's not always at the top of the scoreboard, but hey, when you've got Zywo and friends, it's kind of hard to distribute those kills a little bit because Zywo is on this lineup and he's good for 3 per round. So definitely this Vitality lineup, I think, Bleg, you mentioned it, they are looking like the strongest team here. It does seem like they've checked every box as far as what it takes to be the most successful team. Their utility usage on point, their map control on point, their communication on point. So definitely Vitality are looking strong right now.
I actually have to kind of counter one point there, Potter. I apologize for proving you wrong. Vitality have the second worst utility damage in the tournament right now.
What?
Which is so weird. However, I agree with every other point because they're the only team where all 5 players are positive rated right now in the tournament. They have the best 5v4, like they have the highest opening kill percentage in the tournament. They also have the highest 4v5 win rate as well. So in every other performance metric, they are #1 so far in this RMR event.
And of course, as you touched upon there, Potter, Zywo is a man that we always have to talk about. And Blair, I believe you've got a head-to-head comparing one of the team members from each of the teams here.
Yeah, this one's an easy one to pick, right? You look at Zywo, you look at Xantares, the 2 highest rated players in the tournament. Zywo with 1.47 HLTV rating, Xantares 1.36. The third is Issa, who's on 1.25. That's how far ahead of everyone else these 2 players are. But for me, it's gonna be more about how much does Zywo have to carry? The good thing we've seen from Vitality so far, Potter, is the fact that initially we're against a Fnatic game especially, Zywo just popped off. It's the classic Zywo showing up, the team really not doing much. Shox had a very quiet game as well. But the previous game they had, it was against NiP. Everyone stepped up. Zywo, it's not like he had a bad game. He didn't have to do anything. It was a below average game for Zywo, and still they won so convincingly. That's a great sign for Vitality. For Big, I feel it has to be a similar case. It can't be Xantares alone trying to top frag and get 30 bombs every game. I feel like everyone needs to chip in the fragging department at the very least.
Well, with that all being said, I think it is time to be wrapping up our predictions for this first best of 3. Potter, coming to you first, who are you going to be siding with?
I'm going with Vitality here. As Bless said, it's no longer Zywo and friends. Shox has absolutely been stepping up. I've got all the faith in Vitality's basket right now.
What about you,
Make this one
Guy?
quick. I have to side with the numbers. I'm a man of, just siding with the numbers, basically. That didn't go the way I was planning to. It has to be Vitality. For once, I'm going to agree with Potter.
I'm also going to be agreeing with both of you. I think it's going to be the Frenchman across the board for this one. But I'm also interested to see exactly where our Twitch chat is siding for this one. Let's see where the fans are putting their money for this next series. It's going to be actually slightly big. 73%. The big fans are out in a big way in our Twitch chat. But of course, you guys can get involved with the action too. We've got our sports buff quizzes and polls. So make sure you are linking your account with the leaderboard, as you'll have a chance to win some very special points indeed. But that all being said, I think we can begin to kick off this first series of the day, a grudge match to get our pulses racing early in the morning. And no one is going to be hoping to claim revenge more than Vitality. Can they take Big down? Find out after this.
Well, hello. It's yet another day of DreamHack Open Fall, another day of Counter-Strike, and another day of Scrawny and Launders here on the A stream to take you guys through our upper bracket semifinals. Listen, Mohan, you know me. There's not many things that get me out of bed at 6 in the morning. Big in Vitality, that's at the top of the list. I'm pretty stoked for this one, man. I can't wait to see these teams lock horns.
Yeah, it was cool to listen to Apex talk recently about his role as an IGL and how that's evolved, and the comparison between him and Alex running the team, and how this team is all about ZywOo these days. No one talks about the other players on the team and where the credit may fall, but you don't get this consistent. You don't get this far with just one player. And we've seen Shox have an absolute renaissance in the past few weeks with his form. Clearly, with the eye test, when we watch him play these matches, he's been basically a brand new player and a straight up controlled series along with ZywOo himself.
Well, let's see who shows up to play today. Shox back at the top. That's something that can get you excited. But is it consistent enough? I think in the face of Big's consistency, it's tough to compete. Time will tell. Double smoke, double flashbang here for tabseN and searson. Got bodies close on the mid doors, and I say that for both of these teams. Keto, he tries to get that first duel, and it's ZywOo to fall to start off the pistol. Quick trade back. Shox is also damaged, down to only 9 HP. There's that smoke for CT. And Apex going to challenge the doors with a flash of his own. It's Masuda on this B flat. At bat, trying to tap. Can't quite catch it just yet. But speaking of getting caught, there's the flanker dead to right. tabseN going to trade frag on this B site with a second kill into Apex. And that leaves RPK to clutch.
Ooh, have at it.
That's not bad. Picks up the first one. That takes it from like impossible to improbable. How does he get into the doorway here? No utility to do such. He's just going to need some crisp headshots. And if the player on plat doesn't overface, he does overface. He loses his head, but luckily Xantares can take it.
You know, that's what I love about RPK. He saw him the last kill. He could have shot there, but he just wanted to make sure he was right on him. And you never want to regret shooting too soon when your opponent gives you a chance, but sometimes when you go up against Xantares, you're not going to get that chance. So he comes in through the window, and it's just instant death for him, but a really great attempt in the 1v3.
searson already on the scout. Get ready for this all series long. And Apex, well, he's going to have his hands full if he continues to try and go toe-to-toe with men like searson.
Man like searson.
Here's the push. Little MP9 setup into the tunnels. Both players die. Xantares there to make the difference. He's now calling that bomb to come over. searson looking to join him. And Shox, well, he gets aggressive inside of middle, which is a great thing to do. He sections off tabseN, able to engage in a separate 1v1. And now it's ZywOo on the scout. Full HP. Tantalizing. Sees the player at the top of mid, and Tizian will topple him.
So this is Big Clan on into Vitality on Dust 2. And Vitality are on a 4-map win streak on Dust 2. A very juicy win streak, especially for it being so, all these games being so recent. So they took down Mousesports, Complexity, Fnatic, and FaZe. There are absolutely no sleepers in the last 4 Dust 2 matches that they won.
And I think that 4-win streak, you know, cementing Vitality as a Dust 2 contender. Let's compare that to, say, G2 beating Astralis 16-something on this map. That absolute stomp. Well, that kind of was a message back from Big, because Big did the exact same thing. Oh, G2, you guys think you're you think you're better on Dust? Nah, not gonna happen. And they really did cement us back into reality there. So maybe just trying to take all the scalps as Big slowly starts to ramp up the caliber of their opposition. You know, they're taking everything away from them. G2 are feeling good.
Yeah, no, this could arguably be the 2 best Dust 2 teams in the world at the moment. There's a couple of other contenders, but even Big have won 4 of their last 5 games. They lost once to OG, but on the outside of that, G2, Mousesports, and G2 again. They took a win versus OG before that. So I don't know. They do have a lot of wins. Not as strong of teams as Vitality.
Making quick work of this A hold. Very little to work with, of course, on Vitality. So it was a matter of just going for a stack. They attempted to push into the tunnels, and they found nothing. And now that they've found something, they're going to get a little excited. But there goes tabseN's grenade. The utility usage of Big talking point on the desk prior to this one getting started. The flash assists have been fantastic for them. And, well, tabseN's aim looking good. 2 Galil headshots to close out the 3rd round. That's Big with a flawless start.
Yeah, and yeah, to speak to Shocks, I mean, he's just been wildly inconsistent for as long as we can remember. And just recently in these like big series, he had a bad performance versus Fnatic where they got 2-1. He had 27 kills. But that was the one where ZywOo like had that Deagle Ace on Mirage, went plus 39 in the series, had 79 kills after 3 maps, after getting just 10 in the first. And that was a series they won, so who cares? In the other 2 series they played at Fall, Shocks had 100 ADR and 90 ADR, top frag in both series over ZywOo in just the last few days.
They just got into the pit. Comes out, takes down tabseN, and the second. Good damage output here for Vitality. Maybe it was just the guns they needed. ZywOo also connecting the op shot to Xanteras, now has him walking wounded.
Well, scraping one back from this situation won't be easy, but if there's a map that you can do it on, it's Dust 2.
Facts. Maybe trying to find it towards middle, but nobody there just yet. Vitality disciplined here in the 5v3. Utility comes back out. What's left of it, that is. 2 more Molotovs in the bank for Big. Now they sail forward onto ramp. Apex obviously getting a little bit flustered, but still forcing them to come all the way in. The flashbang on the corner is meant to help out. Vasuda over on Goose. Crucial kills for him to take, but Xanteras trades. It's 20 seconds and that bomb's going down. Oh, Nelly. 3v5 for Big, and they are this close to taking it, but ZywOo coming up. The pistol connects. Keto off long, completely blind. Of course it's ZywOo to make the difference.
Fantastic play by ZywOo. Throwing the flash down. I keep saying Zai, keep saying Z. ZywOo, of course. Throws the flash down at long, blinds him, ices him out in the 1v1, but a great attempt. 2v4 there at one point. And this is because of the fragility of the CT side setup on A, where they have one player coming out long. It's this lurk duel one-on-one, and Keto ends up winning it. And that puts the ramp guy on edge. He knows he has to fight Cat now. He knows he has to fight long in a second. That makes him a lot less confident about the whole round entirely. So key battle there to allow the bomb to go down, and ZywOo to start off this round hot. Nice shot into syrsoN. There couldn't be a bigger scalp to take. Oh, and another.
Yeah, might not be bigger, but could be better. tabseN and syrsoN out of this one early. Now Apex just going to be playing next to Scaffold. Going to be set up by Vasuda's flash. Gets 1 kill before she pops. And there's the second. Keto attempting to trade. Attempting to take down at least one member of Vitality before this second gun round comes to a close. And no, everybody up for Vitality. A second round on the board. The moment guns got flowing, Vitality have been going a step above and beyond. ZywOo, 2 op shots down long. Really making it look easy.
Peaks in form right now. Apex looks amazing. Vasuda played that well. ZywOo's on form. We'll see about Shocks. RPK had that pit hold. Everyone's firing off on Vitality right now. Big have a small lead, but this looks like it's going to be a very demanding game. Yesterday we saw Knock, Rain, Rez, all in peak form. I mean, all at the same time. Hopefully we get another game like that.
Yeah, I don't want just one team peaking.
Yeah,
I
want
stars
them wide
to shine
swinging
on each side. Yeah. Well, they tried to wide swing down mid, but nobody was looking to bite on it from Vitality. They've just kind of gone off to their own corners. Being scolded, perhaps. Xanteras 1 AK. Obviously playing that one out towards long alongside bomb. So we'll see how close they can get to Catwalk before that has to happen. Bit of a dud run boost, but listen, There's nobody here.
These rounds can be suspiciously potent. I mean, they got to get the long crunch going on. We'll see what can happen. Still got the AK up.
Well, Cat falls way too easy. M4 and AK between Apex and RPK. All they really needed. That's going to be the full house on that A-bomb site. As we tie this game at 3 rounds apiece, Vitality, I mean, they have very quickly forgotten how this map started. Big, fallen flat in the last few. But you can see Tabson, talkative, as he needs to be.
So there's a long spawn. They're not going to be using any of their spawns. Big going out into a straight-on default. Oh, they haven't bought. I realized, okay, they've got some utility, but it seems like they're just going to Jimmy rig and execute. Something B-leaning, potentially. Seriously, I don't know. Is there an Xbox smoke? CT seem to have their attention drawn. Yeah. And the next round, we'll talk about a fully, but this should be Vitality getting into the lead. That being said, we've got that same 1 AK buy.
Yeah, giving over to Keto. Zaiwu gonna get mollied out of the corner, jumps back into safety. Still has Apex with him, so as if he needed anything to help the confidence. Frag grenade lands perfectly on Searson. Op to finish him off, and Keto down to 67. So that AK not yet even able to shoot back.
He probably could have done a better job swinging there. I like watch Searson die, but didn't even attempt the trade.
A crisscross smokes and a flash down the middle. Shocks is also in the middle. Between those 2 smoke grenades, he takes his duel. That is the AK taken down. So now it's Masuda with a crossfire on Shocks, and Shocks has just taken all his frags. Masuda says, hey, I want at least 1. Vitality now 1 round in the lead. Score 4-3.
It's going to be a quick final for Vitality if they pick up Dust 2 and make it look easy. So we're going to need to see some more life out of Big. It's been 2 half forces in the last 2 rounds. Searson back on the op. And one of the most consistent players on any team, and to be your opper, and to be your star. The 3 great things. The scary part here is long A is just such a focal point of all Dust 2 matches, no matter what. Oh, whoa, what?
Ooh. He got tagged by Searson through the doorway.
Slowed
down.
And
then Keto, as if he needed to be tagged, just bangs him. Obviously, pulled down there, slowed in the mud of that op shot. Had nowhere to run. Keto knew it. So now no opper here for Vitality. 5 versus 4 for Big. Little mid flash, no push, but obviously moving parts here for Vitality in middle.
This is
they're already starting to go to the B stack.
Yeah, it's just RPK. He'll have to do what No Man's done before. 3K by himself on long. Hold it down. Retake the A side. Let's see it.
Oh my goodness. I was thinking to myself, please, second man, check this.
They always do. It's just
Will.
like entry protocols. The first guy just doesn't look that way, so he doesn't get shot from pit. They just pick whatever they think is going to be most likely and have the other guy watch the other thing.
Just that split second where RPK has to make the decision whether it's a full discipline or what he did. Let him extend just long enough, try to snap back and shut down the second. Masuda, no, that's Death's Door. And Apex hits the floor as well here. Shocks on the op. Missing a shot and looking to run away. But look at Big. The moment he pulled that trigger, they are just swarming across the map. So he's going to have to fight if he wants to keep it. Takes down Tabson, peeking into tunnels, dies to Xantares, and that's Big to tie up at 4. 3 survivors, op included. Vitality going to have to rebound, and they've got all the cash to do it.
All the dollars in the world. And yeah, I mean, you take Ziwu out of mid, it makes things really difficult. I mean, that opening kill, of course, is everything. It's a very nice shot from both Searson and Keto to combine for that frag. made up for the fact that they did just have a pistol or two there sprinkled in. Tizian out to long, and RBK's up close. I don't know how they're gonna aggress here on CT side, but is he going all the way through it? That might be a trap, man.
Oh no, Tizian. Not able to kill RPK as quick as he should have. Luckily for Big, there is the trade potential, and Keto nabs it.
Part of me wants to assume they didn't expect to see someone there along, but I don't know how they couldn't. But the way they flash RBK through, he's destined to die.
That he is. Maybe it's all a sacrifice for Zywoo. Him versus Searson down long A. If he decides to repeat this, it's going to be dangerous. In the meantime, bombs back at B. Santeras and Keto tasked with that, and we start to see Tabson shift his feet over. So it's just Searson in the long pit.
They're not going to anticipate Shocks to have the op again. So they got him down last round. I don't think they're going to expect a second rebuy.
Oh, he's going to have to hit the good shots. Give us the good stuff on that B site. Zywoo is starting to sniff out the situation on Cat as well. Shocks. Oh, shoot. 3 guys, side by side, ready for him. And he gets himself the 2 kills. But Santeras also doubles down. And now Searson, he is nowhere to be found on the play. Shocks had to deliver, and he absolutely does.
They don't recover the op, but they do have lots of money. So they can make a choice whether they want to try it again. But I think that was a nice gimmick round where they have the 2 ops set up. It catches them off guard. And it looks like, yeah, they'll try it again. I'm sorry. I mean, I called it a gimmick, but of course, you can double up on Dust 2 CT side whenever you want. Locking down B only becomes easier with such a powerful weapon now. Bigger back on pistols. It's been a few rounds of this already. 3 of the 5 that Vitality won, in fact. And Shocks, will he have another farm, or is he just going to get flashed to hell?
Doesn't want to get stuck in the open. Misses the first shot, eats a flashbang, lays down smoke. That's him on an op in smoke. Masuda just kind of blind all in the process. Somehow still back there by car, but Shocks has regained vision. He got himself just enough time. Laying down the smoke grenade, being swarmed from all directions. And Masuda, I mean, he was trying to help, but he couldn't even rattle a shot off because of the consistency in those flashes. I don't know what Shock's pathing was in that bomb site, but it worked wonderfully. Kept himself alive just long enough to regain his chance to hold. And Vitality, well, they've got their chance to regain a significant lead. 6 rounds to 4.
But yeah, he just kind of jumped out to double stack and then hit a crazy shot and stayed alive. And honestly, the execute was great. They had so many long flashes that stayed out for so long. The car guy was blind until Keto was past him. Fun fact, Zywoo, decent player. Zywoo has played on big on Dust 2 3 times. Has played big on Dust 2 3 times. He's plus 30 in those games, despite going -1 last time out. Wow, that's so he's actually, wow, they've destroyed versus big, which makes this video even more confident.
Zywoo.
Zywoo.
Okay, let's see if you can deliver. I mean, that's a high standard. But we are also talking about Zywoo. So I don't think you can apply him to any standard. I like this angle from Shocks, not taking the more dangerous line. But then again, if nobody actually crosses to the far side of middle lane, then he's not going to see anything. So far, they haven't given that.
Wow, they're Vitality picking it. Oh, they're going for the flash long push. Holy, Tizian's going to get destroyed. That is just a beautiful from Vitality. Now they can just readjust, force Vitality either say, hey, you got to make a move right now, which they do. It's actually a big kill from Tabson. The rotations are already in now. They know it's not long control.
Masuda could line him up. Oh, he could line him up and knock them down. Gets the double. It's the sniper and Searson trying to scope back up on him. Tabson now joining, but Masuda 3 kills, 1 magazine. Very nicely done. Leaves tabseN to clutch, and that's not going to happen. Vitality a 7 on this CT side.
An M4A1S can't do that, so that's fair. Maybe we switch back.
Maybe. Just let me know. Let me know what the rules of engagement
Yeah,
are.
we gotta keep the same one no matter what. So I'll keep you updated. I'll send you a Steam message. Well,
another buy like this.
Yeah, another one.
5th or 6th.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. So that round, I mean, it's all about RPK and the flash assist from Long to take control of it. Once they saw, because Big have really not been using Long a lot. It's kind of surprising. You know, we saw G2 not use Long very much. Seeing Big not use Long very much.
Quick one from Apex. Masuda tested down by the doors, and ooh, Keto's gonna blast him away with the deagle. But that flash is what allows Keto to go one better. Now he's got his hands on an M4. Shox plays around the side of the smoke, but Xanteres is already out, and Keto finds him. 3 kills for Keto. The bomb carrier is able to exit out from tunnels. RPK and Apex have to retake on B. Molly falling onto the bomb planter. tabseN kind of committed to the corner. The M4 has been thrown at him. Xanteres is going to have to try and hold off on flank, but he dies to RPK. Now Keto's back on the secondary because no M4 needed. He's got himself the 4th kill of the round, looking for the ace, but it's tabseN to close and Big to rob a round.
We see why he was getting that single AK a couple of times now. Great round from Keto. Let's watch it back.
Oh,
opening 1 deagle
3v5.
again. You know what they call a 1 deagle in Denmark, Connor?
What do they call it? 1 deagle in Denmark. A 1 Douglas.
Or so I could be getting trolled by my Danish subs. But that's what he said. They call it a 1 Douglas.
A 1 Douglas.
Yeah, that's how they say it too. 1 Douglas. Okay. They're waiting for the long hit again. It's coming late this time, but they've been setting Vitality. Been doing this kind of like 2 really late until the round. I love how they're playing Long right now. They're paying attention to it. They're knowing when to push. They're keeping the op on site. They're taking a risk on Cat, but they still got RBK and Pit. Oh, okay, never mind. Just kidding.
So I was trying to just run back.
He was so
He'll
dead.
make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he should have been. Could have been. Won't be. For now. But meanwhile, we've got that smoke being laid down on the bomb site. Shox is able to catch Xanteres. Tyru trying to hold off, and Keto, well, he's killed Shox. They've gotten all the closer on Long. Ziwu's still yet to turn his attention back. Oh my god! If the no-scope had connected in that situation, it would have been ludicrous. Should have never been alive that long. Apex peaks, and he dies as well. Denied by searson, so 3 survivors here for Big. That first kill on RPK allowed them to take that A site by storm.
They risked it. They went right into Ziwu's peak, but it was the wide crouch peak, and he was holding too tight for it. A gamble on that, and then they, of course, just took down RBK. Great shot in the pit. It's this perfect angle clearing. Funny part about that was, you know, we saw Ziwu falling back all the way to Long. He had the smoke the whole time. He could have smoked the corner if he wanted to.
Sure.
But he knew they weren't going to peek him because he's Ziwu. he said, I'll take the scenic route. I know you're not going to peek me.
You waited for that additional cat player as well. I mean, he killed the crucial cat setup. If he had just turned back around and, well, Lady Luck blessed him with the no-scope connection, we may be talking about that round for quite some time. RPK, deagle kill, the 2nd here for Vitality in the 14th. That's right, we're already at the 14th round. This first half has added up quite quickly. Nice little back and forth game. I mean, let's be real, man. There's no elimination on the line. It's nice and early, start of the day. We've got 3 maps potentially ahead of us. What's the rush? What's the rush?
Yeah.
Let's just enjoy it.
Yeah, I kind of like both sides and the way that they're approaching long. It's hard to say who's doing it better. We had a couple of times where Big were able to crack it open. They killed that RPK on the back of door one time. They killed him in pit here with the Ziwu setup off on the corner. It's been really back and forth. And it's not been... I don't think we've seen a single rush long, have we? No one's just barreled out with continuation flashes from spawn when it feels like sometimes that's half the rounds that you'll see. It's not been a lot of rushes here on Big's Dust 2, and it's also one of their most won maps. I think their most won map.
The one most won map.
The most wonest.
Searson. He wants that mid peak. Will Shox give it to him? Probably not. He's got all of the utility, or most of the utility for Vitality. As many grenades as his teammates combined, but he heard those footsteps, doesn't like it. He's looking skitterish. So he tucks back behind the CT box, and that's going to forego cat control to the favor of Big. We have seen Vitality make some proactive long A plays, and I feel like Tizian's on high alert because of that. But they decide not to push through the doors, rather moving Apex back. Will cat crumble?
So we're probably going to see the smoke from Apex and maybe a push-up on the railing to fight him close up. He's going to see some nades coming across. But they're jumping spawn already.
Yeah, didn't quite work for Tabson. Ziwu instead given a duel with a man who has his back turned. And speaking of back turned, Big complete redirection. They're going to go out middle with 2, and Shox is having none of that. It's going to fall onto Masuda behind Car, and Shox's flash could make the difference. Delays significantly. Big, I mean, they're on the cusp of this bomb site, but so is Vitality. Here is their strength in numbers. Masuda's traded, but it is Vitality to close the first 15 with a 1-round edge. 14 kills for Shoxy at the end of the first half. Join us after the break for the second. Welcome back. Vitality, 1/2 deep here on Dust 2, and they've got a little bit of an edge over Big. This excites me. I wasn't sure if Big was just going to come in here and stomp out the hopes of Vitality's D2 play, but Searson, are you kidding? Completely blind and catches the guy in the sky. I would love to see the replay. I'm pretty sure while blinded, he snaps it up.
Totally
and
blind.
Laps it down. A little hup, ho, little hee ha.
RBK doesn't want to be the one who gets run boosted, apparently. Oh, he's at the bomb.
Yeah. No, Ziwu, you go. Ziwu could grow wings and soar to the A site. Tabson, he's getting tagged up around the boxes.
His Buzz Lightyear, after all.
True, yeah. Send him in there. Where's Woody? Glock's up. And Glock's down. Oh, yes. Another blind kill. Why not? Xanteres. He's good for the first. First is RPK. It's Apex and Shocks. All that remains. And Keto's going to kill one. Hello, Shocks. Where have you been this entire time?
Man, he's been good though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm really with you. Like you never know which one you're gonna get, but for about besides that Fnatic series, is the amount of maps that he's been like not just good, but like the best player. It's kind of startling.
Down you go.
A great first half, but yeah.
When's the last time you saw Shocks without his hair done?
Oh, it's done to me. I like a bowl cut.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, where's the
Make
gym?
fun of our bowl cuts?
I'm not. I mean,
okay.
Sorry, man. I forgot. It was an anecdote. Not important.
No, I'll remember that. He'll remember
No.
that.
Oh, no. No.
We're going to meet up and talk about that.
Fight me on land.
Hey, sure. We won, only though.
Okay, yeah. Nothing in middle. They're not overfacing. There's no deagles in position. Or rather, nothing in position for the deagles.
So, moving back into an execute. Because this top of B has been opened up, Haka had a great video on this about why people weren't using this as much, the Skylight Flash.
Haka has great videos.
I gave him a shout out. I actually did his intro in one of my intros.
Ooh, I like it.
Wow,
Intellectual theft and maybe a little round thievery while we're at it. Team Vitality. That's not supposed to happen big.
Okay, can you do the hawk sound? Ahoy hoy, it's your boy Hawka, here with another CSGO commentary about Vitality.
Not bad.
He's from Boston now.
Well, you know, Hawka's a well-traveled man.
True. It was a good hawk sound. I'm really glad that you took a step back for like that piercing, you know, you don't want it to pierce the ears.
Well, I mean,
viewers, that was nice of you.
Yep. That. And also, hawks generally flying above you. You know, I felt for the sake of realism.
That's true.
That'd be a distant hawk sound.
Good point. So and I think that was early on in Dust 2. I mean, we made this video and he's talking about like, oh, it just got opened up, but people aren't using it. Well, since then, we've got a number of great executes that have come out that just really abuse that skylight. The kind of like wood panel flashes that come out late, and they're hard to deal with, man. I mean, you can run out looking down with pistols, not worry about being blind, but just have everyone in the site blind for 4 or 5 seconds straight. That's a push shut down.
Yeah, barely. Would have gotten the one and done had Zywoo just fallen, but 15 HP keeps him balling. Vitality. Yep.
This map win is going to be a real stat, I think. We're going to be talking about this one. This is going to be a very important win for both these teams. They're both playing so well recently on Dust 2.
I believe you did say 2 of the best Dust 2 teams in the world at the moment.
Potentially, yeah.
So yeah, for Vitality to continue that win streak would be huge. Dantera is going to walk right into the setup. Vitality with the advantage, of course, in weaponry, and that flashbang is fantastic. Searson peeled off of it. That's now 4 of the 5 players for Vitality significantly tagged. Tizian will find ZywOo elsewhere. And he's going to take his scout, move it backwards. Look at this, they save. Oh man, they were so close.
Wow. It's just that point they get the smoke down on the door cross, and then if you didn't get the kills and you don't have the man advantage, it's pretty much over. So another good win here from Vitality. We're seeing a couple of B leans now, trying to abuse that. Compare Big's game plan was quite deep, I'd say, on Dust2. You know, different looks on long, a lot of different looks. There wasn't a lot of mid Bs and a lot of long hits, though. And what's interesting about that is, of course, it feels like those are the 2 primary go-tos for most teams that end up on this map. Like, let's gamble it on long control on T side with a good spawn and some great flashes, and then let's try this mid to be on a eco round and try to go out that way. But of course, I guess both of those can be quite random, and it's interesting to see though a team avoid those and still find consistency on the map. That first half was super tight. We can't really, overanalyze it from saying who actually played better. They're splitting hairs. But now in half number 2, looking at Vitality's game plan. Ooh, seeing these B plays and ooh, these trades at mid.
Oh my god, he hit the follow-up shot as well.
Yikes.
What's going on? But he slows down.
Yeah.
Smoke up Cat. Tabson and Tizian could boost over it, and they will. But in doing so... Ooh. Masuda gets away.
They're boosted so late.
Frag grenade goes down. Flash maybe to follow suit. ZywOo is right there. Again, scout damage is great, but the Opper hits harder. And with 50 seconds, they can now divert up the catwalk. Tizian, he could slide out, maybe deal with 2 of the 4, seeing as they are so low. RPK and Masuda, but RPK not seeming to be bothered. And there's Shocks, rocking the boat back yet again. Searson, he was so ready to try and stave off an A play. However, with 2 health, he's going to have to sprint in and just hope maybe he does something on the cross. Let's be real. This is Vitality with an 11th round. A T side that is delivering in leaps and bounds. Ever since the pistol, we've had no round win for Big on the second half.
Basically remember a round in that first half where one person from Vitality, each of them, was the reason they won. They had either a huge hold on B, RBK's hold on long. RBK has 15 kills. He's actually, he's gotten a number of kills playing long, despite losing a couple of rounds in that same position. Z was controlled middle. There's just a number of win conditions here for Vitality that are all lighting up. They have, pretty solid. Fun fact here. Vitality have the best round win percentage, 4v5 and 5v4. And best multi-kill rate, 0.94 per round at DreamHack Open Fall. Well, that's a stat that will absolutely win you games. That's like one of those stats you look back on and you don't even have to see their record in the tournament. You're like, well, that means they won. They pretty much won every single match.
Well, that's a 16-2 if I've seen one. That damning of a stat line. But not yet. It's not that clear. Not here versus Big. What's wild as well is, let's be real. Let's look at the caliber of opponent Vitality have played so far. It's quite something for them to be holding on to that stat.
Definitely. No, definitely. I was thinking, in the online era, of course, at a certain point now, everyone's used to it. Okay, these results matter more in some sense. And in some sense, they're even harder because these teams are playing each other so much. So it's the streaks that I think should be under the spotlight. Here's a good flash, but Apex finds a point of Sanctuary. Trade will come out, some damage done, but damage hasn't been enough for Big. They've been doing good on damage on these eco rounds, but not getting the kills.
Yeah, good point.
See how they fight Gat? Oh wow, did they Was that a T smoke?
I think so.
Oh yeah, they smoked that themselves. I think that was a miscommunication.
Will they regret it? They move inwards. There's a man on Goose and one on site. 35 seconds left in this fight. Ramp is now Molly. Tizian not able to connect with the Deagle just yet. There it is, an eventual frag. But Apex does best. Pearson, now Tabson's position's been revealed, and Tizian's able to get himself a third. This Deagle getting hotter as it winds up on ramp, but RPK slams him back down. 15 seconds to spare, and off of that fake plant, Santares gets closer. RPK, he has an inkling, but he's got a dwindling clock. 5 seconds left as he comes off at the top of it. Oh, and there's the duel for Santares. I don't know if they wanted to go A, but that smoke behind them forced them forward, and it's 12 HP to make the difference.
Now, obviously, if you're going to go up cat, smoking behind you is not a bad idea. But why it seemed like a miscommunication is because it looked like 4 of them turned to watch their flank. And what we've seen in the past few rounds is that they pretend to go cat, but they always end to be on these anti-ecos. And so I'm not sure if they were forced to commit to it because of that smoke that was thrown down, or if they had heard somebody and just threw that smoke down and were continuing to go A. But yeah, from what we've seen, the pattern's always been pretend we're doing A, maybe get a kill here, but end up working down mid, juggling rotation, then ending up at B.
So ready. Tizian just trying to stay tucked. For all he knows, there's 3 players on the other side of those smokes, but that is not the case. Vitality completely moving their forces over towards the tunnels. Maybe leaving Ziwu here on op. Two members of Big tucked into the B site.
No one middle. Another maybe smart move here from Vitality.
Oh, oh my God. Oh, I'm gonna request both of those.
Okay.
On a replay, please, because the first one, man, it's like he saw his pinky.
Yeah. Well, that's round. You know, too long setup
That's
there that
round.
late. No one at mid. The 3A setup. It feels like a half where they've virtually only gone B. And won most of their rounds. Looks like 4 of 6 right now. No choice but to save. They know that there's still going to be the op on Searson. That could be a honestly, Searson is one of the best car players in the game. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if a big reason they don't want to fight Cat is because of him on A site.
Okay. Look at this.
That's crazy.
That one's also nice.
I want to say it might be a little harder on land, but he probably hit it on both.
Right? Okay. This is nice. 3-round lead for Vitality. And Big in a position to contest it. Pearson, oh my goodness. Hyper aggression out mid. I mean, he's making noise, but at the same time, they're just going to maybe go for the catwalk play. They see that there is an opening here. Shocks nearly on the bomb site already. Oh no. CT Molly stops him in his tracks. He can't jump over the sandbags without being blown away by Tizian. Now they're going to start unleashing some utility of their own. Shocks, he's just going to hope this position catches him by surprise. And yes, he will find one hopping up, but Tizian trades it right away. A 4v4 and a frag grenade goes deep, missing the mark as Team Vitality peel back.
Yeah, technically the least important player on the round just by weapon, but a kill nonetheless. I don't think he'll be upset about grabbing that. They got info now on the player playing on the ramp. Oh, Apex will go ahead and grab Tizian as well as they scramble to get control because they were both clumped up on the A site. They had to get something. There's an op trade back, and it's 3v1 on the A site. I don't know if we got a deep CT smoke coming, but this could be the Searson show.
Hey! Ziwu gets trebucheted around the side of long.
Had they made noise?
I mean, you'd think with a run boost, but I don't know if it was picked up. Frag grenade thrown through smoke. Ooh, little bit of chip damage. Flashbang gets Searson off his post. Molly goes into the bomb site. He peeks into Ziwu. His 15th frag of the map. 10 seconds left over. Bomb still now just getting up the ramp. Xantera's desperately hopping and hoping to try and stop it, but that does not connect to his favor. So now, he won't be so brazen, but still bold. Peeking into it is everyone for Vitality, and it's Masudo with the double to close it. 2 survivors for them as they take their 13th round.
Dude, the kill distribution is so tight here. Bottom fragger with 14 and Apex, who's positive. Top fragger with Shocks, who's 17-11. There's just no easy kills right now for Big to get. And that's a round that's really annoying to see if you're Big, because they do something a little different, right? They have Shocks run all the way up cat randomly, and it works for a kill. Big, they want to show confidence and not have to scramble to get map control back or show that they've left something to be exploitable. That probably shakes them up a bit. And I think this is a point where, you know, Vitality could take even more control of things now that they're a little bit in their heads. Been a lot of pistoling rounds here for Big.
Like 5 or 6 in the first half. These constant like armored deagle buys. And to be fair, they worked well, right? You said it. Damage was deadly. It was just kind of pushing it over the line that they struggled to do.
Yeah, feels like they've lost the wrong rounds in some sense. Like they've had to save such an incredible amount of times compared to Vitality, I feel like.
Good assessment.
Not sure. There's some economic tweaking that could be done there, but all control here for Vitality. Free plan on the A site. And it's one where Big are assuming, of course, it's going to be B, because that's where the anti-ecos have always ended up.
Sure. In a world where the counter-terrorists have some guns, then those, oh my god, RPK aces.
That's right. Every rotator, yeah. I mean, that's all a stack. All dead in pretty much the same spot.
Sure. Anti-eco ace, not something to lose our minds about, but RPK still just doing such a good job of it, man. Barely taking damage, barely giving them a chance. I was going to say the double smokes on long weren't perfect. You know, there was a gap, but if any of the rounds to make that mistake, doing it versus pistols is the perfect time. So they won't be punished. Vitality, that is. Big, they were bullied. They got aced. 5-round lead, Vitality 14-9, about to pick up, perhaps, their opponent's map choice, continuing their win streak. And, you know, we talked about the level of opponent that Vitality have this streak versus. You add Big to that tally, and now you're really talking. And to return back to your point from a couple rounds ago, in this era of CS, you are absolutely right. You know, we need to really praise the streaks, the sprees, that continuous repetitive success. When things are so topsy-turvy, it's difficult to stabilize, and Vitality are absolutely doing that on Dust 2. And Searson, he's going to try to change it. One shot out of the op, and he finds his kill versus Apex.
And Searson's always got a little hot sauce in the tank. Full flash grabs that one quick. Apex is out. I like the setup from Big overall with the B lean, where you have the opera on A. You discourage B by having the setup, or you encourage B maybe by not showing anything at mid. That leaves Vitality guessing, but they've got to pick their poison. Run into Searson, or this 3-stack on B. Uh-oh. Epson's kind of out of position there, but he'll be able to fall back and get some damage on Ziwu as well. But now I think Vitality know what kind of setup it is. Oh.
Yeah. Suck on that.
All right, let's keep eye on Shocks now. See how he times his
Shocks
alert.
versus Tizian. This is going to be a big one.
Oh, they're flanking him.
Oh, he's going to get pinched. yeah, a little late reaction, but we've all been there.
Yeah.
Thinking maybe it was a teammate until, oh wait, you guys don't have full mid control? Then, bada boom.
Oh, man.
Oh, goes down and shocks. Now, I mean, that's everything. You see the moment that kill happens, Big start reeling away from tunnels. And even then, they can't escape the death. Ziwu honing in on them. That's 4 players up for Team Vitality as they take their 15th. They are very likely going to upset on Dust 2.
Yeah. And so this would bring their win percentage up. This would add to the tally of, honestly, they beat better teams on Big than on Dust 2 than Big have. Again, just to go over the streak again, they're the one who's actually on a streak. Big have a loss versus OG two games ago, and it was quite one-sided in the single digits. So Vitality 16-12 versus Mouse Sports, 19-16 versus Complexity, 16-8 versus Fnatic, 16-11 versus FaZe, and then finally losing to Astralis 11-16. But no shame in that.
Uh-oh, RPK. Ouch. Put that in your Quaker Oats. Searson trying to connect the scout boost, but oh my god, the frag grenades are making a bit of a difference here in round 25. See if they can close with kills. Both Apex and RPK weaken the knees after those frags landed. Facility usage coming out of the catwalk. It's the double smoke. It elicits a response in the form of a Molotov. Oh my god, Tabson tagged through it.
Oh my god, he's calling out Tabson's place so hard. I mean, he sees the smoke, knows that it's got to be some kind of push. Oh, he sees him.
Yep, that's Tabson down for the count. Very nicely done by Apex.
If Vitality win this round, it'll be tied for Big's worst loss on Dust 2 with OG.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're painting a very bleak picture. See if they can improve on the score before it comes to a close. If it comes to a close just yet. Searson, he throws himself inside of the smoke. He hears all the players cross. Nice scout headshot coming in for a second bit of damage. It's Masuda tagged low and Tizian off of the ramp. It's a 2 versus 2 with a health advantage here firmly to the favor of Big. And 10 seconds left means Apex has to tuck tail. They've done it. Nice moves by Searson. I mean, once he loses Tabson on those boxes, and considering he's playing with a scout of all things, holy, Big, able to get to double digits. 5 map points remain.
Yeah. Normally you'd like to keep your distance and try to hit scout shots that way. So yeah, it's very brave for him to come through that smoke and look for a timing and also be prepared to hit a scout shot. But I think he really just believes that it's unlikely he misses. That's how good he is with the scout. Like almost every single time, he'll get that headshot. He can move with confidence. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That is so many flashbangs.
There might have been one too
student
many.
did get into bid. Right, yeah. Oh, there's more. RPK can't see a thing. And neither can Apex as he swings through smoke and looks for more here. But Tabson's able to recover it. A 4v2 situation's what we're left with. Big. My god, I feel like I got a tan after this round.
That we do need one, so. But I think that would be maybe the one time we've seen fast lock control.
Yep, you're dead on.
And it didn't work, so that's why the top teams are not doing it anymore, apparently. It's a little bit random. Now, you know what I think is a bit random about it? Is whoever throws it doesn't matter how many flashes you throw. You got to throw a bunch because otherwise you're not doing your part. Like, everyone's throwing their flashes. But it's really just about who throws the last one that matters, you know? The CTs, do they know there's one more coming? And if they turned around playing anti-flash for just a second extra, right? Whoever throws the last one for which side gets to turn around and shoot and see blind players.
Oh. Hunt them down. They're stuck. They're desperate. They're damaged. They're getting boxed in from the base of mid. There it is. Keto and Searson close it. There was a world, though. You know, Vitality we're facing, and their individuals look good enough to have cracked that one open. So I respect Big for just kind of playing it cool.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to keep it cool and fresh for 4 more rounds.
So keeping up with Shocks in his 100 ADR plus 90 ADR other map. He's got actually 71 here. It's only RPK who has 85, largely because of that ecoing ace. But the ADR is just quite low across the board. Everyone basically in the 70s, everyone from Big in 60s. Keto, the only one with 74. It's kind of interesting. It's just been so even strength that there's no real bottom fraggers on the server. No real players completely out of it today. You know, Tabs did not have an amazing game, for sure. But I've seen... Oh! Well, that's a top fragger gone.
Oh my god, I thought he was going to do it twice. Oh, Tizian. Poor guy. Shocked. He's going to walk in on this one. He smelled blood in the water. Tizian was caught flopping around with his grenades out. Then we have Tabson trying to make a proactive play from Cat because they're reeling back. They're looking for some sort of a desperate recovery from Ziwoo's early damage. You see, you can try your absolute damnedest. You can stabilize map control. You can do everything. But when Ziwoo's connecting shots, it's really tough to weather the storm. Searson putting up his defenses. And Xantares is going to contribute as well. Now, if Searson walks in, sees Catwalk for free, Xantares also knowing that there's nothing there, suddenly they could turn all of their attention back on long. And check out the utility. Vitality, a singular smoke. There is no safe way to make this cross happen, but if they just wait long enough, maybe Searson walks into his death. RPK is keeping eyes on it, but now he starts to turn. Oh, Searson. They got away from him.
Okay.
How about some trigger discipline?
Oh, baby.
He's going to start to round the corner. He makes noise, shoots Apex in the spine. A second as RPK goes down. Masuda turns it down into the clutch. With his entire team having eyes on him, 17 frags to his name. He faces off versus Turkey's best. A flashbang for Xantares to maybe try and exit. He was met by a Molotov on Cat, so he redirects through CT spawn, and Masuda's just going to look at his feet. Try and keep things cool. Oh, and is there anything cooler than that? Pops up, takes his head off, and takes map 1. Vitality, robbing the choice away from Big.
What can you say about that? It feels like Dust 2 is a bonus map that you can play if your entire team is on form on other maps. You don't play Dust 2 if not for that. Both these teams are on form on these other maps, but Big picking into it is a confidence pick, but it's met with some resistance. Now it'll affect future vetoes. It's one more on the streak of map wins for Vitality, and a very big win at that.
Yeah, most certainly. And now we move on to Inferno, which I think makes this series all the more interesting. It's going to be incredibly close, I think, all the way through. So let's see how close things get. Our analysts after the break, and map 2 soon enough.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After Do you wake when you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
And forth affair would kick off the first half of Dust 2, but once Vitality got rolling, they'd push big off of the tracks. Apex's army go 1-up, and the tables turn ever more in their favor as their map pick of Inferno is just around the corner. Joining me to break this stop down, however, Potter and Blair up here on the desk. And Blair, we see Vitality punishing big for this map pick with a confident T side, and every player stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, absolutely. I did state earlier on that this pick from Big is them making a statement saying, you know what, we're going to pick Dust 2, we're going to pick a map we're comfortable with. We don't care what your record is on this map, but unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. That first half was very close. It was a great first half. I felt it was very back and forth, some huge rounds coming out from both the teams. But on that T side, Vitality just ran away with it. And one quick stat I want to point out is Big are, this is something I mentioned in the pre-show, in the pre-game, that Big have the best flash assists so far in the tournament. That was kind of missing on that in this map. I don't know what really went wrong there. Maybe because they weren't really contesting long too much. But Vitality, Potter, they just ticked every box for me on that T side.
Yeah, no, they. Oh, sorry, you go ahead, Potter, because you've actually got a round that you wanted to be breaking down with this. And talking of that first half, you were saying it was kind of a game of them answering each other back, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the flash assists may have not come out on the scoreboard side of things, but that's not for a lack of trying. You're going to take a look here. Big, they're all grouped up towards this B tunnel. Let's take a look at their utility. This is quite a conservative buy, and I like the answer coming out of Big into this round. Shox just had a huge round with his AWP towards that B. In the previous round, you're going to see him in a similar position here. And it's just a B-pop set piece. I thought Big had everything going for them. A ton of flashes are going to be going Shox's way. But that's the thing. In this game, Vitality, they always seem to be a little bit quicker on pulling the trigger, a little bit of a better answer. And that's kind of what you see here. Take a look at all these assist flashes, the movement, the mobility on all the Vitality members, immediately answering Big's pounce onto this B site. The backup is there for Shox. Take a look at these point of views, how blind all of these players are. Shox, we have to remember, he started off on that B platform, threw some pop shots off, but he's moving around. He's being an impossible target for these big guys because he knows his teammates are coming. He knows the cavalry is arriving. And that's exactly what happens. Apex, what the hell is that flash even? But it works, you know, it works. And that's vitality. I really like the fact that Apex seems to have a solid game plan, because even on his T side of things, as soon as we switched over to that second half, it was a very similar look to Big, but he made it work.
Well, speaking of that, of course, the next map coming up here is Inferno. It's going to be Vitality's map pick, Blair. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, not a huge surprise seeing them pick this out, but maybe a little bit of a surprise considering some of the maps left in the map pool for them to pick from. But it's clear that they're feeling themselves right now. So what are we looking for coming into this next map?
I mean, they were definitely feeling themselves on Dust 2. I'm still not convinced. I'm still very not convinced with this Inferno pick coming out from Vitality. The thing is, Big aren't exactly spectacular either on this map. I feel like if you look at Dust 2, it's a story of, it's two very different yet at the same time similar storylines, right? Dust 2, both the teams are very good at it. Vitality came out on top. Their Inferno, I feel it's a very middling map for both the teams. They like playing it, but results-wise, it hasn't really been that great. Big, they lost recently to G2. They beat Godsend, that too on overtime. They lost to OG in overtime. Very close results there. You look at Vitality, they got wrecked by Fnatic. That CD side just got destroyed by Fnatic's T side. Caveat being, Fnatic's T side on Inferno is probably, I think it was Maui or was it Maniac who said it's a national treasure, right? It is fantastic, probably one of the best in the world. So that's a caveat. So maybe Vitality have something up their sleeves with this Inferno pick.
Well, we'll find out exactly what they have up their sleeves. If there's anything indeed, Scrawny and Launders will be back after this break to break it down.
There's a place we can go in the computer screen, and if you're down and you're low, you're still a king or a queen. There ain't a thing that you cannot be. This is a world of imagination. My online baby, let's connect. You know my online baby never breaks my heart. She believes I'm handsome and I'm rich and funny and smart. I don't want a real woman stealing my respect. Online baby, let's connect. 'Cause there's a place we can go in a computer screen. And if you're down and you're low, you're still a king or a queen. There ain't a thing that you cannot be. This is a world of imagination. My online baby, let's connect. Now, there ain't a thing that you cannot
We get this show back on the road and we move it to Inferno. Dust 2 all wrapped up by the side of Vitality. Who would have predicted that coming into this series? I think you could have. I think Twitch chat, no, they didn't, Mohan. They were wrong about the first, but will they be wrong about the second? We've got Inferno, and how does that make you feel? Where does Big stand on this second map?
About the same as Dust 2. It's just a great veto from that perspective. Both teams are comfortable on Dust 2. Both teams are going to be comfortable here on Inferno. And as Potter pointed out, everyone thinks their shit doesn't stink on Inferno. They all think they've got the best Inferno in the world. Well, here's two teams that actually play the map quite well, and I think are not overrated on it. Now, this is also one of ZywOo's best maps. He's unreal on Inferno. We've seen so many highlight plays from him here, but at the same time, big CT side, I think, is something special.
See if Team Vitality can crack it. Keto down to the base of Banana. That didn't work out too well. Hindsight 2020. Absent. Oh, now he's stuck. He is stuck in a difficult position. No surprise to see him die at the hands of ZywOo. 4v3 to the favor of Vitality. 2 defenders for Big still at this A site. And it looks like the Frenchmen are coming in on this. Flashbangs go over the side of it. Santaras dies for free. Searson, he hit the headshot through the side of the box. Will finish off his kill, but 3 more players is too much to ask of him. Tizian in the clutch. Flash goes high, peeks wide, dies. Team Vitality taking the first pistol. It's a 4K for the heavy hitter.
Yeah, Tizian was just hoping to plant the bomb. Didn't expect this play to go down. Double stack and spawn to make sure they could trade, and they didn't even bother clearing him out. And yeah, it's just such a strong map for him. I'm going to look at his individual statistics on Inferno, just see how exactly how strong they are.
Scouts in play. Oh, Searson barely alive. Does get a chance to tuck back out of that one. And that's going to bode well for him. He is the only player with a primary for Big.
Well,
Eagles, yep.
1.38 rating all time.
It's kind of really good. Desert Eagle from Tabson. Sure, it's good for something, but ZywOo is off to the races. You know, sometimes you start to see ZywOo at the start of a map, and you just feel it deep inside you that it's going to be a 30 bomb. It's just the pistol, it's just the eco, but he's already 6 kills deep, 324 ADR. I'm feeling something in the universe, Mohan, and it's telling me we're in for a treat.
Down in the plums?
Yep. Deep in the jimmies.
1.54 impact rating, 91 average ADR, 0.61 DPR. All green stats, of course. All right, what do you think his next? Let's see if there's another map that's even better.
Scout still in play. Of course, Tizian and Xantaras moving forward without having to spend more money, but they will spend $300 on a frag grenade for Tizian. See if that utility usage nets them something or nothing. 4 players for Big over towards the A site. Again, that Scout is a threat, and it is surrounded by pistol players. Frag grenade, I will say, is worth the $300 because it drops Apex to 52 HP. See if maybe he gets snapped back by the Scout. Misses the first shot, and that's the only shot he's even going to get. Then we have ZywOo just dropping out of the apartments, able to make some money with the MAC-10 as Apex does the same. All but Tizian slain. He's dropped his utility, but he still does have this deagle.
Feels like G2 are the best ones at making that setup work. That four 2 on lane, 2 on arch setup with the pistols. They're so good with it. On USP rounds, on half ecos. They do it on the rifles as well. But that's the kind of the way to counter it. You have just the like a chimney flash or something from mid, the flash in front of the door, and then you have the jump out of halls into lane and shoot him from behind while crushing mid as well. But it's a good thing to try. Throw in on your CT side. Why not? Give it a shot. Hopping, taking a peek all the way down mid, flash to get him off the angle. He's just making sure they've got all their ducks in the row, right? They're playing Inferno properly. They need to come down at mid, some damage dealt, and he's going to get chased.
Ooh. Access denied. Arch is closed. Apex learned the hard way. Shox picks that bomb up, moving towards the B site. They'll have 2 players to contend with here in the form of Tabson and Keto. 2 smokes and a Molotov between them, one of which now thrown down. Still a minute on the clock, so no commitment has to be made, but it looks like RPK may still just task himself with the entry. No, they'll hold off for now.
Seems like they still want in. Let's see what Ziwu's job is on this round. Well, bomb's actually coming back over towards A. They're not trying to go arch, are they? Be a split. I mean, time is taken down. They don't want to take too long to go here. But 1 smoke could put Tizian in an awkward position. Cut off all his information.
Oh, right up close and personal. Keto's going to get bested. What's a wraparound? The bomb's going to try and work its way up A lane, but that's where Searson stops it. So this calls the rotator back over. Ziwu could just sprint, but I don't even know if he's got time to make it to the B site. And his little moment of hesitation there is going to cost him. No, this round's over. He can't get bomb to site, even though B is clear. Who called for 2 players to go up A site? What's going on?
What did they think was going to happen there? That's a really weird one. Like, unless they assumed it was like a double arch stack that they would have to fight one on the A side. What's the plan of action? That's so strange. They get the opening kill comes down here. I mean, they could have the B rotators come back, but those guys could die as well. Arch to B made sense. Full B made sense. Full A made sense. Lane B? That's a new one.
And what upsets me a little bit more is you saw it there with Searson. You know, Shox just rounds the corner. Nothing elaborate. No utility usage with it. Just dry walk around the side. Could not have been easier for Searson to deny than that A entry. Curious. Searson taken away from Carr, and oh my, bagged up. Keto almost able to line up more than 1, but it is just his first kill versus Ziwu, 4v3. Big trying to scramble some defenses into position on the B site. Now would be the time to go lane. As Apex tries to maintain the detention of 2, he will be blown into the open by Tizian. Zanteres on his lonesome, trying his damnedest in a 1 versus 3 on the A site. Not only getting a single kill, but then the follow-up damage onto RPK, who will prioritize bomb plant. You love to see Shox in a clutch. He's gone ahead and moved his feet closer towards mid just in case Big come barreling down from Banana, but that is not the case. They're both over on Library side. Now through the smoke grenade, one of which on sight. Down he goes. It's on to Shox. He reacts accordingly, taking the first player off of it, but this is being stuck by Tizian down to the wire, and Shox is going to miss that timing. Big will take a second round.
Yeah, but like Tizian, you know, sticking that bomb. It's the MP9, doesn't want to make it a long round. Shox a slightly out of position, and if Shox ran in, of course, he could have won. But why not give it a shot? And if he hears Shox coming close, like he does start running, he can get off the defuse and shoot back. So nicely done there from Tizian in the 1v1. Good damage from Zanteres and Pit. Also a much better round from Vitality. They do the 3-1, 1 fake B. Now you can see their intention was probably to hit A at the end of the day, but that last round they split up 2-on-2 and they were so weak coming into A, they really just didn't have a chance. So there might have been a miscomm or something that made things awkward before, but they figured it out. Default now instantly in control. Looks like a re-aggression on B, though. Oh, and RPK peeks, no gun out, actually. That's a bit awkward.
Back over to the A site. Xanteras committed in the pit. Reacts accordingly to Masuda. Lays down a smoke grenade at his feet. Just needs to stay alive. He's got 3 teammates coming over. Vitality know that he is in here.
Cox isn't even coming over.
Oh, down he dies. Shox wants to stay committed so that he can catch these players by surprise. They attempt to walk through that smoke, having had thrown one of their own a little bit further forward, but no, it is not safe in between. Smoke sandwich with dead meat right at the center of it all.
What a strange match.
Right? Okay, it's not just me.
No, it's
I'm
weird.
not comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm not even comfortable at the moment, man.
Big look uncomfortable. Vitality looked like something's off. We had RPK playing games with his shadow daggers. He can literally peek CT spawn with his knife out, and they were right there around the wall. Didn't have his gun out. Could actually had a chance. And then Big come through on the retake, pushing the smokes that way. Well, everything's a little bit off right now. It's very, very interesting, especially coming out of Dust too, which felt so disciplined. So
they're just gonna throw 5 guys down mid. This well-oiled machine, now a little slippery. It's slick. So slick that they slide out together. Just slipping, sliding down the middle of the map, and well, nothing there for them. Not when they're so ill-equipped. Big buyback. Searson has his op. No utility for him. Single kit on Tabson. So there are limitations that we have to keep our eyes on moving forward. Clearly Vitality in a very strong spot, leading 5-2 with a chance to clear out the coffers and take away that cash once more.
Some concessions made with the Falmuses, the 1 kit, half armor. That's going to open them up to some more utility damage. And the longer the round goes on, the more dangerous it gets. They get someone in response and Searson confident off frag. They needed that. Makes up for a lot, but it's already the fast B press. Oh my God, they're going to come in right through the smoke.
Keto's now stranded.
Oh, they got him mollied.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't trade him.
Still takes 2. Nicely done. Able to deal with RPK with the headshot, and then of course Apex was so incredibly low, so good job by Keto to keep a man advantage rolling here for Vitality, but we are talking about a Ziwu at 11-1. He's going to work alongside Masuda. Both, just saw the back turn. They're just completely exposing themselves to the side of the bomb site. There's a second headshot coming in for Ziwu. Tizian, last man up. He was waiting out the Molotov, but another one pops at his feet, and therefore he has to concede. This is a 6th. For the T side.
Feels like these guys are on 2 different servers right now. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I like the play to continue on to B right away, get in through the smoke. The protocols, though, when they were fighting quad were a bit strange. Like, they had the perfect setup. They had the 1 kill in B, and they knew since they got in quick, there wasn't an extra guy anywhere. So they threw the smoke down CT. They were fine. They killed the first guy, and they knew the second guy was quad. Apex threw the molly, but then his teammate swings wide. Instead of Apex just kind of sitting there waiting for him to peek after the molly, they rush it a bit. Apex tries to jump up in the middle of this when he knows there's a duel coming. Some strange decisions being made. Mr. Consistent until now. Don't take this one.
Tabson's current 0.82 at this event would be his worst rating at an event, 3 maps minimum, since 2015.
Whoa.
What?
Not so in form. What the hell? And then they zoom in on Tabson.
Yeah.
This man.
Hey, this guy's playing badly. Look at him. Shame him.
This is what he looks like.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Poor Tabson. All right. 0.82. There's still time to improve, even with a loss in this series. Remember, it's not elimination on the line, but rather looking to run it through the upper bracket. Best of 5 grand finals on Sunday. Be there or be square. You filthy triangles.
Try hard.
Single AK for Tizian. We've seen this single AK buy from Big across the series. Has yet to work out. Seen actually Big in a lot of these kinds of lackluster economic situations. The damage is always there, but the round wins not necessarily. Tizian just tossed to the wayside. Like it was easy. Now the pistol player's at bat. 50 seconds on the clock. Smoke laid down at the top of Banana. That's going to keep Apex occupied. Could stick around as Bomb moves over towards this A site. Shock's creeping in, crawling closer to the bomb plant. Xantera's up on balcony, denies it with the 5-7. Good multi-kill potential in this position, but he's not ready for that arch wraparound. So even despite his best efforts with 2, it is the 1v3 we're left in. And it's Tabson, the man whose rating's under question. He's got a lot of responsibility nowadays, in-game leading this team. As Potter said eloquently on the desk, this guy has done everything in his career, all the roles. Does most of them pretty damn well. P250 popping off downrange. Apex is dead with 1 health, of course, to make the difference. But what difference does it really make? This is a 7th round for Vitality in the end. Team Ace as Ziwu closes.
So easy here for Vitality. And they're working the map really well. They're making up for man disadvantages quite quickly. I like how fast they're making decisions. Putting a lot of pressure on Big. It's not really been an open and kill problem, an adjustment problem. I think it's just there's a lot of really tough timings to deal with, to be honest. Like, I like that Big are re-aggressing Banana, the killer BK ones. They're not locking up too much. Searson's gone for aggressive opening picks and been rewarded. But the pace, the tempo changes. They're catching Big off guards. Another kill here, and it'll put a test to Xanteris, who gets mowed down in the pit before you can see anything.
Such a quick clash to open the 5v3. No respect, man, in the gun round.
Yeah, you know, on the rounds that are drawn out, when we were critical of FaZe yesterday about the way that they played, it was more so they had space to work with, and then they didn't use that space to do anything. That was the problem with their CT side Inferno. They played a strange Inferno. But Vitality, they're suffocating Big right now. They're giving them no territory to work with. When Big get an opening kill, they respond immediately. They're doing great on the entries. They've got protocols for their fast execs. They're trusting each other. Not easy right now for Big to call things, to adjust, even when they're making it 5v4 really quickly.
Good luck, Searson. Oh, if you even need it. They're coming in from 2 directions now. It's going to be a tough save. And he's cleared. Vitality sweep the board underneath the rug. Looking like they're having fun in the office. Everybody except for Nivera. He's just kind of sat in the back waiting. You can just tell on his face he'd rather have his hands on a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, he's licking a window right now, watching his friends have fun outside. Feels bad.
Is that the key to Counter-Strike? You got to find the window lickers and stick them in front of a computer.
And then hire him as your 6-mans.
Yeah. I wouldn't be able to play with Nivera like breathing down my neck like that.
Yeah. Like he's looking, he's like, who do I replace? Who do I replace? That's what he's thinking about.
The only person who's comfortable with
Ziwu's not looking too hot right now. Just kidding, Force. Ziwu's 14-1.
God damn. Apex 10-5. Second hardest hitter for Vitality.
Someone criticized me for saying Ziwu's name like we're French or something. We're both French, by the way.
I'm sure Chad is molding. I want it to be inclusive.
You can't say Ziwu, you can't say Ziwu. Everyone's going to get mad. And every fan thinks they're the only fan. Everyone thinks that they're the only opinion. You say it this way. Why would you say it this way?
You got to add it to that basket.
Saying it this way. Yeah, okay, man. Try casting.
That basket of names that like will always offend.
God.
Pearson. Yeah, Gods. Gade. Zipex. Zipnix. Isa. Xanteres is pretty basic. Tizian, very clear. Maybe his Deagle can be too, no sir. So just Working versus the Pistols as Vitality has been for what feels like the entire majority of this series. And once more, it's, you know, the same tale of the tape. You look down at the HP bars, you see where Big could have maybe made their hold, maybe stood their ground, but it's just Vitality that much better today. Looking crisp as they are now leading 9 rounds to 2. And I've got to tell you, I thought this series was going to be a banger.
It should have been. Vitality 42% win percentage on Inferno. So a lot of their games are extremely close. They come within 26 rounds, almost every single one. And their last match was a 5-16 loss versus Fnatic. So Vitality are not supposed to be winning this badly versus Big, who, and some of their big wins are a couple of Fnatic wins, NiP. So yeah, they shouldn't have much confidence compared to Big, I would say. It's funny that this ended up as their pick, actually, now that we think about it. Both these picks. Another odd veto with Big involved in it. So we look at Big's wins, 6 and 5. Slightly higher. Playing it more specifically at Open Fall. Close loss to G2, win over Godsend. Lost to OG, but in OT. Yeah, they've got a slightly better win percentage, but it's hard to have a really high win percentage. You can still say their Inferno is very good. I think Big's Inferno, especially their CT side, is very good. Just right now, it's a whole new Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, even after the first map, I don't question Big's ability to play Dust 2. I just question their ability to stop these Ts, but so far so good here in the 12th. They try to barrel out from balcony, and everybody's turned away. Not a single tidbit of damage has been done versus Big here in this round. And that comes as kind of a shock, because I've just been sat here being lulled into this kind of false sense of security, thinking Vitality was going to win every damn round. But finally, they put an end to that. Big will have a third. We are 12 rounds deep, and they only have a third. However, they could improve on this. Let's assume Big clean sweep from here on out. It's a 6-9 CT side. Nothing to be all too proud about, but at least it would feel like we were within the realm of possibility. If Vitality are right back to their leading ways, if they take that 10th and then maybe further double digits, it could be, a painful endeavor. But Searson run boosted across middle and then wall bangs Shoxy. That one hit.
I mean, yeah, Searson he has to put his cape on right now to get these kills. Oh, they're coming up close again. They're going to test this lane hit.
Nice. Xantares, perfect timing on that minimal peek behind the hay bales. Looks for it again. And RPK about to stick his head where the sun don't shine. Would have cost him. He just watched his teammate die from the exact same angle. But now they're going to be sent reeling down middle. 3 versus 5. Vitality, they've done a good job at working as a cohort. You know, the spacing between players across Dust 2 and Inferno.
This is a great call, you know.
Nice and tight.
It takes being brave to be able to pull out of a site like that after committing so many grenades and players. But now they could smoke it in. They got Keto kind of alone. He's going to drop his smoke down. But they're taking a bit long to execute. However, he's moving into more of a retake position, which means at the very least, you know, Vitality can secure a plant for what it's worth.
They get the bomb plant and the CTs don't die. That's one thing. If they get that bomb plant with these 2 kills on CT spawn, then things get a little wild. But they have this utility now raining in. The CT smoke is off.
What is that?
What? 7 seconds left over. Oh, this one's not going to bode well for Vitality. They had an opening. They do get the bomb plant, but as said, it's the 5 versus 3, and they had already started to lose significant HP. Xantares arrives from Banana. It's Masuda in the 1v5 clutch. That's never going to happen. That execute was limp.
Yeah, they had space to do it too. Did you see the lineup? Did they? I don't know if they threw
I didn't
it.
know. I was watching from spawn.
Assuming they didn't throw it on purpose, but who knows? But it didn't look great. Wow, it's a great shot by
What is that
Searson.
kill? Yeah, right?
Yeah, holy.
Xanterra's nice banana wraparound. So it is the fourth for Big. I tried to paint that hopeful picture of a 6-9 comeback here. If Big can just show us a sign of life, we won't have to sign the death certificate early. But the casket, it's still closing. Searson ready for another one. Back-to-back rounds where Searson gets the man advantage by peeking down mid.
Luckily for Tabson, I think the best thing about Big CT side is Xanterra's. I mean, Searson's been great right now. He's getting so many impact frags, but Xanterra's always gets more than he should in pit. Even if he's left alone, his teammates don't get trades. Had some help recently here from Tizian. But he's one of the strongest pit anchors in the game. And they keep testing this lane/halls setup. Well, Searson is no longer at A, so this is objectively the best site to hit. 3 here versus 4.
Oh, nice. Tizian. Great timing, good lineup, excellent damage output. Xanterra's peeking. And RPK sneaking in and close up, but he will be cut down after just the 2 kills. If it wasn't for RPK, there'd be more survivors, but Big doing what they have to, keeping themselves close enough to believe a 6th round perhaps, as Vitality take a pause before this final round of the first half comes to a start. That's like 2 years ago, right? Tabson first played against Apex and our lovely analyst Maniac in 2013, losing 16-6 to LDLs. 2013.
I know what. Yeah, you didn't even start
7
watching.
years ago.
You were even watching CS at the time, right?
I was not watching CS.
I don't think you missed much, man. I mean, you missed the NiP era, but like the game back then. Oh, yeah.
It was ugly.
It was.
I mean, when I started getting into Counter-Strike, the beauty of missing that when it was all going down, I think, is that when I first started to fall in love with CS, is I had this vault of history to dive into and really, and I don't get that. I don't get to ever do that again. So I'm grateful. It's like for people who are coming into the game now, I have a buddy who is just kind of catching in when Liquid was taken over, and I'm like, man, just you wait. You've never heard of the Olaf boost?
Into this rabbit hole, my friend.
I remember Moses was working on this series, the game's great, the great moments, and that was really good content for that purpose alone. But focusing in on the micro, we do have a 15th round to talk over top of, and we're getting nades dunked on top of Vitality right now. Zywoo, lucky to be alive at 10 HP. Has 16 kills here at the end of the first half. Maybe he body bags a couple others, but it's looking like Big have actually turned this around before it was too late. Looking for that 4th round in a row to just at least nab a 6th.
Where's that? Z was opping the corner, waiting for someone to go for a push out. Oh my god, he could get Coffins. Oh, instead, Coffins gets him. Searson beats out off the corner. Trade comes back finally. Opening round has been so good, so kind to Big. These last few, but now they're going to hit the site together. Tizian and Xanterra. It's going to work together. Starsky and Hutch.
Smoke flash goes out. Tizian, oh my, comes out of the top of it. Here's Xanterra's back on the pit. 8 seconds to spare. Shocks, he's gonna have to run, grab bomb, plant it with no other option. Suddenly Keto could just come sprinting in from short, but they allow him a moment, just a moment to catch his breath, and maybe that's all he needs. 100 HP on Shocks. He moves forward so that the short lane can't see him yet, but Keto is encroaching. And Shocks tries to turn his attention. What if he whips this crosshair to the right? What if he actually closes the clutch? But he won't. Lots of what ifs. But more so important is that Big have found their 6th, 4 in a row to close the CT side that looked absolutely dead in the water. Join us after the break to see how this one unfolds.
paso el día pensando en ti. No sé lo que tú me hiciste a mí. Dame más de eso, ven aquí. Baby, tú estás hecha para mí.
No, yo no te quiero solo para una vez. Tú eres el hombre que yo siempre soñé. Tú eres mi cura.
Dime que esta noche tú serás mía. No puedo olvidar lo que tú me hacías.
One half separating Vitality away from the win. Did Big post 4 rounds to close that first half so that they had enough rounds for us to not make fun of them? Or are they actually using that momentum to reverse sweep this series and push Vitality down into the lower bracket? Questions to be asked, answers to be found. Welcome to the second pistol round of the second map between Big and Vitality, our upper bracket semifinal.
Genuinely believe that was just a case of Vitality playing very well, and then Big, just making the most of a terrible situation. Zenteris, ooh, gets out of dodge. That was close, but Ziwu from the back knocks down Tabson.
Here it is, 3-man apps pop into the bomb site. They will hop. RPK executes Keto. Searson's up close. We've got reloads being made, and RPK still maintains. He sustains the A site hold long enough for his support to show up. That's double digits for Vitality first. They put a quick end to Big's heat as the team on the T side was cranking it at the end of the first half. They're going to have to cool off for a moment before trying to regain control. Or will they cool off? Full force buy. We've got the Kevlar, the Deagles, and Searson's trusty scout.
Yeah, they're going to keep the Ember going. They're out of Estus flasks, but they're still embered, okay?
You're such a nerd. Yeah, that's right. Don't even defend yourself. You know it.
Yeah. I've got a Dark Souls tattoo on my arm.
Hey. Smoke grenade. The top of B, they have to hold. You're not a nerd, man. I feel bad for saying that.
I am a nerd. Don't you dare take that back. That's offensive.
Where are they going?
Like B.
It's going to be tough for Searson to get the scout into the equation on this one. We'll see what he gets done. RPK, promise on the backside, and his Molotov actually just forced Tizian right into his crosshair. He was corralling kills before he even knew what was coming. That's a 4-piece for RPK on the back of the B site.
I think we got
Navarra's sitting behind him like, nope, not him. Famas what?
I think we got some Famas statistics about RPK. Like he's like one of the top Famas players in the game. I'm pretty sure he uses it like a whole lot. We can see how squirrely he's being. I love how he's jostling back and forth with these shoulder peaks, baiting in a commitment, and then coming back out, shooting. He's doing a good job mowing him down. He's over on A and B. He's everywhere. Mr. Worldwide.
Oh my goodness. That is money in the bag. Shocks now at 9-9 after his little MP9 killing spree here down Banana. And it comes to a pretty quick close. So that's that. Wouldn't be too much of a surprise if RPKs go to the FAMAS. It is the standard issue rifle for the French military, after all.
True. And what's the plural of FAMAS?
FAMI.
FAMI.
Everybody knows that. Look, he's influenced Ziwu.
Oh, he's made the gun look cool. See how it pans out. Not a very good start here in the second half for Big.
Nope.
If you players killed the last 3 rounds.
And Apex just going to do it dirty. Does it again and again. And RPK hunting heads blindly through the smoke. Sees and hits nothing. But still, they're exchanging rounds back and forth, up and down Banana.
It's nuts how Vitality didn't have to deal with any of this mess in the first half. On T side, they were never running through tons of fire, nades, or anything like that on Banana. They're just having their way with things, with the way they were picking sites. And Vitality, conversely, are just happy to go into that battle, fight down Banana. Come out looking good. They had 3 lines of defense there. Masuda up close up on A. They're leaving Arch open. The RPK and Speedway patrolling. It is going to be an A hit. This will be a tough one for the CTs. A chance here for Big.
Lays a smoke at his feet as his teammate falls, and Xanteras actually gets the second. So here you go, Big. Able to hold on after that initial Banana clash. Moving it over towards this A site. Well, that reaps them some success.
Really cool that, Xanteras can pull off such great stats overall, all time on this team, incredible impact rating, and he manages to, he's kind of an anchor, he's not always an anchor, a very patient anchor on CT side, but he's also a very aggressive entry fragger on the T side. He's the first one out hauls on these execs. He'll be the guy to get a lot of 2K, double entry rounds. When you typically think you want a player like that coming in maybe third, probably a great refragger, probably someone, you don't want eating grenades first. He does very well, to be the first one out to get flashed, to get naded, still have impact. Talent for sure. Best player on Big right now.
Time for a timeout. Vitality going to call one. They've got plenty of money, so it's not as though they're crunching numbers.
Yeah, again, those first 3 rounds, they only lost 2 players, one on the pistol, one on the third, and that just feeds into this amazing bank that they've got left over. Of course, a saved gun there. Not sure if they saved 1 or 2, and no op. That's interesting.
So I figured it out. Nivera is sitting between Ziwu and RPK.
Sitting.
Yeah, he's sitting behind them, watching. So if he's going to be some kind of crossbreed between, imagine a crossbreed between Ziwu and RPK. If we could just splice human beings together to make better Counter-Strike players, that's one I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah.
Who would you combine in a test tube for the sake of
I like that. A tank and Buzz Lightyear.
Space tank.
Space tank. There we go.
I would also like a cross between Oboe and Blame F.
Oboe's okay, before we get into that.
Yeah.
Top Banana control gets taken. Apex, well, they try. Apex has been so good at stopping any aggression on Banana. They trade back with a Molotov, but there's still 2 players on the CT side here, and the bomb is behind enemy lines.
How do they get this back? Apex not wanting them to even get close to it. You're right, though. He was really good at running down Banana, taking control of it, but he just gets suddenly shot through smoke.
Well, they pull back. He's got help. I mean,
yo, Tizian's in between them.
Holy Shocks. He's going to see him, though.
Oh, yep. Shocks, he's going to run right into him. Tizian turns his attention back, but there it is, the kill. Most crucially, now it's just attention forward here. Zywoo dropping the flashbang. That's going to stop the tease for a moment, but they're still contesting for bomb, and that nade gets dunked. They're going to throw some utility back the other way. They escape with bomb. Masuda tries to give chase, and he catches Searson just the tail end of this. But Xanteras in a 1v3. This is what Magic is made of. He's got 10 seconds to spare here. Ooh, not even really to spare. He needs to plant. Despair now sinking in as he tries to punch the digits. It's canceled. It's denied. Zywoo with an 18th frag and Vitality 13 rounds.
All about Apex here on Banana. First man in, coming up huge with these kills. He gets the 2 frag. Both players no assist. Ends up dying after that. Traded the Molotov, but they've still got 2 lines of defense behind him. Big can't get through the first one. Fragging is a problem right now for Big.
Still got a bit of time to work, but they need to correct course. And oh, Tabson. Eating shrapnel for breakfast. Down to 32 HP before he's even seen anybody. But they could just burst through this mid. Crossfire setup from Vitality is between ZywOo and Masuda. With an incendiary in hand, it's Masuda with the gun out, and he gets himself 2 kills, 3 kills. Oh, the flashbang from Searson blinded his teammates. You saw them with their arms up. No chance in hell. And now the walk of shame as he just crawls back to his spawn and realizes he has a minute to try and survive with this.
Oboe and Blame F would be a good one. That'd be a good one. I just don't know if that person would explode. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the human body can
like,
only...
What if you got Oboe's amount of skin like versus Blame F's like synthol arms?
That's what would happen.
Oh, they're coming for him. They know he's not going for this. Oh man, he's got to fight off a zombie apocalypse. Pearson, first shot, then he's still alive. Oh, I had him.
Second one, not so much.
I had him.
Team Vitality doubling up the score now, 14-7. We are getting to the closing portion of not just this second map, but rather this entire series. Masuda, I mean, look at that. Oh, they're scrambling. And on top of it all, I think if anybody wasn't blind, it was that fourth player who was actually exiting through Boiler that could have swung out and dealt with Masuda, but ZywOo killed that guy through the smoke. So it's like they had a saving grace, but the Angel's wings got clipped.
Right, yeah. He was just spamming, yeah.
As if it wasn't hard enough, you know?
Yeah.
ZywOo gets that one.
So
and we
Apex
find Big back where they've been. Pistols.
Yeah. This time they're not even... They've done enough. They've done enough to scare the crap out of Big on Banana. You don't have to push every single round. You just got to push enough till the other team is terrified. And then that's when you could potentially be strong on A. Shoxy looking for information. And I think he does get confirmation on one. They know there's stuff going on here. Antics at the top of mid. But it looks like they also really want to get that info back. I don't know if they push up lane or not. But they're playing anticipation of a Halls pop that's not coming. So emphasis back on the tank. Sitting here at quad, his favorite spot. The longest crossfire on Earth.
Apex so ready to hit this Molotov.
Oh my god, it's like perfectly timed Molotov. They were literally just about to move.
Yeah, clairvoyant RPK on the back of the site. A classic, but Keto kills him. Good deagle work. Apex finding the headshot through the smoke grenade, though. It's a big scalp to take down Xanterez. Tizian rounding the arch side. Just missed the rotating Masuda, but down goes Shox. Deagle to the face. Stings, and the P250 swings a little bit wider. Traded back by Apex, but Tizian got into position fast enough with that AK, and sure enough, Keto on the bomb site holds. So Big have won a round with just their measly pistols.
That was a nice deagle by Keto. He's got a pretty good deagle. I feel like we've seen his deagle pop off. Important round. He got one on Dust 2 as well, killing. Oh, wow. I didn't see that one. Okay.
Tizian.
Listen, that's the little bit of variance that they're fine with. You know, they can lose around like that. It's no big deal for them. They've won all the hard rounds, so might be slightly annoyed. But nothing more than that. See about this one. Big looking for 2 in a row. Something they haven't been able to do this half.
Ooh, that's going to be a warning sign for Shox. Yeah, he heard that one tick of fire damage. And then he ticks them back. Shox going to try and put out that fire, but even though it wasn't burning him, that's a weird.
He's just trying to make it seem like he's there.
Yeah, for sure, but then completely swarmed in the process. So because of that, his teammate on the bomb site doesn't have a helping hand, and we've got Big with 2 swift entries. Let's see if the retake can come in from Vitality. Keto, he's laying down the grenades that he had, but that's it. A final smoke thrown. RPK looking to emerge from the apartments, and he gets that quick trade frag. He has utility and then some. Molotov out first, tries to fight back. Sight Keto bests him with a double headshot and 3 kills in the round.
Oh, it was a solid start with Shox getting those first 2. Fell back, low HP in the pit. And then neither him or whoever was on site was able to get anything more. So it was just a good 3v5 there from Big. Closed out with some good refrags. And post plant looks easy. They just come jumping through the smokes. They don't care what happens. And now Vitality lose that coveted 2 in a row. They were doing so good in this half, but now they're finally saving.
So similarly to the end of the first half, we're getting Big with a little life in them. Pistols should not be a problem. It's not like Big are taking too many a ridiculous risk. Tizian wants this kill versus Ziwu, and he'll take it. Sticks his head out the window. Now they're just going to try and hit this B site. This is the one that's stacked for Vitality, so if it doesn't go well, there's still time for the bomb carrier to run away, but Keto's covered. Nicely done by Tabson, a flash assist and frag to his name as Shox is slain, and Vitality remains stagnant on 14 rounds. 4 rounds the difference. Anybody's game to win. Overtime not yet officially needed either if Big really want to run the gauntlet. But it's Vitality's time to come back with a bye.
I think this is where they try to apply a bit more banana pressure again. I think they go a bit aggressive here. Maybe Apex wants to go back to what was working so well for him. They've tried that out. I don't know if they slow it down. Maybe they weaponize Ziwu here. He's taking the peek down. Searson has been good at winning these duels, and oh my goodness, shoots so fast. I think he just sees a badge on his sleeve. Jumps across, abuses that tight ang, and it's Masuda to kill the Halls Lurker. Scary early 5v4 here for Vitality. Arch is open though. Oh, great move by Big. Oh my god.
Smooth moves, wasting 0 time getting around. Oh, but Xantera's over on Arch. Ziwu, tough spot to be in. Oh my god, he hit the shot. Even despite all that pressure, he lands the damage. Enough for Masuda to then follow up with that second kill, but there's still Searson within the mall. However, just 2 tunnel vision. Oh, but the Cyclops snaps back. Apex is absolutely robbed of his frag. However, in the meantime, bomb carrier now caught at the base of Banana, still fighting tooth and nail as they now go back to A. This is the weirdest round, man.
Oh my god. A second player running down mid. Shox went all the way around because he was such low HP, but that just opened up lane and allowed for the plant. And just like that, it's a save. They rotated into the perfect save position. Perfect. Let's go save. Oh, that was weird. That was a nice move, though, from Big. As soon as Masuda died, running up Arch into CT spawn, Xanteras made progress. Ziwu hit him in the leg. To be fair, it was close. He could have died there. But then they had another player come out as well. He ended up almost killing, I think, Masuda in Library.
Yes.
Oh, nice adjustment in the 5v4. Good to see them alive in the 5v4.
Just to show a little fight. A little spice still for Big. You're talking about Vitality's, we saw the stats. We saw how convincing things were. Their 5v4 win percentage, their opening duel percentage. You see Vitality's coach. The good thing about watching French teams is that you get more animated hand gestures. You understand what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of emoticons.
Clearly telling him to calm down a little. Take a breath. Don't stress.
Yeah.
Big exactly where you want them.
I don't know about you, but yeah, I wouldn't feel really stressed either, even though it's getting closer.
Yeah, just some zany moments, that's all.
It hasn't looked like a lucky half at all. It hasn't looked like a lucky game. Vitality looked very strong. I feel like I'd feel very comfortable. It's Big, who should be a bit worried. They're down a map. They're down 3 rounds. They had a very rough start.
Ziwu did have an incredible start to the game, but I think it's not so much he's cooled off as I mean, he still only has 9 deaths. But just like on the first map, Launders, everybody from Vitality's showing up today.
Right, yeah. And
not one of those.
Of course, he's been good on this T side to get the op kills. Like, again, not many people are brave enough to op on T side.
Yeah, difficult job. It's not like he is in a star-studded performance, but still doing the dirty. Getting them closer and closer and keeping them in this. Shox repositions. Now 2 CTs on site.
Right.
Oh my god, look, just as he's moving past these positions, they're getting cleared, and RPK on the top of New Box. They may not know that Shox is here. No, sir, they walk right into it. Searson will answer back with something, and it leaves Tabson to try and clutch in a 1 versus 4. He sees the player on a pistol. That's all they have, these other players, pistols. I mean, Team Vitality stacking in the right position and getting away with the kills, but it's not the round, not yet. Tabson's going to go ahead and plant bomb. He's going to get rushed up by Apex. Oh, but he had a chance. Masuda able to swing out with Apex, pressuring the bomb carrier, mitigating the fact that they didn't have guns, those two. Keeping up that Deagle pressure and taking a 15th round for Vitality.
It's tough, man. I feel for Big. They gamble on the B hit, but that's where Vitality gambled and put their only 2 rifles. And the setup was nice. And man, RPK, again, the way he jostles here, he baits this third player into shooting him. He pulls back and then lets Shox take the reins. Gets the other 2. Perfect combination of play there from him and Shox. And also, Shox hit them both with a nice HE grenade that took their HP just down enough so that they could get that 1-bullet headshot. And now Vitality power position. Kind of the same round as before. Big have been showing up a bit, so I'd say, you know, Vitality be scared if they lose this round, because then they're showing themselves that once they have made an adjustment, they can't keep it up. But of course, this is, you know, big. This is Big's ticket to the finals. Vitality win this round, they're straight to the finals
of the upper bracket.
Upper bracket finals, right? Sorry.
I forgive you. I know what you meant. Don't you stress. Vitality... Shock. Obviously, a bit of a disconnect on that one. Awkward.
Tizian says GG. Oh, man. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait. Everyone just lagged out of the server. Okay. I see.
Masuda stuck around, and everybody's left him in the room alone.
Well, I guess they have internet in the building.
Okay, look, I don't want to read too much into it, but everybody left the room, Nivera included, and Masuda's still sitting there.
You think Masuda's getting cut?
I mean, they've got 6 players, and you can only have 5 in the server at a time. Why'd they take Nivera? What are they doing with him? Okay, no, RPK's still here. Don't stress.
Okay. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I didn't see him.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate. It's okay. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, that's
not the end of the map.
Fun.
It's not the end of the match.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a hiccup.
We've seen crazier lagouts.
Yeah.
And we see what was it, JKS? It was a round where I think it was round 30. It's like a big flank.
Yep.
And a lag out. Oh.
Last spring series, round 30. Ooh.
Yeah. Oh.
He made the play. I think he lurked, like he was he was lower tunnels. He lower tunnels on Dust 2, watching the Xbox jump up. And all they had to do was stop a cat play.
Yeah.
And sure enough, the player's standing on his screen. And I was losing my mind. I'm like, shoot, why are you playing Discipline? And then I looked over and I saw his face, and I realized that is the face of an angry man. That is not the face of a player who has an easy kill ahead. And all hell broke loose.
Oh, man.
That is
I
not
mean,
the
I know
case
it's a
here.
terrible situation for the players, but I'd like to extend some sympathy for the casters too when we're in that situation. Not
You know
an easy situation to be in.
You know what saves casters from situations like this?
Breaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, while these teams fix their issues, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. Don't go too far. You're watching DreamHack Open Fall 2020, brought to you by DreamHack and Valve. Counter-Strike fans, rejoice. We are back into the server. We have reset the score at 15-11, seeing as Shox and everyone else had DC before damage was done. So just to let you know, we've done a little bit of a rewind here. Rejoice, as the action is set to continue.
It's rewind time.
Will Smith.
Twitch Rewind 2020.
That should be a good one. Uh-oh. That frag grenade didn't bounce the way he'd hope. Could have maybe done a little chip damage. Everybody's still at 100 HP. Flash goes high. Apex connects some shots on the man in the back and then kills tabseN. However, it is traded, of course. searchN fast enough on that op, as always, to get the 4v4.
It's hard to say who the best player on the map has been for Vitality, because those Shox have been, I mean, Apex has just been critical on this CT side for like their initial bundle of rounds that they got with all these B pushes that he's been pulling off. Whether or not he dies, so much damage, so much info, takes the edge off, really. RPK as a fallback plan has also been star of the show, mowing him down, making sure no one dies on eco rounds. Locked it down with Shox on that saved gun round in B. And, okay, big. This is like the round that Vitality set up where they went for the 2-lane 2P hit with the bomb on lane. Okay, this is how it's supposed to look.
Right, an arch play instead. Masuda, can he stop this? I mean, technically he doesn't need to stop it, just needs to slow it down. And he gets one at least 20 seconds in the round. RPK, perfect timing. ZywOo as well, dealing with the second A player, puts it all on searchN. And ladies and gents, just like that, a 16th round added to the board for Vitality. The 2-2 split from Big falls short. and the 2-0 for Vitality, as nobody's eliminated, but we do have the Frenchman moving forward in the upper bracket.
It's one of the cleanest wins that we've seen in a while. There's been a couple of series. I remember one with G2 where there's a number of eco rounds that get won and they muddy the results a little bit. It's a coin flip as to figure out who actually was a better team. But in this series, Vitality were so good. Basically, both sides, both maps, consistently looked like the stronger team. Never really looked out of control of it. And had a map to fall back on. So gotta give them credit, man. They look so good.
They look so good. I think that's my takeaway from this series. Everybody from Vitality was showing up. Shox had big plays, RPK excellent holds, Apex aggression down Banana on Inferno most notably, and I'd say ZywOo's start to the server, or rather, match, just taking over control and never letting Big get comfortable. And that's all without mentioning Masuda, who just looked really consistent, had some key moments, closed out Dust 2 in the 1v1 clutch. Just Vitality as a team look good, and that bodes well for them as they continue their run on the upper bracket. There is still 2 best of 3s to come, of course, but Dinko and Haka will be taking over the show, capable hands, of course. And before they get a chance here in the seat and the second BO3 begins, we're going to hand this one off to the break and the analysts up next.
When I get old, I remember this day when we scrolled and just felt okay with nothing having done. No, nothing's really done today. Oh yeah, feeling breezy and easy. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah. It's a beautiful day, and I'm gonna be just fine. When I get old and a million worries unfold, I will take this walk and do absolutely nothing, breathing in the love and life. Oh, 'cause whatever will come, if you stand by me, I'm alright. And this life won't be such a fight if we're together, baby. Then the sun shines bright. Oh yeah, feeling breezy and easy. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful feeling breezy and easy. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine. Yeah. It's a beautiful day. And I'm gonna be just fine.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, Only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
The raging flames of Inferno would turn up the heat in our final map of the series and ignite a torrid temperature that Big just couldn't sweat off. Vitality reigned supreme, and with that, continue their flawless run here at DreamHack Open Fall to face none other than a test of Astralis in our upper bracket grand final. Before we get there, however, myself, Blair, and Potter have got to break down this roller coaster that was Inferno. And Blair, I think Vitality may have proven why this was their map choice.
Oh yeah, they shut me the hell up. I was questioning why in God's name they'd probably pick Inferno. Maybe some other map would have been a better pick here. That T side was magnificent. I loved everything about it. Big, they didn't know what to do. They were given no space to react, and just a chokehold on the T side, almost reminiscent of what Fnatic did to Vitality a few days ago. So yeah, they were clearly the better team coming to this matchup where like both the teams look kind of good. But yeah, Vitality right now, they are the team to beat. And that Astralis matchup, that's going to be something special.
Chef's kiss, indeed. And it was something that you brought up before the game even kicks off, Christine, this map even kicks off, was we saw Big on that Dust 2. They were making some key adaptations. They weren't always working out, but it was looking like they were trying to change things up. It just didn't really seem like we saw that working out here on Inferno. What do you think were the issues with Big?
It's got to be what Bled mentioned, the numbers game. Vitality consistently played their percentages almost to perfection. But you're right, Big, they certainly started posturing, right? Even in this first half, when they were down by such a large margin on the CT side of Inferno, at least they were able to get those 6 rounds. And, going into that second half, I thought, this is enough. We've got a lot of NA teams that still believe that Inferno is a completely T-sided map. So I thought it was going to be a complete brawl. And you saw glimpses of it, right? You certainly saw Big posturing for that sort of a huge comeback for themselves. But once again, Vitality, they're just a complete package. Each individual on these Vitality side, they were completely doing their job, not getting too overzealous, not getting too hypey. And, I got to point out Masuto once again, because he seems to be a complete player. And when we just take a look at how new he is to this upper competitive echelon of Counter-Strike. He's only 17 years old. The man hardly makes any mistakes, And even in those moments when a bunch of enemies are coming your way, sometimes you misstep to the left, sometimes you overpeak, sometimes you take a duel you shouldn't. But Masuta, he tends to once again always play those percentages, always receive the right help from his teammates, and it just looks like a well-oiled machine coming up from Vitality.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see all the puzzle pieces fitting together, to see that well machine coming out. And I know, Blair, you were talking about that T-side. You had a particular round that you wanted to be breaking down for them.
Yeah, this is one round which I want to touch upon. I think it really exemplifies what Vitality were doing on his T-side. I want to call this a blitzkrieg round. All right, Big, they're getting a buy right now. They have a lot of utility. And a couple of rounds prior, Big had like the 3-man stack towards B early on. Look at Vitality. Just straight off the spawn, not wasting any time. They're straight on display. You have Apex and Mr. coming in from mid. You have 3 players over here, Shox, Zywoo, and RPK from alt mid. Molotov towards apartments. We have the smoke being tossed in. The smoke's going to be blooming for Arch. And then we have Tizian pushed up over here. Susan's been pushed back, by the way, with the flashbang early on. I wanted to notice how there's absolutely nothing being thrown by Vitality towards Banana. They've completely ignored Banana and heading straight towards A. They're probably expecting just 2 players towards A, but doesn't matter. Smokes are going to be popping off, one towards Moto here, one towards for the cross into the bomb site right next to Xantares over here. And Tizian is just caught off guard. There are going to be 5 flashes popping right up to his face. He's going to get mowed down. Apex is going to be holding towards the Arch area. Xantares is alone towards the Hay area. You have Susan smoked off with the smoke from Moto. and then they just take over the site. I want to point out Shox as well. He tosses in all the utility, and his entire job is just hold towards his banana area, and you can see how the rest of the round plays out, right? You can see then just clearing all the angles. Susan, there's nothing he can do. They're already calling for the save. The bomb's going to be planted, and it's a pretty easy round coming in there from Vitality. We should be seeing the replay as well. There you have it. Tizian getting caught off guard, completely blinded. And yeah, just they had a plan in mind, and the execution was absolute perfection from the Frenchman.
Yeah, it looks absolutely beautiful indeed. Stellar stuff coming out here from the Frenchman. I believe we can check in with one of those Frenchmen that we've been talking about. It's Shox joining us up here on the desk. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on that win, man.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to start off just before we delve into the game. Obviously, we heard from Masuta for the first time ever on up here on the desk with the lovely Frankie earlier before the game. And he was saying he felt like he'd been learning a lot as a player recently. From your perspective as a player that's had so much experience, how have you sort of seen him learning and growing within the team?
He's doing his best since he arrived. It's been a really hard task since we didn't have offline events, so it's a specific way to learn how to play together. The fact that he also have the school in plus of the game is definitely a hard task for him. So far, I think he's definitely doing his maximum, and he's doing great. We just need to, of course. Accept that it takes time, because of all this situation and the school and stuff like this. It just takes time, but you can see that he's growing slowly, but surely. So far, it's a good thing.
Yeah, he's been looking fantastic. I mean, in this game especially, he looks so calculated in his approach to some of those rounds. And I know, Blair, you wanted to talk more specifically about the game at hand.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised, Shox, with the pick of Inferno coming in, considering you guys struggled a bit against Fnatic in the previous game you had. And I maybe thought you might pick some other map apart from Inferno, but you guys were very well prepared. Was it something which you worked on very recently? Were you expecting, were you looking to pick Inferno early on against Big? Was it a game plan going into this series?
Actually, we know why. Our last Inferno against Fnatic was absolute catastrophic, definitely. So after this game, we talked together and we worked some things to make things clear because we know that it wasn't our real level on this map. So we definitely didn't. We were confident coming to Inferno against Big. We know it's not their best map, and with what we talked and worked since the Fnatic game, we knew how will be the game, I will say.
Okay.
Shox, I have to ask you about a specific round on Dust 2. You were playing the AWP on the B platform multiple times, but it seemed like you and the rest of your team always had an answer. You were always prepared for whatever Big threw your way. Did you prepare specifically with all those flashbangs for Big, or is this just the B mid defense from Vitality?
Today, you can't really have a defense where you will always do the same because the enemy will have a plan, the enemy will adapt to you. So it all comes down to what do you want to be prepared. And actually, I knew there was a danger on this area specifically against Big. So that was my decision to play like this to counter it specifically.
And of course, you'll be going up and facing Astralis in the grand final of this upper bracket. Another team that's been looking stellar so far throughout the competition. I'm wondering what your thoughts are of them so far and their performance here.
Astralis, it's still Astralis without Xipnix or whatever. And Ishtag is doing a hell of a job since he joined the roster. So it's definitely going to be, I think, our strongest and our hardest match. Plus, we know our head-to-head against them is not really good. So we coming to this match with a real mentality where we want to show, we just want to show ourselves against Astralis because a lot of time when we play them, we don't show what we are capable of. So we're really looking forward to this time show what we can do against them.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that match going down. Thank you so much, Shox, again. Congratulations on that win, man.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, Shocks. Always bringing the energy up here on the desk. I absolutely love having him on for interviews. But of course, that doesn't mean that Big are out of the competition just yet, as we can take a bit of a recap of our current playoff bracket. Christine, it just means that they are falling down into that lower bracket. And that's by not an easy task at all when we're looking at the caliber of competition there. We just saw Fnatic falling down at the expense of Astralis. So it's definitely still going to be a test for Big. They're going to be facing the winner of our next matchup, which will be Sprout versus Heroic.
Absolutely. You know, some might argue that Big's road to the finals is just going to get harder and harder from this point on. Take a look at those teams. Sprout, Heroic, a matchup that, you know, could be up in the air. D-Hall is looking spicy, and OG versus NiP waiting in the wings as well. So definitely Big. They've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, and of course we'll be getting into that one after a short break. But don't go anywhere, guys, because of course we've got our Sports Puff polls and quizzes happening during the break. The lovely Frankie Ward will be here asking you some questions, testing your CS knowledge and trivia. And of course, there's a hell of a lot of points up for grabs, so make sure you've linked your account to that leaderboard. But now it is time to be getting cutthroat. We're diving down into the depths of the lower bracket as someone is about to be thrown overboard. Will Sprout come up for air, or will Heroic drown their dreams? Find out after this.
Hello, welcome to another special edition of Frankie's Chat Room. And this is another one of our Sport Buff quizzes, because if you haven't found out by now, we have teamed up with Sport Buff for the whole of this event so that we can get your thoughts, your feelings, there's polls, there's lots more from Sport Buff. And right now, we want to test you on your Counter-Strike knowledge. Question number 1. How much are you awarded for planting the bomb? A, $300, B, $400, C, $500, or D, $600. Question number 2. What is the correct price of the M4A1-S, aka the silenced M4? Is it A, 2,900, B, 3,100, C, 3,300, or D, 3,500? Question 3 is a very tough one, and I really hope you know the answers to this one because I didn't. It is, what is the price of a spaghetti vagole in an Inferno cafe? Your options are $6.99, B, $7.50, C, $8.50, or D, $8.99. This was a very tough edition, I believe, of Frankie's Chat Room. The hardest questions I've asked so far, harder even than asking the talent to do an impression of one another. So I hope you fared well, and if you did, I personally am very impressed with you. You should be very happy with yourselves. But do stick around and keep your eyes peeled for the next edition of my chat room, because we're going to be having more quiz action coming up. I'll see you next time.
So say hello to each day that you live. It's a chance to give love, so give thanks that you're alive. So say hello, brand new day, brand new way. Wipe it clean, make it shine and start it all again. You're alive, make it count for all that it's worth. You're alive, make it count. You only get this once. 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 One time, one shot to get it right.
Freya, welcome to the chat room. You volunteered yourself for this. I'm quite worried that you might regret it.
I did. I'm feeling very brave. You know what, Frankie? We don't get to do events often together, so I'm taking full opportunity of this. I'm excited.
Me too. It's some quality time. So we'll get started with the first challenge, which is just to answer some questions about yourself and your fellow talent. And this can be anyone from the CS landscape, because the lovely thing about DreamHack and Counter-Strike in general is we all mix, we all mingle. So all you need to do is be honest with me, Freya. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. The loudest spectator, like if you're watching CS in the green room or even in the audience, who makes the most noise?
Maui.
Definitely, I've heard that now. Who would you trust to look after your houseplants if you went away and no one was in the flat?
Ooh. I feel like Maniac's a very trustworthy person. I think I would go with him. I don't know whether he knows too much about plants, though. I don't know. But you know what? He has a very trusting demeanour. I go with him.
He's also got like 3 degrees, so he totally studied it.
True, yeah.
Prepare. If you had no other option, you had to live with someone else from CS, who would you live with?
Oh, I think Potter would be a great housemate. And she's got a dog as well. So like bonus points for Potter there.
That is true. Oh my God. Can imagine living with Timo. Just
so
avoid lakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Who would you do a karaoke duet with, and what would you sing?
Is it cheating if I say you? Because I feel like we could throw it back to some proper like old school 90s classics. I would absolutely love that.
What song though? What song should we do?
What song? I feel like we've got to do something Spice Girls, like representing the UK. That would be fantastic. Anything Spice Girls.
Something that surprised you, like a fact you learned about one of our colleagues.
Oh God. I don't know. God, this is a really bad answer.
There's always
I guess I learned today that actually there's a lot of the things.
But what did you learn today? What did you learn today?
I learned today? That Vince, I didn't know Vince was a guitarist. I didn't know that. So that came from Tom, so that's a bit of a cheat. Sorry, Tom.
I think that's fair enough. I mean, the fact that Bardolph used to sell commercial property, like hire out commercial property, that for me is
yes.
that's.
I love that. I've had so many conversations with him about that because he used to do it in London. So he's like, yeah, I've been to all these cool places, for all these cool companies. That's pretty sick.
Freya, congratulations. You've survived the first part of your chat room challenges.
Asesina, como serpiente te baila, te domina. Si te pica no hay medicina. Es maléfica como Angelina. Es como una Glock que nunca se tranca. Si te tira clic, caíste en la trampa. La nueva religión, una mala santa. En la calle creció, es una malandra. Ella la busca con melacita buena. De esa que la fuma y la lleva a la estrella. Ella no quiere un bobo que la llame. Todos esos trucos se los sabe, pero yo lo sé, me llamará a las 10 contando alguna historia para que yo la vaya a ver. Y yo lo cogeré y lo pasaremos bien. Tomamos un par de copas para que se ponga fresh. Ella está por encima, le gusta la calle pero se mantiene fina. Tiene un la cita buena, de esa que la fuma y la lleva a la estrella. Ella no quiere un bobo que la llame, todos esos trucos se lo sabe. Ella está por encima, le gusta la calle pero se mantiene fina. Tiene un flow que asesina. Ella te domina. Ella está por encima, le gusta la calle pero se mantiene fina. Tiene un flow que asesina. Ella te domina. When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. When I see you dancing, when I see you dancing, dancing. When I see you dancing, 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 dancing. When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, 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 hola. When I see you dancing, when I see you dancing, dancing. When I see you dancing, 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 dancing. I got your attention. When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola. With your move fancy, make me wanna hola, hola, hola,
DreamHack Open is brought to you by Intel, Corsair, MSI, and Monster Energy.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
We're turning up the heat here at DreamHack Open Fall as it's all on the line in our first elimination match of the day. Heroic are locking horns with Sprout as one of these two teams will have their run cut short. Two people that aren't going anywhere anytime soon, however, the wonderful Blair and Maui. Maui, pleasure to have you up here. I know it's 4 a.m. Hawaii time, but you're dedicated to the CS cause.
Yeah, it's 3:45 a.m., but I have adjusted my sleep schedule as such, so it's all good in the hood.
It's going to be good in the hood indeed, as we could take a quick recap of our playoff bracket. As it currently stands, of course, we started the day off with our winners matchup. It was Vitality taking on Big. That was a pretty swift 2-0, Blair. Maybe we would have expected it to go the full 3 maps, but of course, that leaves Astralis versus Vitality in our upper bracket final. That's going to be an absolute banger.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have to agree with you. I felt it would have been a little bit of a closer affair, but Vitality, they were ready on the Inferno, and Big picking Dust2, unfortunately not working out for them. I'm just excited by the lower bracket. Look at that. Sprout, Heroic, OG, NiP. They face Big and Fnatic. A potential of a Swedish derby as well later on if NiP do win over OG. Yeah, it's just shaping up to be a hell of a tournament.
It is absolutely stacked indeed. So much competition on the line here. And of course, we can move into our current matchup, which is going to be Heroic versus Sprout. So I'm wondering from your perspective, Maui, whether map vetoes are going to be lying for this one.
Ooh, okay. Well, Heroic ban out Dust2 quite a bit, which is a shame for Sprout because they do like that map. Sprout have been banning Overpass lately, so I think those are the maps we'll see coming out right here in the bans. As for the pick, though, I wasn't exactly sure where Sprout wanted to go with this one because Heroics and Sprout both really like Nuke and Vertigo, so I'm not exactly certain who will pick which one. And Sprout has an option here if they don't want to go with one of those 2 maps early on to possibly pick Mirage, and I think that's a potential here. And it looks like, okay, they will actually, and oh, that's surprising that Heroic go for Train instead. I think that's kind of playing to some of their strengths and kind of away from the weaknesses or towards the weaknesses of Sprout a little bit. That's a nice pick, I will say. What do you think, Blair?
I like that. I think you're spot on with the Mirage pick coming in, right? I think the vetoes are kind of expected. It's kind of standard. The Mirage coming out, Vertigo being avoided. I think Sprout a little scared of what Heroic can throw their way in Vertigo. Train is something I've been waiting to see from Heroic, right? It's a map they don't pick, but we saw how they completely obliterated Astralis on it. I think it's a good map. You look at the stats, you look at the numbers, you're like, yeah, Sprout have a pretty good win rate on it as well. However, the caliber of opponents that Heroic have played on this Train is a different league altogether. So yeah, this is going to be pretty close, if you ask me.
It is going to be a close one indeed. And of course, let's keep our topic of the first map coming up. Of course, that will be Mirage. Maui, what have we kind of come to learn in terms of Sprout's performance on this map? Obviously, we can see here, they play it quite a lot.
Yeah, Sprout's kind of they're a team that you look at their roster and you kind of watch how they play on other maps and you think they would be great at Mirage. That being said, it actually has a negative win percentage for them, or sub 50% in the last few months. But they have taken some pretty big scalps. They beat NiP, they've beaten Heretics, they took Endpoint out as well, but they've lost to a few teams that kind of are you would think would be lower caliber. Namiga is an example of that. Gambit Youngsters, another. Like, these aren't terrible teams, but Skade, for example, on top of that, those are not the best teams if you're going into this one against Heroic, because Heroic, you would definitely say, is in the upper echelon of European Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, 100%. And keeping on the topic of Sprouts here, the wonderful Frankie had a chance to catch up with Favin ahead of this one.
Favin, thank you for joining me. You, as a team, were very keen to force individual duels against Godsent. How do you feel about going up against a team with a lot of firepower like Heroic?
It will be 100% harder like against Godsent, but I think if DreamHack again has a good game and we all like play a bit better than our normal game, I would say we have still good chances to win also against Heroic.
What happens if DreamHack gets shut down though? Because of course there's a lot of information now out there about how you guys play.
Then I hope we will just play like team play. We will play better and just hit our shots then on our own. But DreamHack is currently in a really good form, and like everyone in this team, and I think we can do good damage even when he has a bad game.
Favin, thank you so much for talking to me.
No problem, thank you too.
Frankie brings up a good point in that interview. Of course, we saw that aggressive, maybe scrappy, looser playstyle really testing Godsent with a more calculated approach. But I think it's a big question mark coming into this one, Maui, because they will be going up against Heroic, who are not afraid to be taking some of those duels themselves.
Yeah, Sprout, sometimes it seems like their win conditions just involve multi-frags from unlikely suspects. DreamHack has been super impressive for them, Snatchy at the top of the leaderboards for opening kills as well. And really, with Dennis and Favin behind them, two just incredibly solid players, it's hard to see them losing to lower tier competition, but Heroic is just a different beast. This team has been so hot lately, and I want to give a lot of credit to Sprout and how they play this scrappy, kind of loose style, but Heroic, they're a tight-knit unit at this point. They have been looking really solid across tournaments, and they're one of the teams that has found consistency despite the online era that we are in the midst of right now.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point to be bringing up there. And I feel like we may have a little bit more focus on Snatchy there, because I know he's been a player that we've kind of been talking about, his ability with the AWP, and we have seen him being pretty consistent across the series, at least here at DreamHack Open.
Yeah, he does tend to get a little overshadowed by DreamHack, because what a beast DreamHack is, especially when it comes to getting his multi-kills. But Snatchy, I mean, the stats don't lie. He is the most successful entry fragger right now in the tournament. He has been spectacular with the AWP. I think these two are going to be very instrumental. But I feel Maui has a very good point there, right? Both the teams like playing aggressive, especially on the CD side, Heroic and Sprout as well. Well, Sprout is more loose in their approach. Heroic are like, they have this tempered aggression. It is aggressive, but there is a method behind the madness. So it's two different styles of aggression we're going to be seeing in the server. And I feel both Snatchy and DreamHack are going to be very instrumental for Sprout to get any success here.
Well, speaking of their opponents in Heroic, the wonderful Frankie had a chance to catch up with Tezis to see what he thought of this next match.
Tessa, thank you for joining me. Tell me about your in-game relationship with Stavn, because the two of you are so dangerous together.
Well, Stavn, he is an incredible guy. He's so good as he is, and this age he's really young, and he definitely has more knowledge than me, that's for sure. He's way better at communicating as well. When he's in a clutch situation with one guy or with me or something, he's always taking the initiative and making a plan.
And Sprout have also got a very scary pairing of their own in DreamHack and Snatchy. Do you think there's a way to stop them dealing so much damage?
Of course, there's a way to stop them. We just need to prepare good for those two, exactly, and see what they are doing and why they are playing so good, what peaks do they do, and what is working for them. And they are really great individual players. I think DreamHack's aim is just insane. So yeah, we definitely need to look out for him.
Well, Tessa, thank you so much for talking to me. And of course, good luck in your match against Sprout.
Thank you.
Preparation is the name of the game for Heroic coming into this one. And I love that we get to start off by talking a little bit about Teslas. We hear a few words from the man himself, because Blair, he's been so instrumental in terms of the impact that Heroic can be showing, especially in that game against North on Vertigo. His adaptability on that map, the way he was moving around it, was just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I think Launders says it best, right? This guy just built different. The way he... For such a young player, bear in mind, he just joined his team this year. He was a guy everyone had their eyes on. They're like, is he really going to be able to deliver to the levels of, let's say, an S attack when he was playing for Heroic? And just this gradual rise for him has been spectacular. The amount of responsibility he has as well on the CT side, single-handedly taking over bomb side, single-handedly controlling the map, and just his ability to stay alive even late into the rounds. Just all around a star player any team will be lucky to have.
Yeah, they would indeed. And of course, the captain of this team is Cadian. He brings such a wealth of experience and knowledge, really, to the team. Maui, you've seen him in so many other teams. And kind of having him here with these younger players under his wing. By no means is Cadian old, by the way. I feel like he's one of those players who's misinterpreted to be way older than he is, because he's just so mature and he has so much experience within the game. But to see him being able to pick up the AWP, still bringing those numbers whilst leading this team, it's pretty good to watch.
Yeah, Cadian's a player who it feels like for most of his career, he's been a little bit emotional at times. Streaky is a word that is frequently used to describe him, but he's found a level of consistency lately that has been really refreshing to watch, because he is definitely a win condition for this Heroic lineup. And I feel like bringing it back to Teslas as well, that he and Nico, when they joined this lineup and they in April of this year, this is when Heroic elevated. This is when before that they had Snappy and Estetag, and it really feels like Heroic at that point turned a page. They found a lot of strength in their riflers and had contingency plans in their firepower that matched their tactics. And that is just a really nice sight to see, because Heroic has been a team that's always been really well prepared. They've always had great game plans. They've had nice strats, nice set plays. But now when a round gets a little bit scrappy, like Sprout is going to try to make this, they have the firepower to deal with teams that are going to try to test them like that.
Yeah, and I think a good point to bring up as well is that calculated aggression we see coming out from Heroic, particularly on those CT sides. Not super aggressive, but when they feel like they can do it, they are bringing that sort of movement out, Blair. And I'm wondering how you think that's going to be matching up with Sprout's playstyle coming into this.
It's gonna get a little messy, I won't lie. I think Sprout is sort of team who are aware of this. They know how to play Counter-Strike. They're gonna be waiting for that aggression from Heroic. How it's gonna play out? Look, based on how I've seen from an eye test of both these teams, Heroic should be coming out on top, right, in these sort of duels, because the trading potential is so fantastic. And for the side of Sprout, they rely a lot on multi-kills. I think they're the second highest rated team when it comes to getting multi-kills all across the board for the players. And that is something which is going to be challenged when you have this close-knit tendency, this pack mentality that Heroic tend to showcase on the CD side, or even the T side for that matter.
Yeah, no, it's true. And I feel like you've brought up two players here that we're going to be comparing from each team. Who are they, and why are we comparing these guys, Blair?
The usual suspects is going to be, of course, Diha. He's been a guy everyone's been keeping an eye on, the amount of multi-kills he gets. And Maui pointed out as well, he's in such unfavorable spots. There's no backup for his teammates. I think they have one of the worst flash assists in the tournament, the side of Sprout, and yet he just keeps getting his multi-kill rounds. On the other hand, we have the wonder child that is Tessus. He has been spectacular. He plays a different style. He's enabled by his teams, and he plays a safer approach, one might say. He's very calculated risks being taken by him, while Diha is more like an unhinged lunatic who just kills everyone. So it's going to be interesting how this one's going to play out.
Definitely a clashing of two very different styles indeed. I cannot wait to see how this one is going to be going down. But before we can jump into it, we've got to do predictions, gentlemen. Maui, I'm starting with you. Who are you siding with for this one?
I've got to go with Heroic here. I feel like their firepower is just on another level right now, and they are definitely going to be coming into this one prepared. Tessus, you're going to see this guy find multi-kills too, but his are going to be in the form of some excellent spray downs. You'll see it here.
Are you going to be siding with the same feelings there, Blair? Give us a bit of an explanation to why you're going to be going with the team you pick.
Both my heart and my brain says Heroic, right? Like, they're a team number 2 ranked in the world. They're playing against Sprout, who just cracking the top 20 right now. This is a team, Heroic are a team who are in contention, if you ask me, for making the finals. They still can make that run, I feel like, but they are a little shaky at times. I think that map on Nuke against North, that comes to mind. They had a slow start. They were able to get the win at the end, but it was a little bit of a rough start. So even if they have a rough start here, I feel like they have the map pool, they have the players, they have the teamwork, and overall, every facet is covered by this heroic side. So I'd be a fool to go for Sprout here, unfortunately.
I think it's going to be heroes across the board, rather, from us up here on the desk. And I think there's a good reason for that, right? We're looking at the caliber of opposition that these two teams have faced to be getting to this stage, because we sort of have to compare them in that sense. Sprout haven't faced that sort of a higher caliber opposition that maybe Heroic have, because, you know, we've seen them facing Astralis, and they managed to take Vertigo to such an overtime. Unfortunately, Astralis did close it out. But I think what we've seen in terms of the competition that Heroic have been facing here so far, Blair, it's been a step above.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Heroic came from the group of death. You look at the group A and B, and then you have C and D, right? C and D were comparatively easier, and Sprout came from an easier group altogether. That win over NiP was pretty impressive, I won't lie. But like you said yourself, Freya, like you have NiP. They faced NiP twice, so the second time they lost. They placed North, which they lost as well to North, if I'm not mistaken, and then they beat Gotten in the end. So you look at the caliber of the teams they're playing, not at the level of an Astralis, a G2, or for that matter, even, Endpoint is a little bit of an anomaly there for the side of Heroic. But yeah, you got to look at who they've played. And yes, they've done a great job coming here so far, but I feel like this could be the end of the run for the German-Polish mix.
It might be indeed, and with that, we can check in on what the fans are thinking at home as well. Of course, make sure you're voting in our Twitch chat prediction polls at the beginning of these segments. And yeah, Maui, they're going to be siding with Heroic, agreeing with us again. I know you love Twitch chat down there, Maui. Have you got any words to say to them after they're following your sound advice?
God, Twitch chat, you are geniuses today. I love you guys. 76%. This is one of the most reasonable Twitch chat predictions I've seen all week. Good job.
Well, reasonable. That's a very good compliment coming from Maui. You guys, you're the fourth analyst up here on the desk. We know we love you down there in Twitch chat. But I think with that being said, it's time to get this show on the road. It's been a bumpy ride for both of our teams to get to this point, but only one will cling on to their tournament life. It's all on the line as Heroic are taking on Sprout after this.
Welcome back to DreamHack Open Fall. It's time to get things underway with Sprout taking on Heroic. My name is Dinko, joined by Hawker for this one, and this should be a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, I think so. I think this should be a fun one. We're expecting Heroic to be big favorites, as you will have heard from the desk. But Sprout have been a team that have surprised us a couple of times already in this tournament. They surprised us in Group D, Dinko. Let's see if they've got another surprise up their sleeves.
Yeah, big fibs, you said. Moving on, the winner of this goes on to play big, right? And I think that's a bit of a sigh of relief for both of these teams. I don't think anybody's wanting to play Vitality moving forward. So as long as you can avoid them looking forward after the result this morning, Vitality getting the win over Big, that allows these teams to go on and play them. So this is the next step for the winner of this matchup. And right now, I think it has to be Heroic. Tessus has been very impressive throughout this tournament and very recently has just kind of got the respect he requires. I remember seeing signs of Tessus' ability a long time ago, Alex, around a year ago. I was doing some qualifier events for some of the bigger ESL events, and I seen Tessus playing for Optic with MSL. And he popped off and got 27 kills and 8 deaths on one map against the Fours in the grand final. This guy is definitely showing glimpses of his potential, and now finally is starting to be consistent, getting the roles he wants, and I'm excited to see what he can do.
Yeah, I also remember, I think he was on that MSL team at New York where we casted a couple of their games, which was a while ago. And that's where he had, I think, a couple of pretty poor maps at that tournament. But it was his first big tournament, so it was to be expected. He was making a couple of just silly mistakes, which you kind of expect from an inexperienced player. He's completely removed that from his game, though, and his entry work on this team has been exceptional. We've heard everyone talking about it. I think he's one of the players with the highest ADR in this tournament because he plays that entry role a lot. He's always getting involved in the fights. He's been a real revelation for this team.
Yeah, this team for Heroic, they have a player for every role, it feels. They have someone who can step up in every single role, and right now Tess is really slotting into this team well. On the other side of things, Sprout, I feel like this team, they've got a lot of potential, but if DreamHack or if Snatchy goes missing, sometimes this team can just completely drop off. We've seen that once in this tournament, I feel, Alex, against North. We've seen DreamHack really drop off in his performance, and it wasn't a pretty sight. We've also seen Snatchy go completely missing on maps and sometimes fail to post 10 kills. So we have to see both of these players showing up now. Sprout can no longer have a quiet performance.
Yeah, and as much as guys like Spiddy and Dennis haven't been terrible stats-wise in this tournament, they're rarely going to step up and carry a map, right? Whereas some of these stars can for this Sprout team. We've seen DreamHack winning maps for this squad single-handedly, so I'm hoping we get to see more of that DreamHack here today. We're starting on Mirage though, Dinko, and this is Sprout's pick, but as the desk pointed out, not the highest win rate for them. They've still got to make sure they can come on strong in this one, though. Heading into Mirage, let's see what we've got in the pistol buy.
Sprout with 5 sets of Kevlar, going for all the headshots here. 2 decoys is the only utility put in play, and they'll send Snatchy immediately out towards middle. Dennis towards the underpass, and right now for Heroic, it's 2 HE grenades, a flash, and a smoke across Tessus and Stown. Slower approach from Sprout. They have got that mid control they've been looking for early.
Question is, what are they going to do with it? No nades for them. And these long-range fights will not be favorable. Borup, oh no, he can't land a headshot. Got some information early, continues to look for fights, but Borup is now going to be caught. Fathom comes out of the apartments, and now Nico's just sitting at CT spawn. He's going to have a tough time denying this A site.
Well, we see what he can do from the position, just shrouded behind the boxes. He's waiting for the rotation from the rest of his teammates to come in. Plenty of players over here. This flank of the B bomb site's about to be spotted as well. Kidian up in the apartments with the headshot. Now Sprout have got that bomb down. They'll be looking for these kills. Absolutely no utility, so it's all about the kills, and that's exactly what they've got. DreamHack with the double. It's just Kidian left alone, and it's Sprout walking away with a pistol win. Kidian has no utility left, no kit. He can pick that up from spawn, but he needs to be very quick. And Sprout look like, with the positions they've got right now, is that they should be taking this. Kidian runs onto the bomb site, but he's shot from 2 different positions, and it's Snatchy that walks away with a headshot. Sprout with a pistol, and Heroic off to pretty shaky start there. I feel like they probably should have done more down into a CT spawn, but all of the jewels won by Sprout.
Yeah, Borup had the chance to land a couple of shots sooner as well. That might have slowed them down a bit. That might have left him with more ammo to actually be able to fight that Palace player. But he's not ready for it. And Heroic lose that A site a little too quickly. Cadian whipping out the scout for the second round, unable to land a shot first time of asking. He'll try and go back into connector. Dennis is already getting up close though, so Cadian's got to be aware of that fact. And he puts down a defensive smoke. So this is the full force by Nico through the smoke with a dirty shot.
Oh, rip Spitty. That is just a fantastic start for the CT side. Nico buying heads through the smokes, and now Borup deploying the smoke grenade outside of the ramp. Snatch, he's taking a lot of damage on board. He was towards top middle when that HE came soaring behind the boxes. I didn't quite see if that done anything to him. Missed shot from Cadian. Dennis taking a nade to the bottom of the feet, but it only does 3 damage. So right now, Sprout still in a position to recover this, and that kill puts them in the right position. Now it's down, Tessus, Cadian, and Nico. And try and combine forces to pull this round off. The Deagle's stuck back towards CT spawn. Cadian desperately looking for some sort of chance to pull the round in favor of Heroic. So this bomb goes down, and now Sprout can fall back into their post plants. Stown is going through Palace, but DreamHack is aware of a possibility of a flank, but it doesn't matter. Stown on the kill, and now he has the Galil to work with, and that does spread the attention from Sprout out across the site.
Ooh, a bit of damage done by Favin. 3v3 for Sprout to work with on the post plant. Snatchy struggling with the AK spray. Tessus wins that fight. Now Favin's got to make sure he makes the difference here. Oh no, the defuse is happening, but the USP sprays through. And I think Sprout are okay in this one. It comes close. It's a little uncomfortable, but it's a round win for Sprout. They're second on the board. Stown will just back away, saving the Galil. And it was important that they converted that second round Dinko. Even if it came close, at least they got the win.
Yeah, the thing is, it does come close. That isn't ideal, but nonetheless, it was the force buy from Heroic. So going into this next round, they'll not have anything to play with, and it's a round that Sprout can recover their economy in. You take a look at what Heroic have. It is that one Galil that's down saved over, and the rest of the team with barely any investment. It's just Nico on that deagle, a little bit of Kevlar to equal out the money. And now Sprout looking to try and pick up 3-0. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
That's a lovely way to start the round for Sprout, making things even easier for them. I think one of the strengths for Heroic certainly is their game planning heading into games. I really like the ideas they have overall for how they're going to play out their half. I think Sprout have that at times as well, though. So I think that's going to be a fun thing to watch for in this series. Seeing which team can get the better of the preparation game, right? You see those nade stacks there. Clearly something Heroic were not expecting to be coming up against them. Nico, though, landing another Deagle shot. Back-to-back rounds where he gets an early kill with the Deeg. Spiddy spotted this man, though Stown none the wiser to Spiddy's position, but that AK has been recovered by the CTs. Tessus looking for the fight with the Galil. Still a bit awkward for Sprout, but I think they've now realized they don't need to fight this mid-stack. They can just run back to this A-bomb site.
Oh, Flash is buying it off the back of Favin, but 35 seconds left at this point. Sprout sending their pliers onto the A-bomb site. No one here to defend for Heroic. And I'll just be sitting back, smoke up in front of Connector. Players now crossing. Sprout just making sure they take the safest approach in this round. They don't want to lose any more players. This AK would not be a bad save. Also, there's Galil. Something to work with in the next round as well. You know, you can get more utility out. You can have some reserve cash. Of course, they'll still be able to buy going into the next round, Alex, but you still want that AK. You still want to have as much money to play with as possible. And that is the call as they back away into the B site, sending one player on the hunt. And it's actually DreamHack with an AK right now, so he has to be able to get this kill. Cadian inside of the site. DreamHack now shifting his way into the B bomb site. But Cadian has such a good angle, and that's another AK into the hands of Heroic. I'm not a fan of that, Alex. You're just giving away an AK there.
Yeah, that was a bit much from DreamHack. Wanting those fights a little too heavily. And we also have to give some credit to Cadian there, just for playing a very sneaky off angle, right? As much as it wasn't like a massive play or anything, those rounds can make a difference. You steal away another AK, that can impact the economy so much heading forwards. So I like that Heroic were aware and playing off angles and ready to try and get those kills. Now we head into the first gun round. Cadian gets the AWP into his hands, but you can see Heroic have quite a bit of reserve cash because of all those guns they were able to save.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was just alluding to. The fact that, okay, you'll still be able to buy going into this next round, but if you save that AK-47, if you save the Galil, you've got the reserve cash over. Nico also had Kevlar. Well, shot from Cadian needs to land, and he is dropped immediately. DreamHack with a headshot, not a single kill for Cadian on the hold. Spitty turning around, catching Testis, just running down short. I don't know what happened there for Testis. He just fully committed. He didn't see the head of Spitty. And now that has given a 2-man advantage to Sprout, and this round is a non-starter for Heroic. They have to save yet again. And Sprout just, that's easy pickings for them. Absolutely nothing done for Sprout that was next level. They didn't really have to work too hard to get this round win.
And again, this could come back to the game plan slightly at the start of the game for Sprout, because Borup has had a couple of rounds already on A where he's not been 100% prepared. He's not looked 100% ready for those early fights. And he's missed a couple of shots as well. So they goes back to that A-bomb site. This time it's Testis and Cadian there. Testis not really able to do a whole lot. Cadian's shot connects, but doesn't get the kill. Sprout just going for a fast start to this game, and I think that's a good idea for them. Just try and make it into that scrappy game early. I think that's something that Maui pointed out on the desk, was that Sprout oftentimes like to make it a scrappy game. They like to rely on their individuals more. And he was expecting that Heroic would be able to hold up individually now with this roster. Now they've got some more skill on it. But so far, early in this game, that hasn't really been the case for them. Just individually, they're getting caught out.
Slow burner at the start of things for Heroic on the defense. A missed shot from Cadian, not being able to really get anything done up towards Palace. And immediately the A-bomb site just crumbles to the pace of Sprout. I do love Sprout's timeout usage in this tournament. I feel like Sprout have been using their timeouts a lot in comparison to a lot of the other teams in this tournament. Obviously, with the current online era, we've seen a lot of the timeouts actually drop off because, you know, your coach can talk during things. You don't really need to sit down and really listen to what he's got to say in a timeout, right? You can kind of just have him chip in at the end of rounds or at the start of rounds. And yeah, definitely still using a lot of their timeouts well here, Sprout. And Snatchy's got off to a good start. Nico going down early on. Again, Heroic a man down. And this is a desperately needed round for them. So much investment here with this double up setup. And Cadian able to pull the kill back. That's one kill finally for Heroic, and the double up setup working out.
Oh, Fathom was hoping he could just get into the backlines there, jumping into window, but I think Heroic clearly heard it. They were aware that that was a possibility, and now Dennis is also going to follow his teammate to an early grave. Only DreamHack remaining here, and finally, Heroic have figured it out. The double up setup comes through for them, gets a bunch of these early kills, and this is definitely going to be something that Heroic will probably be looking at. If you go for quick aggression against them, they can try and rock that double up setup. They can try and shut down the early plays. Now, Heroic have spread out here. DreamHack's got the chance to try and take some 1v1s. He's already got that first kill. You can see on the minimap, Borup is in spawn, but Cadian is sitting behind that smoke on the site. That's a really difficult position for DreamHack to be aware of, and Cadian has finally got the kill. 3 for him on the AWP, and the first round on the board for Heroic.
Yeah, finally this double up setup able to come out for Heroic. This is something that's very scary on Mirage, especially in the defense. If Stalin gets going, if he has a good game on that AWP alongside Cadian hitting some shots, this can be scary for most T sides in the world. Sprout really got to figure this out. And Cadian, yet again, another kill. They're still trying this quick approach, Sprout. DreamHack running out of ramp on his own. This is where, if it starts to get shut down now, if Heroic have figured it out, they keep winning these early duels, that's when Sprout need to change it up. They can't keep going for that. It's fine for those early rounds, and you're kind of catching them off guard, but once Heroic can sit back and sort of figure out what you're doing, you've got to change it up. You've got to be able to adapt.
Ooh, Dennis taking quite a bit of damage from the flames there. Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think Sprout, I like that they go for the aggression to start the game. I think that's when it's most likely to catch Heroic off guard. But as you said, the adaptation from Heroic has come through, it seems. The double up setup are winning these early fights now. So Sprout might have to slow things down, and they might have to make sure they don't die like that. There's not much you can do against that, though. Borup with a great shot. And now Sprout are down in a 3v5.
Yeah, I think he just spotted the head of Dennis just before the smoke popped. So as it pops, the headshot comes through, and Sprout down another man. Two-man deficit. They walk through the smoke at top corner. They have two players out on towards the side itself, and Spitty has taken down Kadian. Nico trying to make a play from CT, and it's going to work out for him. Just Snatchy left alone in a 1v4 clutch. He has collected the first kill onto board, but will need much more. Able to look like he has a chance in the round, and Stown just waiting for him to round the corner. It's 2 in a row now for Heroic. And finally, they have figured it out. Now, Sprout, I want to see what their approach is into this round, Alex. I want to see what they do coming into this one. I don't want to see DreamHack running out ramp again and trying to just take these early fights. Obviously, this round, we're not expecting too much to come out of, but in the next gun round, we really will get to see if Sprout have a change their approach on this T side.
Yeah, I kind of hope they just take this time as almost like a tactical timeout. Just talk about what you're going to do in the next round in this one. I think sit back to start with and then figure out if you just want to start grouping up for these early pushes. Because I think the early pushes could work if they were all together. But it's like you were saying, it's that solo peek from DreamHack that just gives the game away a bit too easily. So hopefully Sprout can figure that out into the future rounds. Still not a bad start for them, though. They've got a 4-2 lead for now. Should turn into 4-3 momentarily, but a couple of flashbangs. They'll hope to see if they can find their way onto a bomb site. One flash into the B apps, down forced away. That takes away the information from the CTs, but the players are going back away from the B apartments. They're not committing into that B site. There's only one flash left for Sprout, though, and Spitty's already been caught.
Yeah, it looks like Testis was going to look away, but he gets the timing right, spots the head of Spitty, and they have lost that first player. Now a man down, just a flashbang, not really expecting too much to come out of this round. It's all about Heroic cleaning it up, limiting the casualties, and so far so good. They haven't lost a single player. And it will continue that way as more kills come in from Heroic. It's just Favin left alone with a Glock in middle. And that's 4-3. Sprout got off to a really good start. They locked Heroic out of these rounds early on into the game, but Heroic, as soon as that double up setup came out, they have figured things out on the defensive side. They've been non-stop winning rounds, and now we'll get to see if there's a different approach to the round from Sprout, or will they just try and continue with that aggression?
Something else that's going to be fun to watch in this series is the AWP battle between Kadian and Snatchy. Because Kadian has the most AWP kills per round in the tournament. Snatchy has the second most AWP kills per round in this tournament. So those two have been really relying on the AWP to do a lot of their damage. But this time, it's Down who gets involved with the AWP. Early kill goes his way, but Borup caught on the A site again. Kadian thankfully trades. And Kadian, another kill up close. He's looking for even more, but Favin's getting up close. In the midst of the smoke, he's looking to make a play.
Favin has to do something here. 3 players in the defense for Heroic. They're trying to come over the top, and Favin is stuck in the smoke versus 4. This round needs to go in favor of Favin. He's going to find 2. Collects Kadian and Stown. Now looking for another as Nico's trapped in default. Nearly falls himself. Down to 7 HP, but the round is won by Heroic. And I have to say, the round is won by Kadian. If he doesn't find those 2 kills, I feel like Sprout win that round. You can see that there was 1 player stuck inside of the site. That's Borup. He's playing in front of the smokes. He's playing in towards Underwood. There's a heavy presence towards middle from Heroic in the start of that round. And Sprout just walk onto the A bomb site. They kept going for that straight up dual fight, Alex. They kept going for that heavy execute in towards the A bomb site. It would have worked out perfectly for them if Kadian didn't show up with a double kill.
Yeah, really important trade kills there, and a quick B play to follow. Nico and Tasses about to be tested on this B bomb site. Stown also here, though. That should be the shutdown here. So many CTs in this site. The pistols won't be getting much done. Just 1 kill for Favin, and a lead for Heroic. So after some turbulent waters to start this game, Heroic definitely looking much improved. And as you said, Kadian's really stepped it up.
Yeah, he is having a good performance. It's all about what Mali was saying on the desk. The fact that Kadian's been able to find consistent performances. That's something that was never really there for Kadian in the past. We know that he's had these flashes of being a fantastic AWPer, but he's been inconsistent. Now he's starting to find consistency, and you can see what can happen when he's showing up to the server. That consistent Kadian, coupled with the fact that you can have that extra firepower with a secondary AWP of Stown, can be so deadly. And Kadian with another double kill. Favin and Dennis both going down. Sprout continue to try and bombard this A bomb site, but Kadian continues to stop them.
Oh, they're still trying, but Borup's up over the top. Nice angle. Could get a second. Finally, Spitty trades, but it's too little too late. Oh, Cadian is killing it right now. Quad kill on the A-hole. Close range fights, long range fights. He doesn't care, and he wants some noise from the crowd, Dinko.
He's trying to fire them up. They're not really listening right now, but maybe they will very shortly. But this is deathmatch for Cadian. He is pushing the smokes. What is that smoke, by the way? Coming in for that execute. Big gap that allows Cadian to play in behind it. But I'm not a fan of how Sprout are approaching this. They have non-stop just branded their A bomb site with multiple players. And so many times now, it's just been Cadian shutting them down. Not a big fan of this. Sprout instead changed it up in this round. It's the pistol. They run into the B-bomb side. This time, Testis is waiting for them. He shows up with a triple kill, and Sprout, they get decimated on the B-bomb side as well. 3 kills from Testis, 2 from Stown. And that's what I was saying. You go towards this A-bomb site, you've got Cadian shutting you down with the AWP. You go towards B, you've got to deal with Stown as well. And he's coupled up with Testis on this site. This is not looking good for Sprout right now. A few early rounds, but other than that, it's been Heroic dominating as soon as the guns have come out.
This has got to be where Sprout slow things down, right? We're seeing a default spread across the map. The fast plays haven't been working, but they're looking for some early mid control, and Stown has landed the first shot. Cadian's still very low on health, but the flash is so good for him. He flashes himself in for the peak. The AWP's again doing the early damage. This is a scary sign, Dinko. We've seen Cadian and Stown carry games with these AWPs before, and Stown's still going. He's just got a second.
Dennis has got through behind those. Stown turns around. Finally is dealt with. But Borup is the second player in response. And Heroic, they're just feeling it. Everybody has had these games in matchmaking, right? You guys can sort of sympathize with this. You can understand what is going on right now for Heroic. I'll try and put it in perspective. Right now, every call that Cadian is making is the right call. You can see he was on that A-bomb site for the majority of the time with that ult. He's wrecked him a few times now, so he realizes they're not going to go away again. They would be absolutely crazy if they go in towards this A-bomb site. So you can see he's up short this time, Alex, taking fights down middle. And every call that Cadian has made has been the right call. He's positioned himself correctly at every round. And you can see what that damage can be dealt with. Down on that secondary off, Cadian in middle. None of those fights are going Sprout's way. And Sprout definitely feeling the pressure now.
Second timeout taken ahead of this round for Sprout, but it's back to the pistols for them. This is part of the worry we could have with this Sprout roster is we know that they do like to make things a brawl at times, but there has to be an element of balance to their gameplay. There has to be some of these slower rounds because it's another quick one here. Pistols rushing out towards A and Borup gets up close early. Counter smoke deployed. They're going to try and push him and Borup has been blinded. Nico's still on the site though.
Yeah, the rest of the team are standing tall behind them. This is something that you can exploit a little bit. You can isolate that one player because Borup loves to play in front of the smokes. He doesn't want to play back CT. He doesn't want to play behind triple. He's always towards Underwood or in front of that ramp. And that's something in these pistol rounds specifically you can actually counter, right? You can come out of the ramp, you can isolate Borup, he maybe gets one kill and you can shut him down quickly. The problem does become at that point, you've just got Nico in the back lines playing passive. He's always willing to do that role. You've just got so many facets to this hold on the CT side from Heroic, and Sprout haven't really figured out how to deal with it all yet. And look at this, the confidence from Nico this time. He's going to walk into the AWP with Snatchy, and he'll not miss that shot.
Snatchy securing an early kill for his team. A much needed one to try and maybe test them, and Spitty lands a shot of his own. Testis trying to go for fights, but finally, Sprout have been able to win the battles. They control this round, and they are just landing everything right here. Finally, Stown puts an end to the madness, but he's in a 1v4. Oh, don't peek him, don't do this. 1v3 now for Stown. Should still be impossible, but they're giving him a chance.
Finally. I'm going to go out and say I don't think Stown will be winning this round. But finally, Sprout have been able to put a little bit of a stop to the defense. It was like the floodgates had just opened and the water came rushing in round after round from Heroic. You see with blue in the round counter. Good damage done from Stown even there. You know, in the round that you count him out and he still can't win the round, but he's still doing a lot of damage there towards the end. And Sprout 5 rounds posted. We head into the last round of the half. And yeah, just a little bit of confidence there from Nico, maybe some overconfidence. They've had a couple of kills to Snatchy. even then, Alex, I feel like this was more Heroic's mistakes than it was Sprout figuring out what to do in this T side. They give them this 5th round. And so Heroic, they'll probably tighten the ship up, try and get a 10th round out of the end of this first half. But this has been fantastic. Kadian confidently taking that opening kill. DreamHack picked off. And Sprout have no trade potential. They thought they could get the one player up in Palace, but Heroic sent an AWPer up there.
Now the flashbang blinded Kadian, but he got the shot to go his way. Down, playing a dangerous game on the jumps, takes a bit of damage. Dennis has been able to move out into mid, and it looks like Sprout have got the control they were looking for. Down goes back for more though, flashes into mid, he takes another fight. Both AWPs on the CT side getting early kills again. This has just been almost oppressive right now. This double AWP setup from Heroic is giving Sprout no room to work with.
Yeah, just putting the boot to the throat of Sprout, suffocating them. You can see D has had a very quiet half. 4 and 14 was eliminated immediately into this round by the AWP of Kadian. And we talk about Sprout needing everybody to show up. They can't have a quiet game on the individual level. When you're playing against Heroic and Snatch, he'll try and do something. He looked around the corner, it's short, he'll go back, but waiting for him is Stavin. And that is going to be an easy kill for him. Now Favin and Dennis, and 2v5, it's unwinnable at this point, surely. Especially with Bort's position up in Palace. This bomb carrier is not going to be... Oh, he is. I was trying to say he's not going to be expecting that, but clearly more aware. He throws the Molotov up and gets away his position. He goes for the bomb plant and it's secured. 10 rounds at the half from a Heroic. A fantastic recovery after the first few rounds. It's time for a short break and we'll bounce back in a second. Welcome back to the second half, ladies and gentlemen. 10-5 is the score, and Heroic dominated in that first half. Don't let the scoreline deceive you. Sprout won a few of the early rounds, but other than that, it has been just domination from Heroic, and they will look to continue that into the T side.
Dennis has bought a dig on the CT pistol. I'm not really sure why, but I guess we'll see what it can do. He's playing on the B side, might have the chance to spam away with it. Yeah, great lead for Heroic so far. Stown and Cadian are just battling for the top fragging spot right now. They're both up there at 16 kills each. All the riflers have been chiming in as well, having decent impact, just kind of helping out. Quick boost coming in for Stown as he looks to get his 17th kill, and he's got it. Up close, Snatchy caught off guard. Another advantage for Heroic.
Going to be sending players through that con. Dennis looking for the shots, but not connecting anything. Heroic will still hold the man advantage, and everybody on the team at 100 HP as well. So this is not looking fantastic. For Sprout, they need to take this goal to Cadian. Oh no, Cadian showing up in the pistol round. 2 kills the P250. Tess is trying to get in through that murder hole, but he's stuck in CT spawn trying his best, but these shots are not landing anywhere near the head. And the round is done. Heroic, a dominant showing into the second half as well. And Favin just saving it away. Heroic 11 rounds now picked up, Alex, and yeah, it really does feel like we've been banging on about it, but the fact that it was at a good early sign from Sprout, we thought, okay, they're going to be coming up swinging, this looks good from them. They haven't been able to do anything since then, and Heroic have just dominated every front, and now with this start into the second half, I get really scared for Sprout.
I just love as well that Stown gets a kill at the start of that round, puts himself in the lead on the kill count, and then Cadian's like, we can't be having that. I've got to take back the lead. He gets 2 of his own, puts himself top of the scoreboard for the time being. Those two have been trading that back and forth throughout this game. And now it's Stown's turn to get another kill. Spitty goes for the solo aggression. Stown ready for it, and Stown's got a second.
Yeah, Stown making it work for the double kill. He'll continue to run around the corner, and it's a third for him. That's a 4K in the round, in fact, as he gets the double there. Now it's just Favin on his own. Left alone in the world up at window, and Stown wants the ace. He wants all 5, and well, he's got it. 5 kills to start off the second half for Stown. 12 rounds on the board for Heroic. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is the map pick of Sprout.
That was a force buy, by the way, from Sprout. That wasn't an eco. I know it felt like it, because Stown just destroyed them, but wow, he made that look so easy. As you said, yeah, Sprout's map pick, this is just not going well for them. There's no other way of putting it. Even if you're the biggest Sprout fan in the world, Dinko, you've got to realize that this is not going according to plan right now.
No, I think you could know nothing about Counter-Strike and just look at the scoreboard and realize that. Well, buildup trying to take some fights towards Connector. These still starting to swing out. It's 1 kill for Favin. Testis getting a double kill, a third as well on the hold. And the mid swing, I mean, at least 2 kills to come in from Sprout. I'll not be too disappointed about that, but Testis holding on for a 4K, padding the stats out a little bit. In a game like this, where Cadian and Stown were taking all of the action, it can be one of those games where you maybe don't get as many kills as you want, so you have to take them against the eco. And now 13-5. Heroic are 3 away from victory on Mirage, 3 away from taking map number 1 in a very convincing fashion. And this will be the first sign to see if Sprout will put up a fight into the second half.
If you've just joined us, Sprout had a 4-0 lead at the start of this game, and they've lost 13 out of the 14 rounds since. Testis has got another opening kill as well. Spitty caught off guard early on the A site. As it stands, the A site is actually open. Dennis is having to rotate over right now, but Heroic with the man advantage are just going to chill out. They've got the lead. They know they've got the firepower to close out this round. There are still 2 CTs on this B site, so if they do indeed commit to B, they might have some issues, especially with Snatchy being somewhat close by. And at this point, I don't mind this slight risk from Sprout. Nothing's been working for you. Try and see if you can stack the B site. Try and see if you can get the right read. And Heroic might fall into the trap.
Well, I've got 3 players in mid, 2 hanging out of the B apartments, so very well could be this B split they're looking at. And Snatchy with the first kill. Borat, the victim to the orb. Stown's dived out. Now it's Sprout rubbing their hands together, knowing that the stack has worked out. They've made the right call. They've taken those first 2 kills. but still time for Heroic to figure out what they want to do. The bomb is still in middle. It could go into this A bomb site, and currently there's no one holding it apart from Dennis, who's back at the ticket box. There's no one actually inside of the site right now. Heroic are taking their time, so they've got to deal with DreamHack. That's his second kill in the round. We talked about his multi-kill ability in the pregame. Before we come into this, he was sitting on 4 kills in this round, now up to 6. He'll be looking for a bit more as Tessus and Cadian start their march into the A-bomb site, but Dennis on top of Ticket might have just given away his opportunity, but DreamHack with a 3rd kill in the round, finally delivering impact, but it's Cadian in a 1 versus 3, and he can't even get the bomb down. Favin swinging out from jungle, much better from Sprout. The gamble, the stack into the B-bomb site, it pays off, Alex.
And that might help get a little bit of confidence back into some of these players now, especially seeing DreamHack on the server, as you said. Normally very good at getting those multi-kills. Good to see him getting back on track. I think the other nice thing about that for Sprout is that even if Spiddy just kind of called the B stack just as a risk, it makes it feel like he's got a good idea of what's happening. It can give some confidence back to his teammates that he can have some good reads, he can have some good calls in this game. But a quick B play, Favin and DreamHack have to step up again.
Oh, and D has just been absolutely torn apart. That's the entry ability we talk about that lies in the hands of Tessus. Just swinging out onto the bomb site, taking down DreamHack. So quick from Heroic, and that's a perfect answer. I love this call from Heroic. You stacked the B-bomb site last time, Sprout. Okay, we're just going to rush it. All 5 players running straight through the apartments, and Heroic will find themselves at 14th. Sprout just absolutely destroyed in that one.
I was trying to be the optimist, Dinko. I was trying to see a way in which Sprout could get some confidence back, could maybe make this a close game. I think I'm pretty much willing to say this one is all but over at this point. Heroic are even going to hunt down these final kills, flash into ramp, but the players are in power, so I think Sprout will be okay. Snatcher can just try and take one shot, and he nearly dies there. Borb gets him down to 11 health, but Snatchy is going to get away safely.
Look at
14-6.
24-7 right now, Alex. 20-8 on Cadian. Obviously, Stown did have that ace against the Force Buy that really bolsters his kills, so Cadian is still around the same position as him in terms of the impact frags, but still, this is just unbelievable from Heroic on an individual level. The calling has been fantastic. The decisions they made have been brilliant across the board. And a few hiccups here and there, but not many to be seen, and this is a good round from Snatchy. 2 kills already collected. The early peek in towards top middle, and the second kill from the reposition towards top con.
Ooh, he's still going. Fading smoke, and Snatchy spots Tessus. Nice triple kill on the mid hold, and even though Cadian has snuck up into short, he's about to be spotted. DreamHack's got him from behind. Just Nico remaining. Hasn't had to do a whole lot throughout this game. Won't get a chance to do anything in this round. That is a clean round win for Sprout. Not a single point of damage taken. And that's something for the Sprout fans to get a bit excited about. At least another round.
This is a fantastic round from Snatchy, and actually a good sign for Sprout. At least Snatchy is getting something done. If they can start to wake up, get a few more rounds on this board. Heroic are very far ahead right now. So obviously, we're still looking at them as the favorites to take Mirage in relatively convincing fashion. But as Sprout can win a few more rounds, but it's a quick call into the A-bomb site. Hitting with the first headshot. Snatchy now having to deliver it yet again. And he'll shoot his own teammate in the head. Dennis goes down, and Snatchy will fall as well. It's a 3 versus 2. Favin with the kill on the Stown that throws it back into a 2v2. This round is still doable, almost favorable to Sprout. The bomb only just going down. The MP9 low in HP, and now it is just Nico. You said he didn't need to do a whole lot in that previous round, and now he has to do a whole lot here. 1 versus 2, hiding behind triple. Both players moving towards him. He's got the first to get the right read as well, but he can't quite win the duel against DreamHack. It's Sprout surviving in this round, and it's on the board. A little bit of a fumble there from Snatchy, but nonetheless, Sprout will find 8 rounds.
Ooh, not clean, but another round is what Sprout were really wanting, I guess, so they'll be okay. Heroic again going for these fast plays. I think it was Astralis who tweeted out that they're almost like the Danish Fury at times. They bought those P90s previously. Going for another fast play in this one.
I remember seeing the P90 come out in DreamHack Summer. that was something Heroic loved to pull out. Yeah, they're a bit of a wild team, and I'm loving it. It's fun to watch. That one nearly catching off Sprout again. They've had 2 quick plays in this T side, Alex. They've kind of broken the back of Sprout. That one nearly did. Well, one should I say that broke their back. One nearly doing it in that round. But Heroic 14-8 on the board. Money's not quite there, so will be a couple of Tech 9. So this is a chance for Sprout to grab 9. I do want to bring it back to that team kill, though. It's kind of weird. It looked like Snatchy had decided, you know, I'm not going to pull the shot. He watches Dennis kill the player in connector, then shoots Dennis in the head. It was a little bit of a fumble. It's good to watch, though.
A bit of a weird one. Heroic back to pistols as they move into connector in this round. That should have been heard. Nades and rifles are going to get the damage done between them. Nico's trying to push into jungle, but Diha is already ready for it. And Cadian's got a Glock, so he's dead. Sprout with another round, starting to pull off a few more round wins now. Up to 8 on the board. But again, Heroic can go straight back to a buy round in this one. And Heroic were going for these fast plays to try and close out the game. I think now is the time they might just slow it down. They might just run a standard default. Those fast plays were kind of working. They were kind of 50-50. Now I think they can just slow it down if they want to, or they could just go for another fast play. Who the hell knows? We're about to find out. Snatchy pushing into the underpass. Oh, he just scoped in. That may have been heard. They're peeking him. Snatchy there almost getting blocked by his teammate, but Diha caught out in the B apartments. Nice kill from Favin, and there goes Dennis. Another one on the board. Heroic losing that B control.
A man down on the T side, but this play from Nico could draw that back. Look, no one's in the A bomb site, and Nico can just walk on by. He's going to have Snatchy's head. The first kill collected for him, and Nico's not done. He wants more, and he gets the read on the CT play. He knows there's a player there. The flashbang is good, and he's gained control of this A bomb site single-handedly. Gets the kill into connector, forces the Opera back, and now Heroic have turned this on its head. A 3v3, and retake happy to come in from Sprout.
Bomb's been planted open as well, so they move into jungle. They move into better post-plant positions, and Dennis has to be careful.
The double peek, Alex. There's no way Dennis is getting anything done there. Spitty now the last remaining player. And well played from Nico. Pulls that round back when things were looking quite dire for Heroic. He makes the play into the A bomb site, sees it's empty, takes that kill towards connector, and allows the players to take control of the A site. Fantastic stuff, Spitty. Now stuck with the ult back at CT, trying his best, but 2 missed shots, and that is going to cost him his life. 15-9, Heroic, map point on Mirage, map point on their opponent's map pick. And this becomes incredibly scary for the outlook of this series for Sprout. If they were struggling against the double up setup on the CT side Mirage, it's only going to get worse when you head over to Train. So things are definitely looking rough right now for Sprout.
Yeah, definitely not looking great for them. This time it's Favin picking up that secondary AWP. Last time Spitty had it in his hands. Snatchy, oh boy, down to 37 health. He was hoping that Molly would be extinguished sooner. Favin, though, solo on the B site. There is a player on B short to help, and Favin almost gets 2 for 1 there. Gets the opening kill on the hold, goes for a second, and wins that second fight. Heroic being completely counted on the B site. And Dennis, oh, he should have won that one, but Nico jumps up on top and at least gets 1 trade back for the Danes.
Yeah, Sprout giving themselves a big advantage there with Favin shutting down the attack from Heroic. But look at this play from Spitty. He's got himself in. He needs to be careful he doesn't go too wide, though. There's 3 players up there. He's got a good position. This should be a kill, at least on the Nico. The first is in, the trade from Testis, and now has to be a quicker play from Heroic. They know it's the rotate, shall I say, coming in from Sprout, so they have to be there quite quick, and Favin has arrived at the party. He is looking very solid right now. Another kill collected for him, and it's just down in the 1v3. Smoke deploys, but Favin with the 4K, 22 and 16. He's still having a good map, and Sprout reached double figures.
I think he was the one shining light in the first half as well. I think he ended the first half in double digits, 12 or 13 kills, while everyone else was struggling. He's carried that through into the CT side somewhat. He's nearly top of the server right now. He's close behind Down and Cadian, which is very impressive. Heroic having to take another low buy as well. So Sprout continuing to come back, continuing to make this a close game. They're going to try and see if they can counter this B play.
Holding on as D-Hat in towards short. He has collected the first one on the long-winded spray, but the Glock has got a kill. The Glock has overrun Favin. All not down for Heroic. Eventually it will come through. And now 2 players tucked at bench. Dennis peering over the top of the smoke, but he won't be able to see anything due to the second smoke on the site. And Snatchy catching the crossing player, that's Borub. But he was the bit. He was always the player that allowed player with the rifle to get into a better spot. Unfortunately for Heroic, it's not really going their way. Another kill has come in from Testes, but he's got to do it all now. A 1v4 in total is down to 15 HP. The tap on the bomb away, and he'll try his best. But Dennis with the USP secures an 11th round for Sprout. The defuse going down pretty close. I'm going to be sticking it with the 10 seconds here. Snatch, there was a kit available, but nonetheless, round picked up, 11 on the board. And Heroic, a couple of these rounds now, not being as cleanly as they would have liked. They probably would have liked to have closed this a little bit earlier, Alex, but Sprout with some signs of life.
And it's getting closer. It's getting there. Diha's definitely stepped up in this second half, as you were saying earlier. Snatchy's had a couple of rounds. Favin definitely the main man for Sprout on this one, but it's starting to get to the point where Heroic will probably want to close it out in this round, just to make sure. Snatchy already getting aggressive at mid. There are 2 players close by, but the flashbang's been thrown, and it's hit Snatchy right on the face. So that gives away his position. Diha also going for solo aggression, but Stown is well prepared for it. First fight goes the way of Heroic, and now Snatchy is really going to need to hit a shot here. If he goes down at top mid, that could be the game over, and I don't know if he's ready for Testes.
No, there's no way. Testes has got this kill. Good night, Snatchy. That's a 2-man advantage for Heroic into this round, and that might just be enough to get them over the line here. Sprout are going to need a huge hold of this A-bomb site. Luckily, there's 2 players here. This is the best site for Heroic to attack if you're on the Sprout side of things. You've got Dennis over here. You've got Spitty. 2 players currently on the hold. They have to be huge, though. They can't afford to go down without a fight. Both of these players need to stand tall. They need to shut down this round from Heroic, and they've got so much utility still left, Alex. They can go for the full A execute, or at least the smoke for stairs and jungle, isolate that player CT. Luckily, Dennis is in probably the best position to help out his teammate here. He's in sandwich. He can still be useful as the attack comes in. It's Dennis with 1. He'll go down after the 1 kill, though, and Spitty didn't get anything done. So that's victory for Heroic. They will be taking this, Alex, unless Favin can pull off what would be an incredible 1v4.
Sitting in the smoke, good headshot, but there are too many players to deal with. Heroic steal away Sprout's map pick. After a really strong first half, they're able to carry it through. And now Dinko, Sprout have got such a hard time in this series. First, they've got to win Heroic's pick of Train, and then the decider, if we need it, would be Nuke, which is also a very strong map for Heroic. So Sprout are going to have to dig deep here to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, I won't lie to you, it's not looking good for Sprout, but I'm glad they had a few signs of life in the second half. I'm glad we got to see DreamHack have a few moments, Snatchy have some good rounds, and Favin being the shining light. There's something to hold on to if you go into that second map for Sprout, but it's not looking pretty. It's time for a short break. We'll be right back with the Des to break down map number 1, and then we'll head to the second map.
How hard can you go? 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 How hard can you go when the beat drop? How hard can you go when the beat drop? hard can you go? How 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 hard can you go when the beat drop?
So say hello to each day that you live. It's a chance to give love, so give thanks that you're alive. So say hello, brand new day, brand new way. Wipe it clean, make it shine and start it all again. You're alive, make it count for all that it's worth. You're alive, make it count. You only get this once. You only get this once. One shot to get it right, yeah. One shot to do it right, yeah. One shot to live your life, yeah. Make it count, It's your life, just live it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
We found ourselves on Mirage to kick off this elimination series, and although Sprout brought this vision into the mix, Heroic are the ones seeing things straight. 16-11 as the Danes wrap it up, and here to break down exactly how they got away with it, Maui and Blair. So then, although Sprout showed a few flickers of life in that second half, Heroic are looking confident, and that is always a scary Heroic to be facing.
Absolutely, they wanted to kind of take the fight to Heroic individually, and we say, like, if you're talking about firepower, Heroic have it as well. That CD side was just a vulgar display of power coming out from Cadian, from Stav, the double op setup going. And unfortunately, here's my criticism for Sprout, right? You pick Mirage, and they didn't do anything against it. They were not able to handle the double ops. They were just running in, just getting completely obliterated. The B bomb side, the A bomb side, not really too many set takes even being shown there on the T side. And the little bit of a mini comeback we saw on the CD side was, again, people just popping off, right? Faven had a fantastic game. We saw some 4Ks coming in from, I think, some D-House. No, sorry, it was from, I think it was from Snatchy with the Yop. He got around with the 4K there. That's about it, like small little flickers of brilliance. But as a team, Heroic clearly were the better one.
Yeah, and I want to touch upon that double op setup, Maui, because as soon as Heroic mustered up enough money to be bringing that out on their CT side, it seemed like the half was just over for Sprout. It was unfortunate to see, but man, Heroic making it work.
Yeah, definitely. 30 kills combined between Stown and Cadian on the double op setup, as we can see here. Just good opening picks, and in the late round as well. It just felt like Sprout, who Blett actually noted as not having great flash assists. I mean, that's kind of the story of this one. If they were better, maybe you're throwing some flashes, had some better execs up their sleeves, perhaps they could have neutralized these scope weapons, but that was just not the case. And Stown and Cadian, they just went off against Sprout here.
Well, of course, it will be Cadian's choice coming up next. It will be Train to potentially be closing out the series if Heroic can take it in a 2-0. And it's an interesting comparison to bring up, Blair. We were kind of discussing it in the green room. Of course, Sprout aren't too unfamiliar with this map, but it's against a different caliber of opposition.
Yeah, I feel Heroic, even though they played lesser maps, the fact that they picked this, the fact that they dismantled Astralis of all teams, who are the ones who picked that map, I think is very telling. For the side of Sprout, they've lost to teams who I haven't really heard of, and I do enjoy watching Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike, so it's not looking good for them. And also Cadian, sometimes he has a slow start, but the way he was just fired up alongside Starvin with the double ops. Train, double op. CD side,
Yeah, if it was enough to silence Astralis on that very map, I'm wondering how on earth Sprout are going to be bringing this one back. We'll find out after this break.
Change. I need a change now. You know my Mondays. Show me the sunshine, the sunshine, the sunshine again. Change. That's what I need now. Things going my way. It's time for the tables, the tables, the tables to turn. If you take a chance, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Come on, take my hand, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Do you know how it feels? Do you know what it means when it's your turn to get lucky? Take a chance, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Say you believe it, as if you mean it. The mind is a powerful thing. So make this the first day. Make this the first step. It's time for the tables, the tables, the tables to turn. If you take a chance, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Come on, take my hand, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Turn to get lucky. If you take a chance, there's a chance it will make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. La la lucky. La 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 lucky. La la lucky. La 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 lucky. Make you lucky. Gonna make you lucky. Take a chance, there's a chance it will make you lucky.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DreamHack Open 4. We've just seen a very one-sided affair from the most part from Heroic. They were looking like a far better team. That's here on this stream, though, Alex. We've got some other decided matchups. There's lots of Counter-Strike being played at the moment. So over on that B stream, we've got some other matchups you can take a look at, the 9th and 12th decider games. But here on this stream, on the A stream, we'll continue with this series. Sprout looking to bounce back in map number 2. It's going to be a difficult affair, to say the least.
Yeah, this is going to be rough, especially because the desk was pointing out that double AWP setup that Heroic was so successful with on Mirage was good enough to shut down Astralis on this map. So if it's good enough to shut down Astralis, I'm going to guess it might be good enough to shut down Sprout as well. We'll see, though, because Sprout are at least starting on that CT side. Dennis picking up the kit, while Heroic get a couple of nades ahead of this pistol.
We'll see what Heroic can do on their T side. Now, there were a few weaknesses, I feel, at times. You know, a few moments there where Sprout were able to capitalize. And they did have a few signs where they were able to shut down some of the quick attacks from Heroic on the T side. So we'll see if that's the case going into this one. Sprout going to need a very good start. Now the attack coming out on towards the A bomb site. Heroic applying pressure early on.
Smoke about to land in the face of Dennis. He tries to push through it, but Snatchy is the man to help him out. So many CTs on this A site, but a couple of them have already been dealt with. Tessus getting up close. Another entry. Everything going right for Heroic. Even though they run into somewhat of a stack, they're able to come away with all the kills and come away with that pistol.
Yeah, good double that from Tessus to close out the round. And Heroic, well, another good round for them. Just a quicker brute force play into the A bomb site. They just get every player in the right position and they group up with the Glocks. It's that mob mentality, strength in numbers. But Sprout come back into things with the force buy. They've got 2 scouts in play, Spitty and Favin with the scouts and Dennis on the Deagle. So these scouts will be looking to land some shots, weaken up, soften up their opponents and make them a little more deadly for those Deagles. And he has to chip away at them. Stown already has got a good position though. Dennis the victim of the MAC-10, but Stown has been shot up by that scout. Oh, last bullet headshot connects with the Snatchy. And Kadian getting one as well. So much money picked up for these MAC-10s into the round. And this force buy is going nowhere.
Heroic just steamrolling that A-bomb site in back-to-back rounds. Down there threw a Molotov as well to the back of the... Which color train is that? The green train, I think? He threw that Molotov at the start of the round so that he could push up close with the MAC-10. I'm always so bad at remembering the colors of the train.
It is a green train. I don't know why. It is a green train, Alex. Yes.
Yeah, the blue train's the close one. The red train's the one on the right. I've got it.
Green.
I've got it.
It's the one outside of Ivy, Alex. And what? Favin just saving the scout on over. At least something to play with going into the next round. And I have to say, Favin was the shining light, I feel, for Sprout in both halves. He was the only player really doing anything across both halves. Specifically, that one huge round from him where he gets the 4K for the AWP on the CT side. He was looking really good there. So at least you've seen a little bit of a flash of what Sprout are capable of. It just didn't really all come together at any point. And they're going to need a good start. And unfortunately, Heroic have shut them out of this and should be taking 3-0 on the T side of Train. And every round that Heroic win in this T side lessens the chances of Sprout picking up this map, I feel. Their CT side is so good, and Kadian whipping every shot somehow. He has still got 55 HP after that, and he has no armor whatsoever.
All right, let's slow this down, Heroic. No need to be running into this A site here. It is a stack for Sprout. You haven't got the opening kill you were looking for. Probably time to just chill things out. Those 2 MAC-10 players not able to get the early kills. I've got to say, Dinko, you were pointing out previously, Dha normally the main man for Sprout. That's kind of what we were looking into this series expecting. I was expecting the Kadian versus Dha matchup, because Kadian, 4th highest rated player in the tournament. Dha's the 5th highest. They're really close stats-wise. Actually, though, almost gets 2 kills. This is got a little bit uncomfortable. Heroic also have some players low, but Tessa starting to clean up. I think they will be okay on the Heroic side of things. Dennis is somewhat close by, but again, just the USPs. At this point, they should be good to go.
Yeah, this round, other than a few players being dropped, that should be the worst outcome for Heroic. And Sprout will get torn apart. 4 kills for Tessus into this round. He had a 4K earlier against the Eco as well. He's loving to pick those kills up. Now it's 6-0 up for Tessus. And finally, we're going to get to see this buy come out from Sprout. Now, you do talk about the performances from Dha. You talk about the performances from Kadian. I think it's important that we also take a look at where these teams have been in this tournament so far. Sprout started in Group D with the likes of North, ENCE, and NiP. They beat NiP once, lost them the second time around. They lost to North, and they've just about beat Godsend. So when you have the teams that Sprout have been playing against, have been relatively weaker opponents. I think the groups were much more difficult for Heroic. We've seen that after taking a loss to G2 and a loss to Astralis. They had to fight through the lower bracket. But it has been an impressive performance from the Heroic boys, and what so far it's not been the most fantastic start into this round. Nico fighting back with 2 kills. That has turned it back into a 3v3, and Stown is moving up with the AK, but he's been spotted from Snatchy.
Kadian's coming into the back lines with just the MAC-10 as well. He might find this. Oh, no, Favin! Okay, Dha's got his back. I wonder if Favin's a 4x3 player, because he did not seem to react to Cadian being on his screen, but it doesn't matter. Dihar keeps him safe, and Sprout get their first round win on the board. That was just a fast play from Heroic. Kind of a bonus round to some extent for them. They had the Mac 10 in there. They decided to just throw out a fast A play. Heroic will still be able to buy into this one, and Cadian is going to get that AWP into his hands. So we'll get to see that Cadian versus Snatchy matchup potentially come through on the AWPs. Cadian already going into teammate for a boost.
Yeah, a little bit of a boost going over the top. I can confirm that Favin is a 4x3 strike player. And now the aggressive play from Spitty. The headshot onto Cadian. Borp with one. And Snatchy in the brown holes. Doubles up. Not what Heroic were looking for. And they have been dispelled at the start of this round. It's the most ideal utility usage coming here. And
has the
recover what's behind that. Where's it gone? It's just kind of disappeared into the void.
It might have gone up top of the wall.
Yeah, they haven't
go
looked
over
up
the top
there.
of the wall.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, it did take a lot of damage. You see the body being shoved behind the pallet. A minute left on the clock right now, and Sprout have got this two-man advantage. Favin nearly gets caught there, but that Molotov will separate the two remaining players down. Having to push out, Borp stuck behind him. Now look at this flank as well, coming in from D-Han, nearly catches them out.
45 seconds, and Borit wins the first battle in this 2v4, turning it into a 2v3. Dennis still on the site itself, but Borit is going to be caught in the back. Nice shot from Stown, though. Somewhat keeping it close. Unfortunately, Snatchy's already pushed through B, so there's no real chance. They've got the flank from both sides. Snatchy actually rotating through CT, I should say. Gets the final kill through. These early kills, though, from Snatchy. Really well taken, and he had to get these fights to go his way as well. It was really important that he got those kills on the board. Otherwise, they lose a lot of early control. That AWP, again, getting aggressive. And Snatchy is an AWPer who likes to play very aggressive on both sides. So I'm glad to see him getting involved in these early kills. And it's pushed Heroic back down to mostly Glocks in this next round.
Favin with the double kill, Snatchy as well. And that should be the round secure with Heroic. Not really finding too many opportunities to even do some damage here. So Sprout, much better from them here on the CT hold. And coming into train, it's a good positive sign that they've been able to compete early on. As soon as they've got these rifles out, they've looked pretty good. Obviously, we'll get to see what Heroic can do when they get the guns out again going into this next one. They don't really look like they will have enough to comfortably get that AWP out. So I want to see Cadian get one kill here. That would change the tie completely. If he gets one kill, it's a little bit of extra cash into the bank. I want to get that as an AWP, but Spitty running over the top, dives off the ladder, and Cadian cannot take him down. 3 rounds for Sprout tied up on the board. Cadian did actually have enough to get the AWP. This Borp, I believe, that just purchased it up. So they will get that AWP out, and Heroic will have that in play alongside the AK-47s, and not a bad amount of utility, Alex.
Yeah, good enough for them. Should allow them to run most of their strats that they want to go for, heading into round number 7. Now, Favin is trying to push with that MP9, but Borip is the man furthest forward, taking damage, but the flash through is going to be spotted. Cadian actually steals the kill from behind. Borip won't really care that much. It's the man advantage gathered, and Favin taking even more damage. Snatchy, though, moving in, gets a kill back into a 4 versus 4, and Cadian almost caught there. Thankfully, he jumps back to safety. In the meantime, Diaz pushing through B, which is completely clear. So there's all sorts of action all over the place, but Snatchy gets caught, and Dennis lines up too. It's into a 2v3, and Heroic are the ones who might be in trouble.
Oh, Cadian, he's got the AWP, he's going to be blinded, and the peek from Dennis delivers death. Cadian out of that, now just down in a 1 versus 3. He's trying to win the round, but Dennis over the top. And it's not the round for Heroic. In fact, another huge play from an individual, but this time it's Dennis, the player that hasn't really had that moment just yet. But fantastic stuff. 6 up on the transfer, the flashbang from his teammate, and Dennis closes out the round with the AWP. Good stuff. Sprout now into the lead.
Dennis rewards himself, treats himself to an AWP ahead of this next round after doing a good bit of work in that last one. Not much for Heroic to work with in this round. So again, Sprout looking pretty good so far to start this game. Tessus is hoping someone pushes him with this Zeus. It's not going to be happening for him, though, I don't think. Sprout just sitting on the site itself. I gotta say, in terms of this AWP matchup between Snatchy and Cadian, something that is quite interesting about these two AWPers is that they both get involved in a lot of the opening kills on the CT side. That's kind of to be expected when you're an AWPer. But there's a really stark difference in how they AWP on the T side. Cadian is the player on the team who tries to get the opening kill the least on the heroic side, while Snatchy for Sprout is by far the player who tries to get the entry the most for them. So Snatchy's much more aggressive on that T side. We'll see how that plays out as this game goes on, because we've already seen a couple of rounds where Cadian's been sitting back with the AWP, hasn't really been able to get those early kills through, and this one against the pistols should be pretty comfortable. Nice spray from Faven. Oh, clean shot on the last one.
Yeah, that's nice. A couple of these individuals looking poised at the moment for Sprout in the defense, and that's good to see. And I think a big part of why Cadian doesn't go for those opening kills on the T side, Alex, is the fact that he has so many great entry fraggers available on his team, right? There's so many players that can show up. Testis has been doing a great job. Borp in the past has been fantastic on the entry as well. You have that option available to you. Why would you want to be the player that opens things up?
I think Heroic probably run more set plays than Sprout as well. That's the other part of it. I agree. Testis, I was going to say Tessis normally great on the entries. This time it's Faven who's looking great on the entries. He's had a really good start to this game, but Tessis is there to strike back, and Dihar lines them up with the AK. This is just all-out aggression from Sprout right now, taking no prisoners at the start of this round.
I'm loving this. The push from Faven towards Popdog, the Molotov kind of leaves him with no other choice. Either he falls back or he pushes forward, and he wanted to take the fight. He hangs around, doesn't fall back. He does fall, but in the time that that's happened, D has actually walked all the way through the brown holes. He's just walked straight through B and catches out 2 players. Brilliant stuff from Sprout. Confidence coming through and just radiating off this team right now. And Heroic, I feel like they've kind of got caught off by this a little bit. Sprout have just been all over the map. And I would love to see Heroic just go into a bit of a default, slower play in this next round. Then when they get the rifles out again. Obviously, that's not looking likely for this next round. That will not be happening. But moving forward, I'd love to see a bit of a slower approach. Stown's still in a winnable situation. He's got the first kill on the 1v4. The problem is that bomb. So maybe not so winnable.
30 seconds was always going to make it a tough ask from him. Saving the AWP would be ideal. Again, though, back to what you were saying, I think in terms of the default setup, the problem Heroic are going to have to overcome if they go for that default is going to be that B aggression. Because in almost every round, Sprout seem to be able to either get early kills at B with Snatchy's AWP or just push all the way through. That's something that has to be sorted out for Heroic here. So it looks like Stown will be safe to save the AWP at the very least. Remember, that means he gets no money, so he's only got $700 in his back pocket. Thankfully, Heroic are on a big losing bonus anyway, so he might just be able to save and still buy in the future. But as that play from Dihar, jiggling in and out, really nice individual mechanics there, the movement on point for him to be able to take both of those fights. And now Heroic, they just decided to go for the buy. Their money was way better than I realized. Cadian's got the AWP out. Tastus goes down to a Galil, but everyone else is fine.
Yeah, we didn't really account for how much loss bonus they would have had there. And Heroic have found themselves a decent buy here. Now they're going to go for this quick attack through Ivy. Cadian was actually the front player in this one, but they've been dispelled by the utility. And look at the control they have over the A bomb site right now. Sprout with 4 players over here. They're sending another player back over towards B though, as they feel like that early utility usage might just funnel Heroic back to the other side of the map. But Heroic have not stopped. They still want to go towards this A bomb site. Good trade from Cadian. Dennis with the initial kill tried to re-peek, but Heroic have managed to get themselves in towards this A site. They're looking to apply pressure. Cadian run boosted by his teammate forward, but it hasn't really worked out. Spitty with the first kill. Looking for that second, and that's the bomb dropped as well. Down gives it away, and now it requires a huge individual effort from Testis, and he's close to making it work. That's 2 picked up, nearly spins back for the 3rd. He hasn't recovered the bomb, though. The Molotov right on top of that bomb, and now Testis looking to do everything. That's another kill, and now a 1 versus 1 for Testis. Rondo said he's built different. He might have to be a machine in this 1v4. 30 seconds left in that clock. He drops down to the left side. The bomb is still dropped, and Tess is looking to secure the 4K, and it's not going to happen. Snatchy ascends to the top of the train and looks down upon his surf of Tessis, and it's 7 rounds on the board for Sprout.
It's not too common you see Testis in these clutch scenarios. Normally, he's the man going in first. Normally, he's the man involved in the early action, and yet he comes so close to winning that one. I've got to say for Heroic, though, I'm not entirely sure what their game plan was for that round, because they went for the front bomb train smokes, and yet the bomb didn't really go towards the site at any point. It tried to push between the midst of the trains, took so much time to get there. This time, though, Heroic not wasting any time, going straight towards B, where Diha's got a double.
Oh, nearly the shot there from Snatch as well, but that does give Heroic a small enough chance. Gideon, though, will quickly fall to Faven, and the bomb goes down, and both players stuck in default. The perfect lineup from Faven. A 3k from him, 2 from Dhab, and another round added to the tally from Sprout. This is kind of a similar story as to what happened to Sprout in the first half, right, on the receiving end, but I'm going to take a little closer look in towards this other stream. North with a very convincing map win victory on Nuke, 16-6 over the Godsent Boys. Not exactly the best showing from them. Clearly not getting it done in the second half after a huge deficit. I believe it was 13-2 or 12-3, one of the two scorelines, Alex. So pretty one-sided over there. But over here on this stream, it's turning out to be pretty one-sided on the second map. Like I said, Heroic, they got off to a pretty bad start over Mirage, then got going on their CT side. Now it's the opposite. Sprout got off to the 3-0 loss, and since they got the rifles out, have just non-stop won.
That was Godsent losing their pick on the B stream, by the way, for what it's worth, 16-6. So that is not a good sign for them. Might be worth keeping your eyes on this game instead, because this one is heating up right now. 8-3 for Sprout. As you said, Heroic have been really struggling to deal with some of these early aggressions from the CTs. This time Stown pushing out into Olaf. Early nades to counter him, though. Can't push up as far as he might want to. And look at the minimap. Dihar is peeking into B again, so they're allowed this 4-man A stack on the Sprout side. They've got a man aggressively up Ivy as well. They know that Ivy is clear. They've got a good bit of information on the Sprout side to work with if this A play were to come through.
Oh, a shot from Snatch. He's quick down into the head of Stown. He pops it right up. And now a 5v4.
Oh, Snatchy wants more as well. Holding towards A main, now watching towards Olaf. Spiddy in an advanced position. Faven's just falling back from Pop Dog now, but the flank is coming through Ivy. Dennis has pushed all the way through, and Snatchy's got a second kill. Bomb dropped in A main, and this is where Dennis's flank could make all the difference. He's arriving. Dihar's been caught. Boric catches Dennis, but the nade comes through, and that's the bomb gone.
That is the bomb dropped, and that is so unfortunate. They're going to have to leave the B bomb site and go back and get that. So that kill that comes through from the HE has actually just set up Sprout perfectly for this round win. It delays Heroic completely. They had a B bomb site that was weak, susceptible to being taken. And now Snatchy has moved forward as well with this AWP. 25 seconds for Heroic to try and win this round. And the Polish AWPer is at the ready. The shot will land. And Testis is nowhere near this bomb. The round is done, and that HE is enough to win the round for Sprout. 9-3 on the board. What a one-sided half this has been. Heroic have not got going on this T side. And where are the individuals? Nico on 4 kills, 5 for Cadian, 5 for Boris. Stown on 7, and Tess is stuck on 1 HP. He'll go down here as well. He is leading the way in those 10 kills, but this has not really been the Heroic we've been used to seeing. Their T side has been shut down, and I have to say, it's been a huge step up on an individual level from the Sprout players. Snatchy in particular is looking real hungry.
That second shot on the jumping player was superb. Snatchy with 14 kills now. And remember, Tessis died after time there, so no money for him. He's down to a Tech 9. Boric having to take a UMP. Oh, the double drop down. Tessis was turned around, but thankfully Nico's got the spray on point. Faven goes down early. Finally, Heroic finding some early success, but that nade almost gets them both. Tessis taken out of there, and Nico wants to see if he can maybe get them more fragging, and he's got that second kill.
Nico. Oh, no. That's awful. Makes the noise. Tries to go back up the ladder, and he'll go down to Dennis. Dihar with a headshot as well. It's Borup and Cadian left alone until it is a 2v3. Dennis with the kill at long range, and Cadian caught out as well. This is just a horrible round for Heroic. One they just want to forget completely. Borup, the last remaining play. He spots the play. What is going on in this round? Get me out of this one, Alex.
Oh my god, what is happening? Cadian whiffs the spray. Borat doesn't realize someone's going to be out in the open. He's going to drop down the ladder now. There should be some guns here for him. There we go. AK recovered. There is a man pushed into A main, though, and Borat is unlikely to be ready for that. He's looking that direction. He's trying to clear out these angles, but he's about to be double teamed. Borat gets the first. It was a great shot, but Dennis was always waiting in the wings. 10-3 lead for Sprout. Another weird round, but I think Sprout are honestly happy to turn it into this sort of game. This is kind of what Sprout love to do, and I don't know how Dennis gets away with that, but he'll take it all day long. Double digits for Sprout already.
Yeah, this has been just completely one-sided in this first half. A complete flip reverse. We said they have to do it in the most difficult fashion possible. Not only do they lose their map pick, but they have to win and battle back and win the reverse sweep in the best of 3 series. On Heroic's map pick, the individuals looked like they were so poised today for Heroic, especially coming out of that first map, but I'm glad Sprout have been able to come back on the second map. It's very exciting to watch now as Spitty trying to hold on. It's 1 kill down in the smoke onto Tessus. Nico's got 1 on the Deagle, but Favin just over the top of the smoke, stopping any further presence near the bomb site itself. And the round is done yet again. Sprout 3v2, this low HP players both trapped in the same position. And it's going to be DreamHack with the double kill. 11-3 on the board. Sprout head into the last round of the half, having really not had too many problems on the CT side. This is just being clean as you like. Kill after kill. No one from Heroics really even had an individual moment. And that's surprising.
And that opening kill stat for Cadian on the T side has rung true. He hasn't really tried to get the opening too often with that AWP. He's had 1 opening kill and 1 opening death. It's mainly been just the Sprout players kind of dictating that early aggression, it feels like. Feels like it's the CTs choosing when they want the early fights, and Dennis takes the secondary AWP this time. Almost getting caught there, but he gets away on half health. A little bit scary for a second, but Dennis is fine. Double drop down pop. This time round, Heroic able to counter the early aggression a little bit. They're not getting caught out by the early push. Maybe that will allow Heroic to set up one of these plays, because they're throwing some smokes into this A site. Oh, it's a fake, though.
Oh, a good headshot from Tesla. Spitty going down, and now the attack in towards the site. DreamHack with a headshot on Cadian at long range from the back lines. 4v4, best chance for Heroic yet as Tesla continues to walk forward. It's a second kill into the round. Could he get another one? Snatchy about to walk into his crosshair. And finally, a sign of life from Heroic in the last round of the first half. It has been an absolute bloodbath. All of the blood being Heroics, but they finally splashed some of Sprouts. It's just Favin looking for his way back into this, but Heroic will secure a 4th round at the half. Not a brilliant half by them by any means, but we'll see if they can bounce back heading into the second.
And direct online, baby. Let's connect. Cause there's a place we can go in the computer screen. And if you're down and you're low, you're still a king or a queen. There ain't a thing that you cannot be. This is a world of imagination. Online, baby, let's connect. never breaks my heart. She believes I'm handsome and I'm rich and funny and smart. I don't want a real woman stealing my respect. All night, baby, let's connect. For there's a place we can go in a computer screen. And if you're down and you're low, you still
Well, Tessa's giving you something to get excited about towards the end of that first half if you're a Heroic fan, but other than that, there was nothing really to get behind. It was a very one-sided half from Sprout, 11-4 up heading into the T side. Things are looking good for the Germans and Polish mix, Alex, and they desperately need to win this map.
Well, yeah, got to keep themselves in the tournament. After losing their map pick, they're going to have to dig deep, and they already have started so well here on Train. Sprout looking to just rush this B site early, pushing to Pop Dog though. That's the information gathered. Tesses almost dying off, but Nico's sitting at the back of the bomb site. They do clear him, and Nico can't get a single kill. Now Tesses has to try and survive, but there's only so much he can do. Sprout onto the B site with the man advantage.
Dennis walking through the smoke. Borup has been dropped down to 18 HP, and Stown replying as well. 3v3 yet again, but Dennis just crossed behind him. They have no idea he is here. Good night, Cadian. Good night, Borup, most likely, but Dennis whiffs the shot, and Borup gets one back, but the round is one from Sprout. If you were hoping that Heroic were going to get off to a good start in the second half, well, they've just lost the pistol, and the money's not looking good.
If they win that pistol, I think they have a decent chance. I'm looking at Heroic's win percentages on both sides. It's much better on their CT side. The problem is, I don't know how much of their CT side they're going to get to play here. 12-4 down, this 4-spy would be so nice for them to win. If they could come away with this one, I could maybe start to believe. But Spiddy getting flashed out early doesn't spot Tesses having pushed into Pop Dog. They are still aware that's a possibility, though. Dennis and Favin just sitting towards the top. Nice flash, great flashbang. Dihar still blinded. How is he still alive, though? He hasn't even taken any damage there, Dinko.
Oh, damage has been received now for both teams. Down to 18. A Snatchy on 29. Heroic, 4 rounds is all they've got right now. Like you said, they would love this force by Nico. He's about to get caught looking the wrong way. And Dennis just walks on in. A second kill as well. And that is any chance that Heroic had of winning this round gone. Heroic are going to be down 13-4. Next round is looking rough for them economically as well. So it's likely 14-4. How has this happened? How Sprout came into trade looking this good? We know that their map win percentage is pretty equal across the board for these two teams. We know Sprout can play this map, but we're definitely painting the picture that Heroic were the massive favorites. But right now, you know, looking anything but. Sprout are doing this right now, making it look pretty easy.
Heroic's wins on this map have been really good. We were expecting them to look great on this. We talked about that win they had against Astralis, 16-8 in this very tournament. They've got big wins against G2, a win against Ents on this map, which I know Ents aren't the best team right now, but they are still a good train team.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ents can play train. That's at least something they've got still. But yeah, I think if you look into the results, you see that they're solid from Heroic. And we know they're a solid train team. I honestly just want to bring it back to the first half. I think it's just that they get off to a bad start. I think they get this 3-0. As soon as they lose the first sort of gun rounds, Sprout build up so much momentum. Heroic just, if they started on the CT side, I feel like it's a very different story. But you get off to a bit bad start in that first half, and Sprout, you have to hand it to them. What a fantastic performance this has been. What a fantastic turnaround this has been in terms of the mentality. Keeping the morale in the camp high after losing that first map. Coming into this one, facing elimination, backs against the ropes, and they fight back.
Nice shot from Cadian, doing a bit of early damage. Drop down pop for Sprout, and Tessis is there up close. Maybe this is the round that Heroic were waiting for. They've got the man advantage. They've got damage onto Spiddy. And for what it's worth, Spiddy currently only has a USP, so that could make life even more difficult for him. Again, as you said, lots of credit to Sprout for that first half. I think they picked their spots for aggression so well. It seemed like every single time Sprout went for CT aggression, it was successful. They've got to prove they can do the same on the T side, though, and this time they've got to fight back. Another shot landed from Cadian. This is starting to get dangerous now for Sprout. One man lost, 2 players tagged by this scout. If they're not careful, this round could crumble for them. The upside is they've got that Ivy control, and the CTs don't really have eyes on that position too heavily, but Tessus, the aggression gets spotted.
He's just giving away the advantage as well now. It's back into a 4v4. Cadian fighting back, gets one from Popdog. He's stuck here. Favin somehow wins the duel against Cadian. He just drops down, takes that fight, and that's the rifle out of the hands of Heroic. That's the only rifle they had available to them. But Stown, it comes down to the timing. Favin looks the wrong way, and Stown now with an AK. And he's still got a flanking play coming in from behind him as well. Snatch, he's going to try his best. Nico down to 11. He finally will fall. And now it's down and Borat needing to do everything.
Ooh, Snatchy down to 1 HP. The nade not going to land, but it's Borat who's going to fall. DreamHack closes out the round from the site. Comes close again. Heroic. Just 1 or 2 more shots landing. They might have won that round. Not meant to be, though. Sprout managed to stay on top of the situation. They're able to work their way out through Ivy. Just about win those fights. Favin there getting some kills in Popdog, even though he was traded. Here comes the buy for Heroic, though. Double AWP setup coming through. We've seen how strong this can be. Cadian and Stown haven't done too much on this map, though, and they don't really have any time to warm up. They've got to go now. They've got to make sure they can step up in this very round.
Yeah, if there's any chance for a comeback from Heroic, it has to be in this round. It has to be now. They've got this double AWP setup. And unfortunately, we're experiencing a bit of lag and all that, I believe. So we're just watching the players move on in. But hopefully, I believe the action will still be playing out. So it looked like an attack from Sprout was coming in towards this B-bomb site. There's only one player there. So likely to take it. Well, right away, we're into a 3 versus 2. A little bit of a guessing game, but it's Heroic that have come out on top. Cadian clearly getting 2 on the hole. Tessus gets 1 in as well. And now this retake. It needs to be huge. Favin has got the double kill into the round and will continue to walk forward. We'll continue to try and find some sort of way to get this round over the line, but he's been spotted. And now it's just DreamHack, and he's cut off as well. It's Heroic with the round win. A good double kill from Cadian, I'm assuming, and towards the initial hold that has allowed Heroic to hold the advantage into this one. And they're just playing the retake together at the 3 versus 2.
I like the idea from Favin in that post plant as well. Oh, we get the replays. Fantastic. Yeah. So it was Cadian, first 2 kills. And then this was Tessus arriving for another one. That gave them the advantage on the retake. Then Favin tries to flank around the bomb train, which I think you have to do in that 2v3 for Sprout. It's really not easy to play that post plant on the B site. There aren't many spots you can play from. So I like that he tries to get a flank going, tries to see if he can just win the round by himself, and it nearly works out on the timing. But they spot Favin in the back. Heroic get another round on the board. They've got to build a hell of a hold here on this CT side, though. A long, long way to go for them.
Yeah, and Borp, he's got off to a pretty good start. He's got 1, but kind of sticks around a little too long there. Couldn't really fall away, so tries to find the second kill, but Favin coming out on top. What a performance he is having right now. 112 ADR, 19 and 9. Nico getting spammed down through the wall as well. Snatchy catching Cadian. This is Sprout in dominant control now. They've got that man advantage. They've got the health advantage as well. Just over a minute left. Down trying to make a hero play, and he's done it. He's walked right through the smoke, and he's caught out DreamHack. Tessus with a kill onto Favin has turned this round in favor of Heroic, and they've got the man advantage.
And they've got everyone rotated over to this A site right now. Heroic have the right idea, and Spiddy, oh, he's got to be careful. He's almost caught. He's still being spotted. He's still in a poor position, but Snatchy's got a kill in the meantime. It's all on Spiddy now. Both opponents low on health. Bomb dropped on the site. Spiddy looking for the fight, but Tessus gets him on the edge of the smoke. Another round for Heroic. Only, oh no, both AWPs saved at the end there. So they can keep that double AWP setup going, and more importantly, they finally reset Sprout's economy.
Yeah, so he's keeping eyes on, making sure they get that double AWP over, because we know how important that will be for the momentum here for Heroic. If they're going to start this comeback, if they're going to start finding round wins, they've got to do it on this double op. Good round recovery there from Heroic. It's a little scary for me, though, to be honest. You know, if you see Heroic in a situation where they're ahead there and they somehow lose the advantages, you gotta be a little fearful about that. But luckily, turning it on its head, getting the round over the line, down with an opening kill.
Like this decision from Heroic to double stack the B site early. You know you're against pistols. The one risk you really have is maybe letting that bomb go down on B. So they had 2 players ready on the B site to begin with. And even if Sprout push out on A, you know you're going to hold it. Sprout don't even have the bomb here, by the way. So I really don't know why they've left the bomb behind. They would love to try and get a bomb plant in this round, but it's not going to matter. They're going to lose the fight. Nico with a long-range spray knocks them all down. Heroic with another round win. And this is what Heroic will be hoping to rely on, Dinko. If they want to come back here, resetting Sprout's economy, forcing them back to those low buys, and getting some easier round wins is obviously the best way to do it.
Yeah, you have to be able to get control of this game if you're Heroic. You can't let anything fall out of your hands. Sprout coming into the round. They've got the AK-47s. Can a quicker play maybe cost these ops? Can that infiltrate the defense? They've got a fast play to the A site. Tetris immediately goes down, and Borb only good for 1 kill. That'll hold the advantage in place for Sprout. And now Cadian, 8-17, all but his hand on the defensive side. This is where he was doing so much work on Mirage. But that is so long ago now. It's all about the performance here, and he's not too far off landing that shot. It's down in the back lines. He's actually doing anything with that AWP. Cadian has fallen without a single kill. And now the pressure really is on Stown and Nico to make this work. Nico forced forward, catches Favin. Now Stown looking for the kill. As Spiddy's to the right side, he'll get caught without a single frag in that position. And so it all falls on to Nico to stop Sprout from reaching map point. And Spiddy catches him through the smoke. 15-7. Map point for Sprout. And it looks like now, Alex, they've done enough. I don't really feel like Heroic have any chances left now. I think that was their final chance. They had to be flawless. They had to win it all in. And that round not going their way. Sprout now on map point. Money is not that great for Heroic. Their buy is not fantastic, but it's not awful. They've got enough to play with.
Nice round from Spitty, playing around that smoke as well. I like that angle he took to begin with against Cadian. Stown lining them up with the MP9. 2 early kills. That was an AWP dropping down, and Stown goes back for more. He's hungry for seconds. He's hungry for thirds. He's got a 3K in at Pop Dog.
Yeah, that's huge from Stown. That is a statement that he is not done yet. He wants to continue to fight here on Trent. That is the kind of performance you need. That's the kind of moment Heroic desperately needed to maybe inject a little bit more life into them. It's unrealistic to call the comeback yet, Alex. It certainly is. With the amount of these rounds that have come close and a big individual round here from Stown keeping them alive, it's still unrealistic to expect the comeback, but we're setting up the storyline. We're allowing the chance here for Heroic to try and come back into it, because there is a chance, a small, minute chance that they pull back to overtime. But Sprout, they're so far ahead right now. They're going to take the full eco. They're going to allow another round here for Heroic.
Got to be done for Sprout. You've got a big lead. You've got to be confident you can close it out in these gun rounds once you get them. That was a Zeus attempt from Dha. Not quite close enough to get the kill. Tessus is down to 26 health. Was it the Zeus? No, he didn't shoot the Zeus. Okay. I was a bit confused for a second. Oh, nice lineup for Tessus. Again, having a pretty good game, even if the rest of Heroic aren't. And Tessus might get an easy ace here. Or Borat might steal it away. Oh, okay, well, no Tessus gets caught.
How's that allowed to happen? Statue is walking out with a Glock. Tessus just asking questions. How? He's laughing a little bit about it, though. 15-9 on the board now. Another round for Heroic. Tessus lighting them up. They just drop down conveyor belt of death, supplying easy kills for Tessus. Now, another round added to the tally from Heroic. We did see a small comeback from Sprout over on Mirage in the second half, but it wasn't really enough to get them back into things. Now we've got a chance for Heroic pulling things back on Trim. Will it be enough, though? Again, an aggressive play and another kill going in favor of Heroic. Favin was down first. He was down in Pop Dog already, but it's still going to be Heroic. Oh my God, Dennis still somehow gets the kill before falling to his own death. Borup done enough damage to make the fall damage enough to kill Dennis, and now a 4v3, a man advantage in play for Heroic. Molotov comes in at the right time.
Gotta say, Sprout definitely keep it entertaining, don't they? With some of these rounds, with some of the aggressions they're going for. Spiddy going alone towards B with the bomb right now. He's got to be very careful he doesn't give anything away too easily. Double AWP setup still there for Heroic. Oh, Tessus on the flank as well. That's the bomb I was talking about. And that might be the round snatched away from Sprout. I don't think they can really do anything here. DHa's going to come back and investigate. See if he can get a kill or two. See if he can get that bomb back. But the time is ticking. And Heroic's still not pushing in to fully cover off the bomb. Tessus is actually sitting back. So maybe DH could get the bomb. But it's just such a big risk at this point. Doesn't feel doable.
Yeah. So another round added to the tally from Heroic. They managed to pull all this the whole way back. That would just be unbelievable. A huge performance from them. But still, Sprout, a lot of rounds to play with still, and they just need one. There's so many opportunities on map point now. And DH left alone with the AK-47 in the showers. There's no real chance of him doing much, obviously, if he doesn't get this AK carried over. So I want to at least have that to play with in this next round. So they have an AK. The rest of the team probably just going to have to take a small investment, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols. I wouldn't like to see a force buy. You know, if they force buy fully and they leave all the money on the line, Alex, if they lose this round, which is realistic, it's the most likely of outcomes, then they're giving Heroic the huge chance back to the comeback.
And they make sure to keep some money in the bank, but Sound's already got the first shot to land onto Spiddy. Quite a few early nades into the A site. In fact, Sprout have used almost all their utility. Some early smokes out to A, quite a few early flashes as well. They had a lot of utility at the start of this round. I think Spiddy was also one of the players that had a full set of nades, but he didn't really get to use them because he got picked off so early. So now Sprout only have a couple of flashes remaining, and because of that, they're just going to hope to see if they can pop their way onto this B side of things.
We'll see if they can at least get a bomb plant down here. That would be real solid for their economy. They have got some reserve cash left over, Alex, but it's not exactly ideal. There's certainly a couple of weaknesses still in there for Sprout going into this next round. So a bomb plant would set them up perfectly for the next one. Gideon holding on, looking for his 10th kill. He's blinded, and he doesn't take a shot. He'll go down. DH walking away with it. And Favid as well getting a kill on the pistol. Not only will they get the bomb plant, but now they've got a chance to win the round. They have a chance to close it here. And Dennis with the headshot has given them an advantage to Sprout. The flank from Borup needs to be everything. It is everything now. 1 versus 3 for Borup to save Heroic here in the most unlikely of rounds, but the push comes through, the double kill. They don't see him. They don't know where he's coming from. And that's 2 kills now down to the 1v1, but it's Bavin that'll close it. 16-10 from Sprout. They win on the force buy. A couple of upgraded pistols from the few players, Alex. They were leaving money for the next round. They did not expect to win in this fashion.
Oh, I think Heroic just needed to be a little bit more patient there. Borup had that big flank going. I thought that was going to win them the round, but both of the other players fight. And even though Borup has that flank, even though Sprout weren't ready for it, he can't win the 1v3. He brings it close. Heroic, though, having to play for a third map. And I'm kind of glad we get a third map, Dinko, because Nuke is a map that both of these teams love to play.
Yeah, I'm glad Sprout didn't fizzle out going into the next map. It's the complete opposite, right? They ignite a flame within them. They win trade in a very convincing fashion, I have to say. They completely locked Heroic out in that first half, and I'm excited to see what this final map has to offer. We head to Nuke after a short post-game breakdown from the desk.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you to stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
We thought it may be full steam ahead for Heroic after a convincing performance on Mirage, but this train was going to an entirely different destination. That final station would be on Sprout's side of the tracks and a complete turnaround to hang on to their tournament life. A lot of questions after map number 2, and luckily, joining me to answer them, the wonderful Maui and Blair. And Maui, I think the question that we've got to start with is, where on earth did it go wrong for Heroic?
Oh man, it's all over the place, I guess. Every single play for Heroic just wasn't working for them. Defaults were getting picked apart by Sprout's aggression. Their set plays were also getting just destroyed. It felt like Heroic weren't really ready to play this type of style that they needed to in order to combat Sprout. And when Sprout are playing with that heavy, aggressive style, trying to take control of every part of the map constantly, there's ways to play around it. You can retake that space with a little bit of utility protocols, good trading procedures, but it seemed like Heroic kind of just wanted to play their game in that first half, but Sprout said, we're never going to let that happen.
No, and I think a nice comparison that Hawker made during the game was a comparison of Cadian and Statchi in those AWPing roles, because it seemed like Statchi, he was getting, dictating the pace a lot on that CT side. But then we flip over and Cadian not really doing as much as maybe we would expect him to be doing there.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Snatchy really woke up. And firstly, credit to Sprout for waking up there, kind of completely ignoring what happened. It takes a little bit of mental resilience to make that happen. And for a team who, let's be real, Heroic are the favorite team. So good work from Sprout for bouncing back. But here's my little bit of criticism for Cadian, right? I love the guy. He's a fantastic player, a fantastic IGL and an AWPer. He was involved in a total of 3 opening duels in that entire map, which was 26 rounds. As a primary AWPer for your team on the T side, I expect a little bit more from him. Now, I understand Heroic, the CD side, that's where they're going to be relying on. That's what they usually rely on. That's where they find the most success on. But you need to have some rounds to work with, a little bit of buffer to work with to kind of mount that comeback, which never happened. And I would have liked to see Cadian kind of be the at the front of the pack, so to speak, right? Getting some of those opening picks. But unfortunately, it was just going the way of Mrs. Snappy and Diha.
Yeah, and then we're going on to Nuke as map number 3. Of course, this is a map that we've seen the Danes have a lot of success on, but something we were discussing, Maui, Sprout have also had a lot of success on it too, and you can see by that win rate. And even adding on into that, they've had success against Godsend and NiP so far at this tournament.
Yeah, I would still say that the level of competition that Sprout has had success on Nuke on isn't as high as Heroic's, because Heroic has beaten Astralis on this map. They've beaten OG, Na'Vi, top teams in the world on this map. So Heroic are still the favorites going into the 3rd map, but that 100% win rate for Sprout, I mean, something's clicking for them right now, and they know that they have a puncher's chance in this one, and that's the scariest thing if you're Heroic, to see players like Favin just stepping up in ways that you wouldn't imagine. Players like Diha are finally getting into this series, and that might spell the recipe for disaster that Sprout definitely need if they want to take this one against Heroic.
Well, of course, we'll see who will be taking it after this 3rd and final map. It's going to be Nuke, and it's coming up after a short break.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
When I see you dancing, I'm like, hola, 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 hola.
Sprout have forced us to a third map. It's time for Nuke coming up. We'll see if they can continue their 100% win streak on this map, or will it be Heroic bouncing back and breaking their hearts on map number 3? Elimination faces the team that loses this map, Alex, and Big the other.
Yeah, and it's Nuke that we get to see as the decider, right? Which is what we were waiting for. We were talking just before this about Sprout's ridiculous win percentage, the ridiculous win streak they have on this map. But we were also talking about how Heroic have been beating some of the best teams in the world on this map. So this is going to be a really exciting final map. I wasn't sure if we were going to get here, but we get to see what these teams have to show us on Nuke.
Yes, indeed. I think Sprout have impressed everybody in this tournament so far. They've been away working on their map pool, deepening it out, and it has been really solid for them. The fact that they can go the distance, come back on twin, and now we're standing here on Nuke. A good start for Dennis and Fav, and a second kill for Dennis into the round. Heroic trying to fight back, but they're a man down. It's been a quick play, dispelled quicker by Sprout. They have a man advantage, and now followed up as well. Just Cadian left alone. And he was incredibly quiet on the T side. And he's over here again, starting on that attacking side.
3 CTs stacked against him. Different heights, different angles to deal with on this Persian Cadian. Spots them all at once. They all gang up on him. Don't even need the headshot. They all just land shots to the body to close out the round. Sprout one step ahead of Heroic on that pistol there. Just having a couple of players on this A site early. Dennis up close, can just spam them down. He can line up a bit of a crossfire with the player from heaven. And the fast-paced pistol not successful for Heroic this time round. They'll be hoping that they can do something in this second round, though, because they've gone for the full investment. Mac 10 in the hands of Tessus while everyone else buys up pistols. And Heroic have decided they're not going to go for a fast play this round. They're going to slow it down a little bit.
Smoke up into the ramp from a quicker play from DreamHack, holding on for 3. He's going to try and get this 4K as well as he switches to the USP. Every single player falls at the hands of DreamHack, and now it's just Nico. Just Nico left alone in a 1v5. And with this Deagle in his hands, as the entire team of Sprout defined. That's a fantastic start for DreamHack. Yes, against the pistols, but still doing it in style. I do start to fear for them. Early on, if Heroic can not get off to a good start yet again in their T side. You have to remember, guys, they did have the 3-0 lead over on Train and still only managed 4 rounds at the half. I thought that would have been Nico dead there, but he does turn around and catch Snatchy. And now he's going to be under pressure. Fabin running at him with the MP9. 2-0 start for Sprout.
Good start to the game for them. Pretty clean second round win as well. DreamHack definitely dishing out the damage at Ramp Room. Good to see him getting a nice spray down early into this game. 6-0 already, and Heroic having to take another save ahead of this next one. One flashbang bought by them. So this should be pretty easy pickings in this round for Sprout. Nate goes down early, doesn't connect. Oh, Tessus is jumping down. He's actually got in a somewhat awkward position, and the spray from behind doesn't get the kill. It's not going to matter, though. The rest of the players are cleaning up. Dennis finally finds that one, and Stown is looking to just push into ramp, but I don't think there's much for him to do here. He's got 1 kill. Any more would be a bonus, and it's not going to happen.
Over on the other stream, Godsent trying to battle back, but it's another 12-3 scoreline for North to end the half. Sticker committed with a big clutch, so perhaps ramp some energy lifted in the Godsent camp as they're getting manhandled over on Vertigo, it seems right now. That's over on the other stream, the 9th and 12th decider matchups. Sprout at the moment, though, 3-0 is the lead on map number 3 of this series. Heroic trying to battle back. Finally, they got the rifles out. The utility available. Snatchy fails the jump.
He's going to have to play behind the smokes because of it. Still, though, the AWP in his hands should be good in these long-range fights. There's no sniper up against him. Nico, though, just focused on getting into secret. So early smokes get Nico into this position. Spiddy's going to go ahead and hold this very tight angle with a nade ready in case he needs to molly himself, in case he needs to hold on to that position. But Heroic were just looking for the early map control, and the molly from Stow nets him the opening kill. Dennis was hoping to play up close, but he gets denied. And now Heroic go back to ramp, where DreamHack is ready and waiting.
DreamHack shut them down when they were on the pistols. This time, manages one headshot. Man advantage for Heroic still intact and followed up upon by Teslas on the double. Sprout, now with just 2 players left. They've got Spitty on the lower bomb site in control room, Favin on the stairway, and Heroic are not going towards B. Instead, they turn their attentions towards A, and currently no one here from the defense. So Heroic will be finding themselves their first on the board. Favin and Spitty have got M4s now to play with, both of the players finding them. So probably just a safe call at this point for Sprout. And Heroic, well, they answer back with a good round here. They only lose the 1 player.
Yeah, I really like how Heroic set up that round as well. So to begin with, they get Nico into Secret. Instantly, Sprout have to start thinking about the possibility of a B play. So as soon as Sprout lose ramp, they're assuming it's that B split, right? You've seen Nico go down Secret, or you've seen the outside smokes. You've lost ramp. You're assuming it's going to be a split onto that B site. So Sprout, go ahead and rotate a couple of players towards B, and then Heroic just pop right back up to A. And obviously, it helps that they get those kills to begin with, Dinko. That's what helps them make sure that Sprout don't have the information to work with. But just a really well thought out round there from Heroic. You could see that they always had a good idea as to what they were doing. They were always together, making sure that they were quick to make those decisions, quick to make those calls. Definitely a good first gun round for Heroic, but they've still got to deal with another buy from Sprout in this next one.
Utility towards outside, smokes up, Spitty. Going straight in towards main. This is going to be a quick play. Confident approach from Snatch. It's worked out for 1, but he's caught in the open. There's no falling back from that. So that really does sell the AWP away. And Heroic have taken down Snatchy after 1 kill. And you kind of have to weigh that up in your head, Alex. Is it worth committing the AWP towards outside like that for just the 1 kill? There's too much risk, I feel, involved there. Especially because we're in a scenario where we're at the very important start of this game and the money's not really in a good spot. That was such a huge investment to get that all out, so not really a fan of that. And Stown just wanted the back of D. He has, and that's the kill that gives Heroic the man advantage.
Yeah, and you can go, 2 ways with these AWPers, I think. We were talking about how KDM probably wasn't involved in enough opening duels previously, but on the other side, Snatchy sometimes maybe can get caught out with some of those aggressive plays. It turns into that 4v4. They start to lose map control, and this flank through heaven is not a good look for Sprout right now. They could be crunched in. Oh, good shot from Stown, and it's only Dennis remaining. I say only Dennis. He's almost got that kill, but Stown spams him through the hut. Oh, if he could have killed Katie in there, maybe he could have won the round, but not meant to be. Heroic win a close round, but more importantly, they reset that CT economy.
The economy game becomes incredibly important early on, and Sprout invested so much into this one that losing that has put them right back down to another light investment. A couple of pistols coming up. And Cadian going for this quicker play towards outside. He crosses it red, and Stown holding on. He's got 6 kills already. He's looking to increase that further. Dennis running into him. 2nd kill is there. He's overrun by Snatchy on the P250, and Borup, you need to be careful. You don't want to be dropping off the top of Silo. Got himself the cover. He will stay alive, and the bomb plant can be heard on the lower side. Heroic will confirm the B plant. Borup still towards yard, and they still have to try and deal with him. Pushing forward, multiple pistols overrun the AK. But Nico looks to stop them from carrying these into the next round. 2 AKs picked up for Sprout. A decent bit of damage, but Nico has got a good spot and will take both down. Just Snatchy left alone. P250 into a 1v3. And Heroic will be tying things up 3-3 on the board.
Yeah, nice read from Nico to get there in time to deny those guns from being saved. I also think Sprout did a pretty good job with those 2 flashes, because you saw that Borup realized the first flash hadn't reached him, so he didn't think a second flash would be coming around that corner. The second one is the one that's planned on blinding him. Does that perfectly. They get those guns back, but then Heroic deny them. 3-3 on the board, an early timeout for Sprout. So they go back to the AWP for Snatchy. Wow, that is not a good stat for Spitty, is it?
Spitty not really known for his fragging ability. We kind of look to him to deliver something else for the team. You know, calling for the roster, I believe, at the moment as well. You know, he's a bit more of a supportive element within this team. He also brings a lot of experience. Some of the experience these younger players don't really have on the Sprout team. So that's definitely something that is outside of the server you can look at. But it's going to be a top hut play from Favin over the top. He squats down, just trying to get out past the smoke. He goes into the corner and loses his life. So Alex, a man advantage in play for Sprout to start things off here.
And this is where we'll really get to see what Heroic are made of on their T side of Nuke. Their previous rounds have oftentimes come off of those early plays, off of getting into these positions early in the round and then starting to play with those rotations. This time they don't have that luxury. Their opening move doesn't work. Now we've got to see what their fallback plan is. Now we've got to see what their contingency plan is. It's almost like you're playing chess. You've made the first move. Okay, you've made a mistake. You've lost one of your pieces, but you've still got plenty of pieces that can get you back into the round, and you've got to find an attack that's going to be successful in doing so. The problem could be Snatchy again has this AWP, and the flash not successful. Snatchy gets another chance, but he misses twice.
Oh, Gideon catching D-Hat towards outside. That's a big opening that turns things back for Heroic. Into the 4 versus 4. Smokes are deployed towards outside. And with 34 seconds left, it'll be the lowest sight play from Heroic, sending multiple players towards this double door. And Spitty holding on. It's the AUG rattling shots away. 3 picked up, and the bomb dropped as well. Just Nico left alone. And that has just turned the tide to this round completely. Sprout will be heading into the lead again, 4-3 on the board. And right up to the final few moments there, Alex, it was looking like it was going to be a closely contested round. But Spitty on the defense, we talked about him not really being known for his ability inside the server in terms of taking those kills. But that's a big round for him to find.
Yeah, and for an in-game leader, he's not been a bad fragger in this tournament, really. His stats are at least decent enough, and he does have occasional rounds where he does that with the AUG. You see a lot of pros not even scoping with the AUG, even at medium range, because it does slow it down, but Spitty just controls it really well. They all line up for him, and those are the positions you love that AUG in, just scoped in on the angle. I was a bit worried for Sprout when they lost that pick at Yard. I thought it was going to go against them, seeing Spitty alone on B, but he steps up for them. And Heroic goes straight back to another buy. A few limitations in there. A Galil for Tessus, no AWP this time round. And a heavy presence towards Yard, where Snatchy is already down secret. This timing is so bad for him, though.
This is... Oh, no, he gets caught. Borup with the headshot on the AK. And that's a huge opening. Snatchy's been caught a few times now in positions where there's no fallback plan. He's just completely taken apart Gideon with the kill of the D-Hat. A man advantage doubled now for Heroic. And Sprout, I feel like the only option they have now is to save their weapons. They have no chance of doing anything here. They take down towards outside, and that's their opportunity to save these weapons. There's nothing else available to them. Get the AKs, get the open in the next round, and look at yourself and just consider this next round to be one that you can still win. If you take that up, you take those AKs, there's still a chance, Alex. You lose those, Heroic likely taking the lead.
Scuffed spray from Stown there. And as much as it's not going to cost them this round loss, they've got this round win punched in, it is kind of going to cost them into this next round. Because as you said, now Sprout can save 3 guns. They can save this AWP. Snatchy and Dennis have a little bit of money in the bank, so they can probably continue to buy over on the CT side. That can make a decent difference for sure. The Danes over on the B stream look to be again in the win. Cajun Bees just closed that one out. So North get the win for the Danes over there. Heroic will be hoping that they can do the same on this one. But back for both teams. Again, though, as you said, Snatchy has been caught a couple of times, and that round did just come down to timing, Dinko. Sprout in both of those fights were just a few seconds too late to the angle. Hopefully they can get ahead of Heroic into the future. Otherwise, we might see more rounds like that.
Borup going past the smoke. A gap to play with in Spitty. He's holding the cross from long range. Snatchy have to look around the corner. Caught. Oh, Snatchy somehow still flicks up and catches Tessus. I thought for sure Snatchy was dead in that round, but I don't know how he's done that, Alex. I don't know how he's turned around. He's been given the chance, the time to find the kill back. But nonetheless, it's Sprout with the advantage, and Dennis has got in behind. Snatch is going to get a second, surely, but Down is quicker on the trigger. And now Nico walks in. Spitty, bit of an off angle, but Nico is completely ready for it. And Spitty goes down. It's all on the flank from Dennis. He got through here. They have no idea that he is behind him, and he could do it all here for Sprout.
Oh, nice clean kill onto the first man. Dennis makes it a second. Looking for more. Finally, borup shuts him down. But he's turned it into a 2v2. And Tesses taking the advantage. It's Faven, who's moving in. And Faven's got it. It's all on Stown. And he was up on the A site. He thought they had B guaranteed. Instead, he's the man who has to clutch.
Oh, Stown going for the spray under the metal. We've got one player off to the left side. Tesses was the player to go down early, but the rest of Heroic have tried to battle back, and it hasn't really worked out for them. It's Faven with the kill, and he'll secure a 5th for Sprout. They're now into the lead, and you can see the difference in saving those weapons over, Alex. You save these AKs in the next round, and Dennis can do something like this.
Absolutely, and he got a great timing window there to flank them on yard. Just at the right time, he got down behind them on secret. Sprout were none the wiser, or Heroic were none the wiser, rather, to Dennis. I hope that Sprout were aware that flank was happening, because you can see them getting into position. Heroic keeping up the pace, though. Early play towards yard, and Nico's already got that opening kill. No flanks for Dennis this time. He's already gone down, and Down gets another one. Heroic upping the pace and just winning every single fight right now.
That's the reply Heroic needed. They come right back into things with an immediate response, and that's something they were doing over on Mirage, or at least trying to do on the T side, was going for these quicker plays when they know Sprout are maybe going to get cut off by it. Maybe not have all the utility they would have liked to hold off those quick responses. Nico with 2 in the round, Cadian picking up 1 alongside Stown. But this angle from Spitty, it's going to be checked as well. borup coming around. 1 still for Spitty. Does well to get the kill there. Smoke goes down. Stown about to come through, but the smoke is causing a couple of problems for him. He's somehow still alive, but that Molotov, that's perfect. That just spreads on by, and Spitty couldn't get away. Burns down with the Molotov, and 5-5. We've got a very good game on our hands at the start of things here, Alex. This is the first time in the series they've been able to have a back and forth at the start of the map.
Definitely feels like that seesaw is tipping towards Heroic now, though. They've been able to break the bank of Sprout. And honestly, I didn't think it was possible for Heroic to up the pace even more, because they were already going for fairly fast plays, but they did it in that round. They were so quick. Sprout, again, just not quite ready for some of these fast plays that Heroic are throwing at them. Now they only have a couple of pistols into this one. This is where Heroic decide to slow things down. I think they've realized they've been able to reset Sprout's economy. No need to risk giving that up with some fast aggression. They will go ahead and take their time. So there should be Heroic getting into the lead, and this is already a pretty solid T side for Heroic. They just need to be aware of this aggression, and borup has spotted DreamHack, goes back to check that angle, and gets a second on the spray. This will be a Heroic round. Nice and easy. Quick cleanup for Heroic. The Danes in the lead.
Heroic certainly in a comfortable enough position now. They're into the lead, but the buy from Sprout is going to start to come through, Alex. They're going to pick up that AWP immediately. Spitty has some extra money to play with, and was going to consider whether or not they were going to go for that half buy instead. A little bit of investment, but save most of the money in the bank. Instead, they've decided they're going to go for this investment and try and punish Heroic. But the quicker play yet again. borup's down at the bottom of the vent. He's running in towards this decon door, swinging it wide open, and they've got the B-bomb site. Oh, but the aggression from DreamHack, that could have been something, but it ends up being nothing.
Still no real reaction from Sprout either. They're staying on the top side of the map right now. Borup is still down on B. He just needs his teammates to come and help him. This is what Sprout decided to do. Spitty pushing all the way into lobby. Oh no, he pulls his knife at just the wrong time. Cadian gets an easy kill, and now Nico up close has got one. Favin finally trading, but Heroic can just double back now. They've realized that they spotted that lobby aggression. Favin comes really close to the kill, but it's not meant to be. He'll try and come down the vent though, and Snatchy here with the AWP, not ready for the further players though. Favin's just going to sit back, but the molly will slow him down. They'll get down the vents, and this should be the round confirmed at this point.
The round is certainly locked in at this point. Favin saving the AWP into the next round, and this investment doesn't really work out for Sprout, unfortunately, Alex. They go for it. It does obviously have a lot of risk being brought to the table, but the reward would have been huge. But now we have to see Heroic steamroll ahead, get a few more rounds under the belt as the T side, as Sprout take a more pragmatic approach into these next few. Favin's about to go down here as well. He has to be very quick, and he doesn't even see Borup. I could not see him from his perspective. And Borup with a headshot through the wall, probably seeing the barrel of the ult poking around the corner. So there it is. Round finally won. It feels like that's the war of attrition done now, Alex.
Looks like a player has dropped from the server as well, because I can assure you, Cadian has not just joined
switched sides. He switched sides. It's giving them a little bit of help.
This is too easy, man. I'm gonna switch teams.
Yeah, it has been anything but easy here on this final map, which is good to see. We know Sprout are a very capable Nuke team, Alex. We know they're a team that no one can really overlook. And Sprout coming into this tournament, a lot of people probably not expecting a whole lot. They had to come through the close qualifier. They did that flawlessly, not dropping a single map when it comes to the best of threes. They beat North in the grand final of that close qualifier to secure a better seeding. And they end up in Group D. Now, this group had the likes of North in it. They had NiP. This group was not that solid, I have to say. ENCE goes out and bottom. They open the tournament with the win over NiP 2-0. They lose to North, and then they lose to NiP again. They have to battle it out in the lower bracket. And I think what this team have been able to do, some of the wins they've been able to get, and the performances now they're even showing against Heroic, is probably more than a lot of people would have been expecting coming into this event. So they have impressed.
Yeah, and to be fair to that Group D, NiP have also done an okay job once they got into the playoffs, right? They beat FaZe just yesterday. We'll get to see them later on. So it's not like everyone from Group D have just been punching bags. They've shown that they can be competitive. A couple of these teams have. Again, though, it definitely feels like Heroic have just started to really grasp back control of this game. Remember, Sprout won the pistol round and got a 3-0 lead at the start of this game. And I was hoping that that was going to give them the money and give them the ability to make the difference with that AWP. That never really happened, though. Snatchy got the early AWP a couple of times, couldn't really have the impact with it. I think it's mainly just been that Sprout haven't really been aware or haven't been ready for the fast plays of Heroic in a lot of these rounds. That's been the big difference. Just every round, it seems like Sprout are just a few seconds too late to realize what's going on. And those timing windows can be absolutely everything. And we're seeing Heroic right now just about get into these positions every single time. It's a 7-5 lead for them, and it's Sprout down to pistols again. So Heroic starting to really get a good grasp on this game.
Utility deploying towards outside. Molotov through the skylight, and Heroic now looking to try and stamp more control over this. It is just the pistols and a good start for Borup. A headshot onto Snatchy. It does feel, though, these kind of rounds, Alex, you do want to see something. You still want to see some sort of approach from Sprout, even though there's zero chance of winning it. You want to still see them do as much damage as possible. Try and be a bit of a thorn in the side of Heroic, and not doing too bad right now. Another kill had just come in.
Shot from Cadian with the 5-7. As you said, would be nice for Sprout to get a couple of kills at least. Don't know how likely that is. And to be honest, I don't know if damaging Heroic's economy is even realistic at this point. We're heading into the late stages of the first half. It's probably just going to have to be gun rounds won by Sprout from this point on.
Yeah. We've been giving you updates here on the A stream of the action over on the other side of things. Some of the decider games, the placement matches that have been going on. It did look like North are going to take it over the line, and they've done it. 16-6 on both maps in the series. So you take the 2-0 win over Godsent. And here on this A stream, we're still trying to conclude second best through of the day. Favin with a kill. That's an AK. He's going to take that and run away with it, Alex. This could not be a bad save at all. Freya pointed out earlier on to us the sort of background that Favin has right now. He's playing in a pretty dark room, but you can see the Sprout logo emerging from behind him. I'm liking it. It looks cool.
Yeah, looking good. I think all the Sprout players have got the Sprout jersey on as well, which is good to see. For Heroic, I think like Nico's wearing like a vest or something, it looks like.
Maybe he's got a Heroic vest, Alex. Maybe.
No, but it was like yellow and purple, which are just like the opposite of the Heroic colors.
Yeah, it's not as bad as some of the other teams over in Asia, right? Because I was doing the Asian RMR event with Blair recently, and we seen one of the cams of Tyloo, and one of the players slowly was playing with no shirt on. He was just completely playing topless. He was having a great time wherever he's most comfortable, I guess.
Ah, Frankie's given us the information. Apparently it's a Los Angeles Lakers vest that Nico's wearing. So there you go. Basketball fan.
You a Lakers fan, Alex?
No, can't be a Lakers fan. That's a bandwagon fan right there if you're a Lakers fan. Just picking them because they just won. Maybe Nico's trying to challenge that energy, channel that energy into this.
The winning energy, perhaps so. And what Heroic, they are in the lead. They're at 5 up. They've got themselves the 3-round advantage. And will confirm themselves a minimum of 1 round advantage going into that second half. But obviously with a few more opportunities presenting themselves, they'll want to take a few more before they round out this half. And Sprout, well, they finally got the rifles back in play. They open the hands of Snatchy. The utility is a little low right now, and that's the last incinerator they have available. DreamHack close to getting the shots off that. Wants to throw this incinerator, but hasn't been given the chance, and he's going to be overrun. Borb just turns around, takes his head right off, and now finally Spitty biting back, but is it enough? They've lost control of the ramp room.
And Nico there has a nice lineup on that flashbang, which he can line up even when that smoke is down. He uses the information from the lobby to put it into play, but Cadian just lands the shot through the box. Spitty goes down, and now Heroic again are flanking up to this A site. And this is where Sprout have really lost a lot of ground. They've been able to push into lobby, but they don't know if it's the A wrap or if it's the B play. Sprout are caught in 2 minds right now.
The charge down into the lower side. Snatchy holding the cross, not too far of landing that shot. He swings the door wide open, but it's Borb with the headshot. Snatchy, the victim of the AK-47, as Heroic hold the 2-man advantage. The bomb will get planted safely behind the pillar. Stown was covering off the decon swing, but now Cadian looks to avenge his fallen teammate. Cadian with the kill, and now it is just Dennis on the other side of the map, up on A at the top of the vent entrance. It's a 9th round for Heroic now as Dennis slithers away with this M4A4 into the next one. Heroic, this is a much better T-side showing than the previous map over on Train, where they managed a mere 4 rounds. If you are just tuning in, this is map number 3 of this series. We started on Mirage. It was the pick of Sprout, and that went in favor of Heroic rather convincingly. But Train was a completely different story. Sprout facing adversity, come back into it, and win that map rather convincingly. So we find ourselves here on Nuke. Bit of a middle ground for both the teams, but Sprout's 100% win streak, Alex, it's looking like it's being pressured right now. Might come to an end.
I was hoping we'd see Sprout do a bit better in that round as well, because that was finally one of the rounds where Sprout didn't lose a player very early on, or they didn't lose map control very early on. It was a round where Heroic took it slower. They sat in their default stance to begin with, and just that one flash that was popped into ramp was able to get them the opening kill a little bit later into the round than usual. And then from there, Sprout are just having so many issues. Once they lose that first man, they're really struggling to be able to keep the map control they need to know exactly what's going on. It's been a really well-played T-half from Heroic, though. I think they've been fantastic at either just getting opening kills that win them the round, or just drawing those rotations out from Sprout and not making sure that Sprout have information. So many times, Sprout have not been able to figure out where the push is coming from. This time, though, Snatchy has landed the first shot. He's looking to see if he can get a second, but Cadian was waiting for him with the AWP on the other side. It doesn't matter, though. Snatchy with 2 kills at Yard.
That was solid from Snatchy, but Stone, oh my god, the 3K. That is brilliant from Stone. And now it's back into a 2 versus 2. 50 seconds left. Snatchy, we've had 2 incredible kills in this round, but there needs to be more where that came from. He's pushed through towards Hut. D-Hat towards Heaven. Stone might have just done enough to possibly win this round for Heroic. He's still alive. He's still walking towards outside. AK strapped to his back, and D-Hat about to catch him towards the Yard, but Stown will win the duel. That's a 4th kill for Stown. An awkward engagement, one that D-Hat should have come out on top of. And now it is all on Snatchy, who needs to retake this B-bomb site, and Nico is waiting for him in the vent. That's it. That's confirmed. 10-5. What a round from Stown, and what a half from Heroic. We'll see if they can continue and close out this map in the second half.
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life. Your comments are mean, but I take it easy. You're talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. I'm following my path. I'm keeping this dream alive. Never turning back, never run and hide. I keep on rising, reaching for the sky. You give me reason to survive. Your comments are mean, but I take it easy. Your talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. My enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see.
A much better T-side showing from Heroic has put them up 10-5 at the half, going into the defensive side of things, as Sprout need to battle back and get 5 rounds just to tie things up. It's looking quite difficult for the Germans and Poles, but they've been able to fight back against adversity before. Can they do it again here into the final map?
Just a note ahead of this pistol round as well. No investment from Cadian. Decides to buy nothing for the pistol.
You could argue as the AWPer, he wants to just save that money. We'll see. It could work out. Borup's got the CZ as well. No kit for Heroic, so they've got to make sure they can hold these sites early. TeSeS has done just that. Quick kill and a quick retreat.
Yeah, that's a nice kill onto Dennis. DreamHack following up with a headshot as well. You've got ourselves a 4v4 with an attack coming into the B bomb site. TeSeS has rotated down here. He has got a good position on the other side of these double doors, but he'll fall back. Stown tries to peek out to the lower bomb site, but with the decon door swinging wide open, he receives a bullet to the chest. And Sprout fought the way into the B bomb site, but the kills from TeSeS ran on in. It's 2 from him, but DreamHack doubles up himself. That's 3 in the round, and Snatchy also assisting the 2 leading poles, getting it done for Sprout. 6 added to the tally. And that is a fantastic pistol round in the end from the 2 Polish players, carrying the Germans through it.
Yeah, the 2 highest rated players for Sprout at this tournament carry them through for that round win, having to really do a lot of damage there. And I guess this is where Cadian's lack of investment on the pistol comes back to help him a little bit. He can get the MP9 into this next round. Obviously, they would have preferred to win the pistol, but they'll do what they can with this. Borup caught out early, but the ramp aggression coming through. Nico gets that kill up close. Spam back around, though, and a molly into play. I think that should be Sprout dealing with this early aggression now and realizing they have the rest of the map in their hands.
The bomb gets brought over and planted. And Sprout getting 7 on the board now. Heroic just a mere 10, but nonetheless, they did lead the half by quite a substantial margin. So it's incredibly important that Sprout came into this one swinging straight out of the pistol. And it was looking kind of rough for them in that pistol round. TeSeS did bring it back. It looked like he had done enough, but big step up from the 2 poles on the team. And now Sprout give it a 7th round as they win the follow-up. Heroic's force by not really paying off, but they do have an AK. A TeSeS has picked up, so saving that into the next round is at least something of value to play with for Heroic. But 11 rounds is what Heroic would be hoping for, and it doesn't come their way just yet. 7 added to the tally of Sprout. We go into this next round with at least a small chance for damage from Heroic, but Sprout should be taking 8 rounds here, Alex. So we have to see Sprout take every round now in a row just to pull this back, to tie things up, and they can't let any of these kind of rounds slip.
The thing that sucks for Sprout here to some extent is, as you said, again, that AK's been saved. It's already taken damage, though. A nade, I think, landing right onto TeSeS. And I was about to say that Sprout might have a tough time winning this round cleanly, and they already don't have much money in the bank. The upside is they've been able to take ramp control early, so they found the weak point, and this could help a lot. If they could win a clean round here to build up their money, that would be ideal for them. They're moving in towards this B site. They still have smokes left as well, so that's where Heroic are going to struggle. They're not going to get these clear lines of sight. They're not going to be able to deny the bomb plant. And at this point, the retake feels unlikely, but at least Nico's got that early kill.
Yeah, unlikely though, because Snatchy just snapped his head right off. An AK yet again recovered. It's a hot potato in the hands of Heroic right now, but the same outcome probably coming out as the last round. The AK being saved into the next round as Sprout will get an 8th on the board. Heroic will have to look to the next round to step up, and getting that AK into the next round is not too bad. They're trying to get some damage done with the pistols. Now the MP9 pull for us down. But just kidding. The last remaining player carrying the AK-47 forward. 10 to 8 on the board. I'm glad Sprout have been able to get off to a good start in this second half. There's a world in which Heroic win the pistol round, they win the follow-ups, and they just continue to bombard Sprout with round wins. But with Sprout picking up the pistol, finding a follow-up round for them, they're now in a position where they can fight forward. Heroic, here comes the buy, though.
Cadian gets given that AWP again by one of his teammates. Drops a gun back for them. Actually, I don't think he did drop a gun back for them. Doesn't matter, though. He's got the AWP is the main thing. Door blown open early. Snatchy also has an AWP over on the other side, but Cadian's not going to fight him at the start of this round. So slow start to the proceedings for both teams. Sprout have a lot of success with fast plays previously, and Faven just goes for that solo fight out through Hut. That's a pretty big risk to take, but it's one that pays off for him. Borup not ready for it. Now Sprout have that man advantage, and this is where I wouldn't mind Sprout slowing down. They're very spread out right now. You don't want to risk giving away that man advantage too easily. And we see some counter-aggression. Heroic have pushed into door, and the bomb is here.
Down. Oh, he's going to catch DreamHack. He looks for a second. He's got that as well.
They've lost the bomb.
They have lost the bomb, and probably most of their chances of picking this round up. Stown has given it to them yet again. This has been a better performance, a fantastic performance, in fact, from Stown across Nuke. Another good double kill, but Dennis has gone on top. He's wrapping heaven, but Nico looks up. He knows it was the possibility, and he takes the head right off Dennis's shoulders. And now it's on Snatchy and Spitty to see what they can muster into round number 19. The AWP is in the hands of Snatchy, Alex. It is a small, very small chance, but let's see what they can do.
Cadian misses the shot up close. Nico's still here, though. There's no way in hell they're going to expect this. Nico with another. Oh! Turns around for the spam through. Lovely stuff from Nico. Another round win for Heroic. Sprout there at least got the bomb back, but that's because Heroic were taking information elsewhere. They were taking fights elsewhere, and they still had that lobby control. So Nico cleans it up.
That's nasty. That's nice stuff from Nico for sure. 22 and 13 for Stown. 8 kills for Tessus, 9 for Borg, 14 kills for Nico, 2 of which coming in that last few seconds of the previous round. It really has been the Stown show here on Nuke so far for Heroic, and they're 11ing it up. Tessus, another kill added to the tally. That's 9 now for him. A good start to this round. Heroic should be taking this without too many problems. It is just 1 AK for Sprout, the hero AK in the hands of Dennis. Some extra money to play with, so decided he would invest. And this does give them a chance to do some damage to the economy of the CT side, because Heroic are not in a fantastic spot when it comes to the money. Look at Nico, $250 left over, $600 for Borub, $1,450 for Cadian. You know, if you lose a couple of players here for Heroic, that's very expensive.
Very nice nade damage as well on the fallback. You're all right, though. Heroic will want to win this round cleanly. Tessa's already down on the B side. A little bit of a B hop for Spitty. Doesn't work out for him, though. Favin landing 1 shot might allow them to get the bomb down here. They're going to try and see if they can fake that one out and get a further frag, but the bomb has now been delivered into the hands of Nico. Snatchy is just looking for damage here. This move might work for him. Nico's about to clear it, and Nico is quicker on the trigger. 12-8 lead for Heroic. Here comes the buy for Sprout, and at this point, it's a much-needed round win for Sprout. This one was the low buy. They're okay losing this. If they can win this next round, though, they can keep themselves in the game. If not, they're going to be 13-8 down, probably with bad money. It's going to be a tough call from that point. So Sprout, a lot of pressure on this round for them.
Utility diving towards outside from Sprout. A quick play towards Secret, but Stown catching the first. Dennis, the victim of Stown, and he looks to keep going. Yeah, it's not really stopped so far. 109 ADR. He'll call for Nico to come over towards Secret. There's the Snatchy with the headshot. That opens up an avenue of approach into the lower site. And that's not what Sprout would have been, or should I say Heroic should have been hoping for. Nico, I thought, was in a spot there to at least get 1 kill, but fantastic stuff from him. And now Cadian looking to pick up the scraps towards outside. He's got this op.
Oh, and he's given a fight. Cadian lands the first kill. Spitty was hoping to trade, but Tessus was there to help his teammate. And now again, it's Snatchy and Favin in a really tough position. Favin's looking for the solo play, which could pay off for him, but Stown's on the flank. Stown has been everywhere for Heroic on this map, and he's done it again for them. Super Stown stepping up right now. Cadian closes out the round, 13-8, and without the bomb plant, Sprout have to take another low buy.
Yeah, things are looking real rough for Sprout right now. Having to go for this low buy, they're not going to have the weapons to compete. And when you look at that scoreline, knowing that you're going to have to go for a low buy, just you'd never like to see it. This is going to be a 14th for Heroic. Sprout going for barely any investment, Alex. There's a couple of Deagles, a few P250s here and there. We're looking at Heroic taking 14 rounds and Sprout really putting everything on the next few.
Ooh, nice shot from Dennis. unfortunately for him, it's only the MP9 that will be recoverable. Oh, wow. Town is just getting smoke kills everywhere right now. Another one, this time through the door. Down, makes it a second kill, but he's been traded thanks to a nice shot from DreamHack. Sprout are making this a little closer than Heroic would have wanted. In a 3v3 here, Heroic can't really cover every position, and you can see the spot they've left open on the map right now is ramp. Cadian, though, landing a shot, but here comes the ramp play. Tessa's just arriving. They're already in position, though. Another shot for Snatchy, and all of a sudden, a winnable round for Sprout.
Snatchy going down towards the stairs board needs to be huge. And he won't be getting himself a 10th kill as Snatchy on the Deagle, connecting the wall by headshot. And it's all on Cadian. A 1 versus 2 to recover the round for Heroic, to lock in 14. And there was barely any investment from Sprout. But now it's right down to the 1 versus 1. Snatchy versus Cadian. 34 HP left on Cadian. A double into the round already. But Snatchy's made the right play. He's gone towards Decon. Cadian will be checking up towards the window room, clearing all of these possible positions. But now he needs to run. And Snatchy has the perfect angle for this. Smoke goes down. And he waits. And he waits and finds his final kill. It's Sprout with 9. And Heroic, that was against a couple of Deagles. A P250 in play. But Snatchy just cracking them open with a Deagle.
Just shows the difference getting a couple of those early kills can make. As soon as it turns into a 3-on-3, Heroic are the ones who are kind of out of position. Heroic are the ones who are scrambling to get back into those rounds, into those spots. You see there that towards the end, the ramp player not arriving in time. That's what helped Sprout get down to the B site. And that's what helped them get an all-important round win to keep this game close. 13-9 on the scoreline. And Heroic now on their last legs in terms of their money. Heroic lose this, they're the ones who are struggling for cash. This is a real swing round, Dinko. Both teams not with much money in the bank.
Yeah.
If Sprout win this, then it's anyone's game.
And Heroic kind of questioning how this has all happened, how this situation has unfolded. Now Cadian holding for the attack from Sprout. They're going to be sending a couple of players towards the ramp room. Right now, no one giving themselves up from either side. No one involved in a duel just yet. Under a minute left on the clock as well. They know how much this round means to both teams. And Cadian has the passive angle. Snatchy walking into the crosshair. Cadian with the first kill. Man advantage picked up for Heroic.
Incendiary down as well so that Cadian can reposition if he wants to. And Cadian is committing to the ramp angle. This is a very committed spot. It's hard to jump back from here, and the flashbang lands in his face. Cadian trying to get away, and he just about manages it. Good movement from Cadian to get back to safety, but Sprout can move into this B site.
Yeah, Cadian with a hold. He's got another one. A second kill from Cadian. That's 3 into the round from him, and it's now just DreamHack left alone. And finally, stepping up, it's Heroic with 14 rounds. They wanted it in the last round, but it's in this one they will find it. And Cadian, he may not have been able to win the clutch in the previous round, but he makes up for it in this one. 3 kills to the good. And that's exactly the kind of performance he needed.
And just the decision-making and the quickness of him falling back there was really nice from Cadian. I thought he was done for once he got flashed on that angle. He had to jump up on the railing. He was able to just about get away safely, and you see the difference it makes that he is still alive and able to have impact on the B site. That could be the round that really helps Heroic win this game. 14-9 lead for them. Only the 1 AK in the hands of DreamHack here. They're hoping he can be the hero, but Cadian's already got the first kill, and he's been switching up his spots in a lot of these rounds now. Last round at ramp, many rounds he's been at yard. This time he's playing in that A site, and Sprout just can't read him. He's getting a lot done.
Yeah, now Cadian showing up as well. He has been relatively quiet in comparison to Stout, who has been very impressive here on Nuke, I have to say. He's on 27 kills right now. He's been looking real solid. Now Cadian delivering impact when it matters most for Heroic to try and put them in a position where they can take it over the line, stay alive in the tournament, to move on and play big. Sprout, and we'll go home after this. They'll be out of the tournament if they lose this match. And Testis looking for the kill. The headshot out to the right side. Nico backing up with a double, and it's all on DreamHack. The Paul trying to win it in the 1v4. He's given a small chance for the draw at the bottom of heaven, but it's the headshot that will come through. Now pressure from the bottom of the ramp. Runs out of ammo. Down eventually will get the kill. That puts him up to 28 frags right now. 108 ADR as well. It's incredible how Star, as we get later into this, is still increasing his ADR. It increased from the previous round to this one, Alex. He is having a fantastic time. 108 ADR coming into round 25, and this might just be the last round of this series. The last round we get to see Sprout play, unless they stand tall.
Yes, Down's on for that 30 bomb right now, and Nico now getting aggressive, perhaps a bit too aggressive. Dennis is there to meet him. Down is still close by, though. Here we go, over the top. Down with the first, looking for more, but he decides to back away. Now he is somewhat stuck behind these boxes. Favin's been able to get another kill elsewhere. Deha with one of his own. It's just a flurry of frags for Sprout out of nowhere. They get all the kills they need. And Heroic's money is a little bit borderline here. This may have to be the save.
Yeah, it's not one yet, Heroic. There's no need to be going for these crazy outside plays. I mean, Nico just running away, giving them that opening kill. You've got to respect Sprout right down to the final second. They will take those rounds. And it's not done yet. Heroic realize that. They will not invest into this one. I like that. That at least shows that they're not too far ahead of themselves now, Alex. Maybe they just want another round to play with. Maybe they want Stan to get that 30 ball.
Well, that might be it. He's got a dig in this round, so
And
definitely
Kevlar.
a chance for him, yeah. Gotta say, in that previous round, I was thinking that Nico was going to try and push to that close right corner of yard there, where you can sometimes line up those kills a little more easily. Pushing right through the smoke like that, that's a really big risk. Not one that pays off this time around.
Doesn't pay off at all. And now Sprout, they're in a position where they should be taking this round, but Nico, oh, nearly. The headshot onto Dennis, but it's not enough for the default pistol. There's the 30th kill for Stout. Found on the Deagle. He's gone now, though. Favin pushing forward, a second kill, but he won't expect the third player. That's Bored. He's been incredibly quiet here. Does find himself again. And Maltese has got one as well. He didn't drop the play on the cross, and that might just come back to bite him in this round. That could have been the kill that turned the tides. But it doesn't go Heroic's way. Sprout are allowed to pass onto the A-bomb site, get this bomb planted, and it has to be a 2v2 retake.
They're going to go into Hut on the Sprout side of things. Spiddy and Snatchy both playing the same position. Borup and Tessus slowly but surely closing in. Tessus is still down the vents. He doesn't realize that they've already moved away. Sprout gaining the lobby control. Bomb is planted on the safe side of the site, though. That's not the best position for Sprout to be in.
Oh, Borup's just tapped. That'll pull Spitty into the open as well. Tessus with the headshot. Now down to the 1v1. Borup hits the deck. It's on to Spitty versus Tessus. And of course, the time too far gone. It's going to be the round for Sprout, but Heroic, they eliminate every single player. It's just kind of ridiculous, nonetheless. But money, it is still good for Sprout. It has to be flawless from this point onwards moving forward just to get overtime. So coming back into this next one, Sprout need to refocus, get right back into things. And Heroic, they've got the AWP out for Gideon. They've got the M4s. Can they close it here?
Definitely a chance for them to do so. Yard nade from Down this time. Not the same aggression. Didn't work out for them previously. Looks like a molly has disrupted one of those smokes. So the yard smoke's not successful for Sprout. Heroic can spot that no one is going to move down secret early. The response from Sprout, though, is Snatchy being boosted on top of the red container, and Nico's not ready for it. Nice pick from Snatchy, and now they should have the yard control.
Yeah, that's a fantastic pick coming through. Just getting Snatchy up on top of that red box. I think it's very important in these kind of rounds, Alex, if you're on the Sprout side, that you have a bit of a gimmick to play with. You've got to throw something different at Heroic. And it's worked out for those two early picks. It's Dennis and Snatchy grabbing the two-man advantage for Sprout. And Heroic starts to sweat a little bit. Borup getting another kill. He's had a few signs of life in these previous few rounds now. It's up to 11. He's still alive, walking around for more. Got D-Hat on the other side of this lobby. And Borup's pushed through. The bomb is on the floor around the corner, though. He won't spot it. Instead, goes up to the T roof. And while D-Hat has picked up that bomb, is actually towards outside. It has been collected and will go back into lobby where Cadian has pushed up from ramp. The flashbang has forced him away, but look at borup. All eyes on this man right now. He's got a decent position from the hut. Will they be checking this? Coming around the corner, DreamHack plants on the safe side.
borup there, I think, may have spotted that player at Heaven, but a little bit too late. Can't pull the trigger. And Heroic realize it's time to back away. So that switch up from Sprout works out for them. The boost up for Snatchy gets them the early advantage. Nico just not ready for that angle. Sprout get another round on the board. 12 confirmed for them. And for Heroic, even with these 2 saved guns probably coming through into the next round, it's still that same situation where the money is unlikely to be that great for them. It's another game where Cadian hasn't been that involved in the opening kills either. 2 opening kills won by Cadian, 2 times where he was the first man to die. Maybe this is a round where that will change, because if you don't have that much to work with in this round, that's where the AWP might try and get aggressive. And here's that shot from Snatchy over the top. Hold secret, very quick kill onto the second man as well. And Heroic taking a timeout ahead of this round. This will probably be a half investment from them, but with that saved AWP and that saved rifle, and borup bought an MP5. We're actually seeing the investment here.
Yeah, buying up here, Heroic. This is getting close as well. Fun fact, Cadian has flashed 37 enemies. Second place is Spitty with 12. Now that's some ludicrous flash numbers, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was just looking as well. 5 flash assists for Cadian. So they are having a good amount of impact. He's not just throwing flashes randomly that don't really help. They have all been helpful ones. This forced by a big decision here for Heroic to make. They've got a couple of rifles. They've got the AWP for Cadian. borup having to go down to that MP5, but let's see what Cadian can do early. Seeing if he can get a pick towards door. That won't be happening, though. Dennis going towards yard. Nade hits him, but he gets down secret safely.
Yeah, this is a big investment from Heroic. They're putting a lot on the line in this one, and it's down close to the Sprite. Favin taking a lot on board, down to 32. Now things can slow down again. Sprout. This is such a good opportunity for them to get right back into things. To try and pull it to OT as Favin just about gets away. 4 HP. borup with that weapon. It's a decent spot for it up on top hut if they come through the hut area, but no one from Sprout approaching from that way. Instead, they go towards outside.
Oh my god.
And the timing is awful for Cadian. He comes off the angle just as they cross into his crosshair, and they're going to get down towards secret because of it. Gap in the smoke. Cadian will at least get one, and that's the man advantage for Heroic, but already Sprout have pressured that B-bomb site.
Rotation from Heroic, though. 3 CTs arriving. Cadian being one of them. Another kill on the board for Cadian. And now Sprout have to be second-guessing themselves. Well, they're not guessing anything because they're out of here. It's only Dennis remaining 1v5, and Heroic look to get it done with the force buy. It is Heroic who get the win over the line. Cadian stepping up when they need him the most. And that decision to force up pays off for them, Dinko. What a win.
Yeah, things got a little close towards the end there. Not the cleanest series from Heroic by any means, winning the first map in relatively convincing fashion, but heading on to train, it was a bit of an up and down period for them. They have to bring it to Nuke, and well, they get it over the line here, Alex. It's a win nonetheless. A few quiet performances there from Heroic as well in this final map, but commiserations to Sprout. I think they impressed everybody in this tournament. The results they were able to get under their belt, they're steadily improving. The map pool's becoming deeper. But they're out of the tournament now, Alex. We look to the future. It's big going to be taking on Heroic, but that is all in the future. We've got a break coming up now and a post-game breakdown from the desk.
it.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Nuke would be the final battleground in a series that went the full distance as both teams fought tooth and nail to cling onto tournament life. The men with the firmer grasp, however, would be heroic as Sprout's hopes slip away as they fall out of the competition. The Danes live to fight another day, and here to dissect exactly what saved them from the chopping block, Maui and Blair. Blair, a close one at the end, but a much better T-side from Heroic than what we saw on Train.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is Heroic when they're kind of warmed up. It's a very far cry from what we saw from them against North, for example, right? They were very, very proactive on that T side, kept poking and prodding. And more importantly, they punished Sprout for all those individual plays which Diha and Snatchy sometimes get away with. And I think that's very telling, you know, when you face off against a team like Heroic who are very well versed, who have very good trading ability, one of the best trading teams in this tournament, you are going to get punished. And that's exactly what happened. I feel that the scoreline is a little misleading. Yeah, there was a little bit of a kind of mini comeback there, but in the end, it was going to be Heroic all the way after that first half.
Yeah, what did you kind of see from the Heroic side, Maui? Of course, going on to that CT side, when they finally managed to close it out, sort of stopping that end to Sprout of that little mini comeback, as Blair said. What were you kind of looking at from that CT side of Heroic to be finishing it?
The CT side at the end there looked pretty good in that Cadian busting out the hero op kind of had a bad timing there as they were crossing outside. I think I heard Dinko just kind of wincing in pain that, oh no, the timing for him to quick switch then, but he was able to recover the situation along with Testis. They had a really good hold towards lower, very good rotations from Heroic, which is to be expected given that they are such a solid Nuke team.
Well, speak of the devil, Maui, and he may appear. We have Cadian joining us after that win. Congratulations, man. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Freya.
I want to just start off by talking about Train, as obviously it was your map pick, but and we've seen you have a lot of success on some of the top tier teams on this particular map, Astralis namely. What do you think kind of went wrong for you there? Was it sort of Sprout's aggressive, kind of looser style that they like to deploy? Did that kind of throw you off guard?
Nah. we knew what they were doing on that CT side. To be honest, we played a little bit too fast. And we had a lot of situations where we were trading evenly as a terrorist, and that's obviously nearly always favored. And a few times where we had a guy pushed out on the Olaf sandwich kind of position where we just didn't capitalize properly. We didn't react the way we were supposed to do. And yeah, it just crumbled way too fast for us. It was a bit too hectic. We should have slowed it down and we should have maybe used Ivy a bit more. And also, you can't even mention more than once where we hit the B, and that was in the last round. So yeah, I'm partially to blame for that horrible T side, and also just overall team chemistry wasn't as it was supposed to be.
Okay, I have a more of a lighthearted question, Katie, and I think it was like the pistol round where we saw, I think it was Hawker was very confused whether you purposely didn't buy any armor, just looking for the AWP, or was it like a little bit of a misbuy, or rather not buying anything by mistake?
Well, you saw me over-peeking under heaven, right? My ramp player had already rotated down, and I still continued to fight, so I made a stupid play, and I knew I was going to do something stupid, so why waste the $650? Jokes,
that sounds an IQ. I like it.
Jokes aside, I forgot it. Like, I came back from being in the break, I sat down, and yeah, then sometimes you just forget.
All right.
Katie, and something also we've noticed about your play is that I want to say around 2018 on Rogue, for example, you were super aggressive all the time with the op, like desperate to find opening picks, and it feels like you've kind of reeled yourself back a bit. Is that something that on CT side, I'd say you still will go for a good amount of opening picks, but even when you had the hero op in the last round of that game, you didn't really force the issue. I guess, how have you developed your game so that you don't always have to feel like you go for those just immediate kills?
Yeah, I think in Rogue sometimes I had to be a little more aggressive sometimes, because like we had a really good team with good team chemistry and we had good individual players, but we were trying to beat some of the teams that were definitely having like a higher salary budget and so on. Like we were trying to aspire to beat like the Liquids and NRG, now Evil Geniuses, those kind of teams in NA. And yeah, for that to happen, I think I needed to be more aggressive and more of a playmaker with the AWP, where there's a bit more room these days. That being said, though, I still think I'm fairly aggressive. I see myself on this HLTV success thing quite often recently, but yeah, you're definitely right. I'm not as aggressive as maybe in the past. I want to be that. I think this tournament I've been a bit more proactive than some of the ones earlier. Yeah, I need to do even more. But yeah, for example, the last round with the hero AWP, I feel like sometimes it can also be a little bit too obvious if you want to be a playmaker when they know you've saved an AWP. And I've had a little bit of struggles with pushing the T-Red with the AWP, which has, I think for many other AWPers and myself included, been a really good go-to play to go behind T-Red and try and get an opening outside. So yeah, I decided this one just to try and play it a little bit more passive.
I also just wanted to ask you, obviously giving you a little bit of room to breathe after that match, but of course Big will be your next opponent here at DreamHack Open Fall. Obviously they're the team that knocked you out of IM New York in Europe. So what are your kind of thoughts going up against them? Are you sort of hungry to claim revenge over them?
Oh yeah, for sure. The thing is, I kind of want to say, oh, we had so many games against Big, but we also had so many games against G2 and Astralis, and it's kind of just like this online period right now where you're just facing off against a lot of the teams on a consistent basis. So yeah, a lot of mind games is going to go into that game, to the veto process, to are you gonna fake your anti-ecos, all these kind of things. We want the revenge. We kind of, like, they called us their nemesis prior to the last one, so we want to get back at being their nemesis once more.
I'm sure you do, man. One final question, and the most important one yet. Where were the P90s, man? You know I love them.
Yeah, we'll have to save those for Big or for later on in the tournament. I think in the North game we had a bit more of a breathing room when going into this third map against Sprout, and they were 12-0. I didn't really feel like that it was worth taking the chance. Hunton has also kind of been saying that those P90 rushes ain't really working for us, but we'll have to prove him wrong.
No, yeah, get him on board, the P90 train him, man. I'll be looking out for those in that big game coming up soon. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, guys.
Always lovely to get to speak to the one and only Kaden. And of course, with that, we can check in with our playoff bracket to see exactly where we're lying after that win from Heroic. Unfortunately, that will mean Sprout are down and out of the competition. But as we were alluding to there, Blair, no easy ride going forward for Heroic. It will be Big, the people that knocked them out of IM New York, no less, going up against in the lower bracket to fight for tournament life yes again. It's an absolute gauntlet. We've been saying it time and time again, but it's just so tough down there.
Yeah, I mean, for a team ranked number 2 in the world currently, just like, let's envision how it's going to play out, right? They have to beat Big. They have to beat the winner of Fnatic versus OG or NiP. And then they have to play the loser of Astralis and Vitality. It's not going to get any easier. In fact, the next matchup against Big might be the easiest game they have lying ahead of them. So it's going to be hard, and it's going to be really, really hard for these guys. But then again, Cadian, Stavon, Tessus, these guys have proven that they can deliver. So I'm having high hopes for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they'll be bringing in their games going forward. But of course, this wasn't the only game going on here at DreamHack Open Fall. We also have the placement matches, which were going on our B stream. Of course, it was North versus Godsent. North managing to take the series pretty convincingly, Maui. 16-6 on Nuke, 16-6 then again on Vertigo. As we can see here, some of the final closing moments of these matches. So pretty impressive stuff coming out from the Danes that fell to Heroic.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is an odd look for the side of Godsent. You think that they would give a little bit more of a fight to North there, but I mean, I know there's one person that's working on the DreamHack staff that's happy. AZ with 104 ADR in this one. That is crazy. Where is that coming from? I feel like AZ is good for maybe one highlight a year nowadays, but in this, maybe this might have been it. So good for him on this.
In a placement game, okay.
But of course, it is those all-important RMR points, as well as this is an EU RMR event alongside that prize money as well. So of course, North will be going on to battle for that 9th and 10th place spots here at DreamHack Open 4. And of course, you guys can get involved. We're going to be taking a short break, but make sure you are staying in your seats, as Frankie will be back with some more sports buff polls and quizzes for you guys. Of course, all you have to do is link your account to the leaderboard, and you could be in with a chance of winning a whole host of prizes. But the cutting of the competition is not over just yet. One more best of 3 remains here at DreamHack Open 4, and one final chance for the team to hang on to their tournament life. The Swedes are back, and they'll be taking on Alexi's men of OG, and it's coming up next.
Hello, welcome back to Frankie's chat room. I hope you're having a fabulous week, and I hope you're feeling yourselves, because I'm going to be quizzing your Counter-Strike knowledge. But right now, I want to let you know why we're doing this, because during this tournament, SportBuff has teamed up with the DreamHack Open 4 to deliver the next generation of audience engagement. Over here in the chat room, we're using the quiz feature to determine who is the top dog of you lot when it comes to your CSGO knowledge. And we've covered so far the meta and the dollar, but this time we're going to see how much you know your DreamHack events. So we're all going to get very judgy here in production if you don't get these questions right, okay? You've got no time to prep, unfortunately. This has just been sprung on you, so I hope you do well. Here we go. Question number 1. Who won the DreamHack Masters Spring event earlier this year? A. FaZe Clan, B. Big, C. G2, or D. Naughty Sincere? Question number 2. In 2018, which team came second in the Stockholm Masters, having won the Marseille Masters event earlier in the year? Was it A. Astralis, B. North, C. Fnatic, or D. Renegades? Question number 3. Who won the very first DreamHack Open back in 2015? Was it A. Cloud9, B. Fnatic, C. Ninjas in Pajamas, or D. Heroic? Thank you so much for joining me for this third and final edition of my trivia chat room. And also thank you to SportsBuff for powering it. And don't forget that SportsBuff are partnering with us for the whole of the DreamHack Open 4. They are asking for your predictions, and they're setting polls and quizzes and giving you opportunities to win points and climb up their leaderboard. So do check them out this event. And as for me, well, I'll see you soon.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
DreamHack Open is brought to you by Intel, Corsair, MSI, and Monster Energy.
The cutting of the competition continues as we head into our final elimination game of the night here at DreamHack Open Fall. A clashing of two titans to wrap things up as OG collide with NiP as they both hope to continue their tournament run. Of course, two wonderful people joining me to be breaking down all the action unfolding, the wonderful Maui and Potter. Potter, pleasure to have you back up here. What did you get up to during your time off? Maybe take Timo out for a walk, avoiding those lakes perhaps, or maybe just watching the CS?
A little bit of both. Definitely took Timo for a walk, but you know me, Freya. I can't get away from the CS, and I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw Sprout actually swinging back and forth with Heroic. You know, D-Haw, we know he's a god, but man, he definitely almost pulled it over the line, but Heroic, in the end, definitely showed up.
Yeah, it was absolutely nuts to see. Of course, we can take a quick recap of our playoff bracket for any of you guys who may have missed a second of the action here at DreamHack Open Fall. Of course, the match Christine was talking about just happened before the break down in the lower bracket. Of course, that means Sprout are out of the tournament. They can still have their placement matches later on. I believe they're going to be happening tomorrow. But of course, Heroic, they're going to be continuing to run the gauntlet. They're going to be facing big of anybody. It's absolutely insane just looking at the lower bracket competition there, Maui. Then we're moving on to this matchup, OG versus NiP. They'll be facing Fnatic. The winner of this one will be going on to face the Swedes in the orange, and it's going to be an absolute gauntlet of competition no matter which way you look.
Yeah, this is actually just crazy looking at it. IEM New York EU, FaZe won the tournament and OG came in second place, and FaZe is already out of this one, and OG has a possibility to go home right now. This tournament is so stacked, it's actually ridiculous.
It's absolutely insane. And of course, we can start delving into the match at hand. As Maui mentions that, of course, OG will be stepping up to face NiP in this one to fight for their tournament life. And I'm wondering, Potter, do you have any kind of feelings or thoughts going into this map veto? Anything we should be expecting to see from this one?
You know, once again, the vetoes here are pretty straightforward. Vertigo out for OG. NiP should be vetoing out that dust too. Now, where it's kind of tricky for OG side of things is they tend to always lean towards that Mirage. I spoke about it before. Alexi B, that's his comfort map pick. But I do believe they're going to be picking Nuke just because we saw how much of a struggle NiP had versus FaZe just the other day on that map. Or sorry, versus Vitality. And for NiP side of things, they chose Overpass yesterday, but I'm going to say Train here just because OG, once again, they got kind of stomped out in the server on Train. And it is going to be Nuke and Train. Perfect.
Yeah, perfect. 10 out of 10 there, Potter. Maui, any thoughts for the remainder of the maps? What will be coming up last?
I think Inferno is always just the great decider between these two teams. It was down between Mirage or Inferno, and NiP, knowing their opponent, did veto out that Mirage to end things out. OG have looked really confident on that, so this veto actually might work out a little bit better for NiP than I had first expected.
Yeah, let's start to talk about that first map at hand. Of course, it is going to be Nuke, picked out by OG. So what are our kind of expectations of them coming into this? As we can see from the statistics here, NiP just don't really play this map, not at least in the last 3 months. But of course, OG playing it 14 times. So I feel like we can get an idea of the storyline.
Yeah, definitely. I think that graphic might be a little bit.
The stats are wrong. I was thinking, what is
slightly
this
wrong.
times?
But you know what, Freya? It's actually pretty funny because it's quite close. NiP are only at a 12%. Now, the caveat here is the competition that NiP have been facing on Nuke are the best Nuke playing teams we have in the world. So definitely that stat, the 12% win rate, it's a little skewed. We saw NiP playing versus it on Vitality. And as I mentioned, it was a bit of a stomp, but I want to take a look back in a Nuke match for NiP versus Fnatic that happened just a few weeks ago in EPL. In this matchup, NiP absolutely looked like they knew what they were doing. So I think for NiP's side of things, they're probably going to forget the last 2 Nuke matches and try to stick to their actual game-winning plan here.
Well, speaking of the men over on the other side of the server, the wonderful Frankie had a chance to catch up with Volder ahead of this one. Let's see what he had to say.
It's a delight to have Vald on the other side of the webcam chatting to me now. And Valda, after the G2 match, MBK mentioned that sometimes the team can turn on each other when little mistakes are made. And I just wondered, are you missing the presence of Rugger in the server to sort of help you guys calm down in those moments?
I think we are at times, yeah. It's really tough when you're used to having the coach presence there. And, he can always interrupt and getting us to calm down a bit and talk things through. But once you don't have that person anymore on the server and on the TeamSpeak, it's basically 100% up to us players, So it can be a struggle sometimes, but fortunately yesterday against G2 we had Nathan on the TeamSpeak to calm us down and give us a little bit of a pep talk because we had a rough moment at 12-12, I think it was. And to be honest, basically when you're at that point of the game, it's not really an option to start fighting each other. So we just stood in spawn for a couple of seconds and talked things through, and then fortunately we came out on top.
Well, Valda, best of luck for your matchup against NiP, and thank you for talking to me.
No problem, thank you.
I want to pick up on one of the points that Volder said in that interview. Of course, he touched on MBK, and Christine, we got to hear from him after that game against G2. Incredibly close. I feel like the scoreline on that recent match just doesn't really tell you how close the score was on Nuke being that second map. But MBK was saying there were a few rounds that weren't so polished for them. They didn't feel as poised going into that matchup. So I'm interested to hear from your perspective, where should they really be focusing their energy coming into this one?
Yeah, and it's strange, right? We're finding out a lot of little clues about this OG lineup. As Maui mentioned, OG were in the grand finals just a couple weeks ago at IEM New York, and that was the very first time that this squad actually made it that far deep in a big international tournament. So definitely for OG side of things, when you look at the names, the players on this squad, you see a bunch of in-game leaders and you see that experience. So sometimes when you've got that many great ideas floating around between all these players, it's hard to choose just the perfect one. And when you've got a game where your outcome can be changed in a matter of seconds within a round, everything matters, that everything is just fluid, right? All the players are thinking the same thing. So definitely it's still a work in progress for this squad to be as fluid as I think they want to be.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's a good point to be bringing up Issa onto this lineup, Maui. We saw him yesterday in that game against G2. He was so instrumental in those final moments. And I feel like you might expect that from him as a player. You know him for sort of his fiery, aggressive play style. Once he's feeling that confidence, he really gets going.
Yeah, definitely. Issa is he's a good personality for this team, someone with a little bit more energy, I would say. He kind of just was mingling around in that Hellraisers team for a while, and we always saw little glimpses of him being totally capable. And I think this OG lineup has found a level of consistency that evaded them in their early stages, and Issa is a player that is really responsible for that, whereas before it was just kind of Montu, and then we didn't really know who was going to pop off. Now it feels like Montu is a sure thing, and Issa is actually becoming a sure thing for this team.
Well, moving on over into the other side of the server, Plopsky had a few words for us before heading into this one.
Plopsky, first of all, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I've got to ask you, about NiP just looking like a totally different team against FaZe. You had such a cracking start to your CT side on Inferno in that matchup. Tell me how the team felt going into the match.
I think we were all pretty confident. I mean, we lost to Vitality the day before, but I think still, like, everyone was still pretty confident because we know that we are a good team and we can beat like most of the teams, and I mean, we beat them before. So I think, yeah, everyone was just really comfortable, and we were really like hyped up while playing. The communication was on point, and it just felt really good.
What keeps the team together when it does come down to the wire and you're in multiple overtimes?
I think we're a pretty good team when it comes to overtimes, because it feels like we're playing overtimes every best of 3 we're playing. So I think now we're just used to playing overtimes, and I think we're just like comfortable in those type of situations.
Plopsky, you sound like the perfect teammate. Thank you for talking to me.
Thank you.
NiP used to get going to those OTs, and Christine, we can't blame them after yesterday. That second map against FaZe on Overpass, that was an absolute mammoth series, and props to NiP for actually having the mental fortitude to close that one out.
Oh, absolutely. And I guess, it's a good thing that NiP have been going into so many OTs prior, because they absolutely needed to bring in some sort of a second win to last through all those rounds, just swinging back and forth. So definitely coming into today as well, I'm looking to see an NiP with a better hot start, right? Because if we think back into that OT match versus FaZe, it was an 11-4 first half, and NiP were at the deficit. So definitely coming into this one, once again, their T sides look strong. Hampus absolutely putting in a lot of work, making sure these guys are all on the same page. And Rez, he had a showstopper performance yesterday. We're not going to see Overpass, though, this time around. And I know that Rez, his stats are just out of this world on that map specifically. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that flare coming out onto this Nuke.
And speaking of those hot starts, Maui, we didn't really see NiP having a hot start to this competition. Of course, Sprout managed to best them 2-0 to begin off their run in that Group D. And it's interesting to see, we kind of been seeing them evolving. And as you were kind of saying before we came on, it's kind of expected when you're reintegrating that 5th player back into the roster. But they have been starting to show that form we know and love NiP for.
Yeah, definitely. At the beginning of this tournament, let's not forget that they actually dropped a BO3 to Sprout, which was pretty uncharacteristic if you looked at this roster, say, a few months ago. But reincorporating a 5th will sometimes lead to those kind of falters here and there. But since then, they have recovered pretty nicely. They beat out teams like ENCE against Sprout. They've won against Sprout as well. And yeah, they just beat FaZe the other day. So they are looking to improve their form. Knock, who is being reintegrated to this roster, is actually their best player here. But I have to look towards Plopsky, who we just saw that interview from. His form has actually dropped from lately, and I think if they want to stand any chance against OG, Plopsky in particular is going to really need to step it up, because he was really strong when NiP was in their top form just earlier this year.
Well, speaking of which, I think it's time to quickly jump into our predictions. Potter, who are you siding with for this one?
I'm gonna go with NiP here. I'm gonna go with NiP.
Okay.
I think OG are so strong. Alexi B, his pacing on the T side calling is something special, but we talk about the NiP magic, right? And I don't know, man. Yesterday versus FaZe, they were absolutely popping off. Maui over here is talking about Plopsky's stats. Listen, all of his kills mattered. His impact yesterday was insane. So I'm going with NiP.
What about you, Maui? Who are you going with?
I'm going to have to go with OG and split the desk here, because I just love everything I'm seeing out of this team. I feel like they've gotten past their early demons with the roster, and they're gelling in a way right now that has put them at a level that is sure to take this one, in my perspective.
You guys know I love the NiP magic, but I'm going to be edging with OG to take this one out. I do think we'll be seeing it go to the full 3 map zone. I cannot wait to be strapped in for the ride. But of course, we've got to check in with our Twitch chat poll as well, see where you guys in the chat are lying for this one. Maui, got to be happy with that. 60%, 40% with you, Christine. We can just forget about that. But what we can't forget about is our game coming up at hand. One more chance for both of these teams to continue their absolute gauntlet of a run here at DreamHack Open 4. The Swedes return after a furious feud against FaZe, but can they take down OG now to hang on to their life? We'll find out after this.
Me paso el día pensando en ti. No sé lo que tú me hiciste a mí. Dame más de eso, ven aquí. Baby, tú estás hecha para mí.
No, 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 yo no te quiero solo para una vez. Tú eres el hombre que yo siempre soñé. Tú eres mi cura, cura.
Dime que esta noche tú serás mía. No puedo olvidar lo que tú me hacías. No te demores más, mata esta agonía. Porque si no estás, las noches son frías.
Yo he conocido mucha gente, pero en esta vida todo el mundo te falla. Pero tú llegaste a mi vida y juntos pudimos ganar la batalla.
Dame más, un poquito más. La forma en que me ves a mí me pone mal. Contigo yo me quiero perder. Vamos a vernos otra vez. Esa nena es mi cura, ven pa' acá. Es que esa nena es mi cura. Lo que tú me das, es que esa nena es mi cura. Ven pa' acá, es que esa nena es mi cura. Y yo quiero más. Dime que esta noche tú serás mía. No puedo olvidar lo que tú me hacías. No te demores más, mata esta agonía. Porque si no estás, las noches son frías. Tú eres la vitamina que me llega cuando sale el sol. Esa carita tan linda es medicina para mi corazón.
Ya tú sabes, ojalá lo nuestro no se acabe. A tu lado yo tengo la clave. Y por siempre yo seré tu mujer.
Nadie da lo que tú me das. Me siento solo, baby, cuando tú no estás. Ven pa' acá, que yo quiero más. Es que no aguanto, baby, no puedo esperar. Mi cura, ven pa' acá. Es que esa nena es mi cura. Lo que tú me das. Es que esa nena es mi cura. Ven pa' acá. Es que esa nena es mi cura. Yo quiero más. Dime que esta noche tú serás mía. No puedo olvidar lo que tú me hacías. No te demores más, mata esta agonía. Porque si no estás, las noches son frías. Sí, baby, tú eres para mí, igual que yo para ti. Desde el momento en que te vi, pienso en ti todo el día.
Sí, baby, tú eres para mí, igual que yo para ti. Desde el momento en que te vi, pienso en ti todo el día.
Welcome back to DreamHack Open Fall. It's time to get our final game underway here on the A stream. It's OG taking on NiP. This is going to be a good one, Alex. OG have been looking solid straight out of a grand final against FaZe in the last big EU tournament, but now they take on the Ninjas, who have been looking quite solid as of late, at least from their recent match.
Yeah, absolutely. They've stepped up as this tournament goes on, which is great to see. They're getting Nuke back into the lineup. He took that little break. He's looking great. I think over on the OG side, one of the things that's been impressive to me, though, is Issa has been killing it this tournament. He's the second highest rated player of the tournament so far. I want to see more from him. It's great to see Issa when he's in form. He can be incredible. And hello, Dinko. We've got Julies.
Julie's on the server. We know NiP are, they can sometimes pick up some unorthodox weapons, and certainly the Dual Berettas here on Nuke can be a very viable option, especially on this A-bomb site. Rez will be taking them top hot. They're about to swing on by. Issa with the opening kill, but Rez lets loose with the Julies. It's one kill for him, but Plopsky has taken the double. A third kill from Plopsky as well. And NiP will clean up the pistol round. A fast approach into the A-bomb site, but it did not work for OG.
Good start from Plopsky as well. And Maui was talking about how he's had a pretty tough time at this tournament. He's been the lowest rated player for NiP, which is not normally like Plopsky. Normally, he's one of the reliable stars of this squad. You know, you'd expect Twist maybe to be down there as one of the more supportive players. Plopsky's actually below him. So seeing Plopsky get a good start to this game, that's a great sign for NiP. The Swedes will be very happy with that.
Especially because when we cut to his player cam there, he's fired up. He's looking happy, confident. A fantastic start for NiP. I have to say, this could have went a little better there for OG. Yeah, that's pretty obvious. A good start from Issa. No one else getting anything done. That was a very quick pistol round. And yeah, Plopsky has been a very quiet performer, but someone who has been Nuke. He is currently already, according to HLTV, the player of the week. I feel like they're probably calling that early just because of the fact he's dominated so many of the statistics, right? KD difference, leading the way, kills per round. He's leading multi-kill rounds as well. This guy has been having a fantastic start back after the break, and I'll be looking for more of that up against OG. The first 2 kills are from Rez and Plopsky, and rinse and repeat yet again. Another nice hold on this A-bomb site. 4 kills this time from Rez, up 6-0. And behind him is Plopsky on 4-1. And no one's had to do anything yet. All 10 kills have come from Rez and Plopsky.
Always nice when you're just watching the scoreboard at the start of the game. You're just seeing your teammates rack up frags. That's always a good feeling. And we get the AWP out for Nuke straight away. We've been talking about how NiP have definitely been putting a lot into Nuke. They've been trying to set him up for success in a bunch of these rounds. This is one where he gets the sniper out early, and OG don't have that same luxury. They also don't know that Hampus is up close at yard. This is always a position that can be quite difficult to deal with. Sometimes the CTs can get away with 2 kills in this spot, depending on if OG clear it.
Alexi B throwing the Molotov down towards top hut. That forces Plopsky away, but Hampus's position right now, this is really solid. He's got so much control towards outside. He's got all the info that no one has cross-judged yet, but eventually when they do, you're gonna have to hard clear him. And oh no, Issa is about to check the corner, but Valde walked in front of him. And that will cost Valde his life, but Issa luckily getting the trade kill back.
Yeah, that could have been way worse. They lined up there, Issa nearly dying off, but thankfully it's just a trade. No smokes left for OG, but thankfully Nuke's AWP is not watching yards. They're able to get down secret. The bomb has moved into that position, and Alexi B might be about to play a dangerous game. Plopsky's waiting on the other side. 33 seconds left, Dinko. OG have got to get a move on here.
Twist holding on. Alexi B walking right into the crosshair. And OG across the board, you know, you can sometimes see this from the T side. Couple of the players not together, trying to make some plays, create some space, but the play into the B bomb site has been solid. Mantu with the kill. Twist falls victim, and now a 3v3 post plan. OG sink their teeth deep into the bomb site. And we're looking at NiP trying to claw their way back into this. Nuke has got that AWP. An MP9 for Plopsky and a Galil for Rez. It's not the ideal weaponry to try and pull this off, but the kill has come through. MBK, the victim, Nuke with a second kill, all on Mantu, trying to stand tall. It's the first and the second. He could win this on his own. It's just the AWP of Nuke swinging into the open. It's the no-scope and back to the bomb. He has no hit, just 2 line away, but he's run the clock down too far, and it's Mantu winning the round. If Nuke had a kit, he wins that round, Alex. There was 2 available on out of 3 players, and unfortunately, the player that survives doesn't have the kit.
Yeah, that's one of the things about Nuke's sometimes passive AWPing style, is normally when you're the AWPer, you're not buying that kit. So if you are in a clutch, you've got to go quickly. I thought OG were going to be in trouble there, all trapped on the bomb site for the post plant. Sometimes that can be really tricky for you to win, but Mantu making the difference in that one. Now, the issue for OG is they only have 1 AK in this follow-up round, Dinko, because that last one came so close, because they lost all those players. Mantu's the only man with an AK. They're missing some pieces of utility as well. And Nuke nearly got the opening fight, but it's Rez who's had a great start to this game. He gets the early kill onto Alexi B. OG down a man, and already looking like they could be in trouble in this one.
Hampus holding on with the deagle. OG looking to put a little bit of pressure on Decon. Molotov going down, but the kill has come in. Hampus is the first player to fall in the defense, and now the bomb planted. OG setting up for this post plan again. All the players stuck inside of the site right now. They've got 1 player actually outside of the vent room. And one's just gone to Decon. A little bit better now from OG. They have multiple positions you can have to worry about if you're here on NiP, and Twist moving forward, caught between 2 angles. Issa with the double in the round so far. And we're looking at a real difficult retake for NiP right now. Looking for the quick shots. It's Nuke with 1. Rez with a follow-up. Suddenly, it's all on MBK. He has to swing that door open, stop the defuse from coming through. He's got the lineup, the kills though, too many players. They eclipse Nuke, they keep him alive, and it's NiP winning the retake.
Yeah, nice start for NiP. Oh my, what is going on, Dinko? The Nova. Oh, my.
Hunter just giving it to them.
Wow.
Nico's
you rarely
cousin
see the Nova
shutting
do
down
that.
Nico's team.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Well, that's over on the B stream if you're interested in checking that out. One of our placement games over there. Here on the main stream, we're seeing who's going to keep on advancing in this lower bracket. And NiP with a pretty good start to this game, in all honesty. They've done a good job at getting the right reads so far. In that round, they rotate down to B pretty quickly. And more importantly, they've been able to get on top of the economy game early, which I think is exactly the start they would have wanted. They've caught Alexi B a couple of times as well with some aggression in towards lobby. They've been able to isolate him. Alexi B plays those positions very often, so it looks like NiP have got a bit of homework done, right? They're ready for some of those plays. And now in this round, it's only Deegs for OG. So Twist just needs to be careful he doesn't give a life away too easily. Timing pretty good on the peak, but he's going to have to fall back.
MBK with one on the deagle. Nuke now being run down by multiple players. He'll handle one, but there's just too many. Too many players overrunning his one position, but the bomb has been collected. Rez, oh, he is handling this well. 3 kills. And now it's just Valde left alone, caught in the open. Rez swings on by a 4K in the round. Rez is up 13-1. Yeah, he has had a fantastic start. Straight from the pistol round into the second, and now here as well, just taking them all down. Again, most of the kills have come in against some of the weaker weapons, Alex. You can't take that away from him, but the fact that it's been solid, you know, he hasn't really dropped the ball just yet. 13-1, 216 ADR. It's a lot of confidence built up off of those plays. Now we head into round number 6.
And in the games that NiP have been winning, it's been Rez and Nuke, mainly. Nuke in most games has showed up, but generally Rez is the man who can push them over the line when he has a good game. Now Hampus is pushed up again here, Dinko. He's got Nuke behind him with the AWP to try and help somewhat over at Yard. And Hampus is just going to see if he can play this sneaky position again. The OG players do have helmets, so it's not going to be easy kills with the MP9. It's going to have to be the double dinks. Smokes come through. Let's see what Hampus is going to do. Flashed in for aggression. They know he's here. The MP9, oh dear, turns away at the wrong time. So that is the first man lost, and Nuke is stuck behind the smokes. Not many options for him. Rez is looking to fight, though.
Over the top of the smoke, Rez just chips away one this time. No multi-kill for him in the round, but he's done enough to keep it within touching distance. He's trying to follow up with a couple of kills there, but just caught out of position. And now Nuke holding the cross. The smoke deploys. There's no follow-up smokes here. They're just going to walk right into his AWP. And this is easy pickings for NiP. There's no other utility to play with that. And now it's just one flashbang for Valde. He'll bang it off the wall. He's dropped down to 8 HP. And a 1v3 clutch in total on a ridiculously low amount of health. 30 seconds. This is just looking impossible. NiP will bide their time. And Valde hoping that someone pushes him, someone gets a little overzealous from the NiP team, but that won't be happening.
It looked like OG might have used 2 smokes on main there. I didn't exactly get to catch it, but it looked like 2 smokes bloomed in that same spot. Either way, I think Hampus's early aggression actually does kind of enough to slow OG down in the first place, right? Because Hampus doesn't get a kill there, but the outside smokes were already down. The flash forced them away, and it bought a bit more time for NiP to be able to get into position. Rez also fights aggressively, slowing them down a little bit longer. And then there's the lineup for Twist. Lovely spray in from the garage. Fast rotations as well from NiP. Think about how many players were at Yard in that round for NiP. To begin with, Hampus is up close. Then it's Rez fighting. Then it's Nuke and Twist rotating over. They had 4 different players fighting Yard. That was NiP just being ahead of OG in that round. They were very, very aware that was the game plan, and they countered it beautifully.
Solid start from the Ninjas. Coming on to Nuke, and this is a much better performance, one that we weren't really expecting. You know, we highlighted before this match started and in previous matchups. When you look at the win percentage from NiP on Nuke, it's relatively low. The performances follow up on that, right? They don't give as much confidence for them, but this has been a completely different face from NiP to start things off, and I am loving it. Another kill from Rez. That's 15 kills now, Alex. 15 and 2.
I can't remember if I've ever been 15-2 in a game, Dinko. I'm gonna be honest.
Even on
Maybe that says more about me than anything else.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's more about you, but still very impressive from Red.
Yeah. I think as well for NiP, one of the great things about this start for them is that in those last 2 games they played in this tournament on Nuke, it was their CT side that was a struggle. Against Vitality and Sprout, they only got 5 CT rounds in total, and it's looking like they're about to beat that already. They're about to get their 6th round win, because it's only MBK and Man2 remaining. MBK looking for this fight. Twist is trying to survive, trying to draw the attention while his teammates rotate over. Flash comes through, and OG still just sitting back. 20 seconds left. And Man2 gets 1 kill, but that is it. NiP with a 6-1 lead early. And this is where OG again can get another buy to come through. But so far, NiP have been reading them really well.
Yeah, it's been really solid even against the low buys. And I think that's something you can't really respect enough for NiP. The fact that they've come into these, even when OG have an AK or they have a couple of upgraded pistols, the fact that NiP have been winning these rounds with just losing 1 player or not losing any players at all, at least recently there, that's very solid because we know how much individual skill this OG team packs. And Man2 got the AWP out, and he's not going to be able to deliver anything. Rez swings on by 17-2 right now. This becomes the most exciting thing about this game. It's just watching Rez's counter take up and see how many kills he can get.
I like how anytime Rez seems to be anywhere near a fight, our observer is frantically trying to switch to him, because you know that he's probably going to have a chance to get a kill. Nearly 200 ADR for Rez. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I know it's only been, 7 or 8 rounds. But that is still such a strong start.
Mm-hmm. He's obviously the realistic part of me has to definitely set up a lot of those kills. Yes, I've been against some of the pistols, some of the weaker buys, but you gotta take what's in front of you, and Rez has certainly done that. The nade going through the smoke. That's going to land on 3 players. Issa, Valde, and Alexi B taking a little bit of damage from the HE. But nonetheless, most of OG get down secret. But Nuke is here with the AWP. Can he hit the first shot? The answer is a resounding yes. And now he's going to reposition.
Molly and nade buy more time, and NiP still have quite a few nades left. We're under 30 seconds left in the round, Dinko, and there's still a lot of CT utility remaining. They have the 2-man lead. OG are running out of time here.
Yeah, they're running out of time to do something. NiP have funneled him in towards this A bomb site. Twist trying to anchor down the bomb site. You've got a flank coming in from Valde towards Heaven, but they're not looking for it. Valde with the headshot, a second kill as well. Valde's going for 3, and he's managed to make it work, but the time is so far gone, and the rest of his teammates have fallen. It's NiP with a 7th round, and Valde with his best effort to do something, but it's just the time that's so far gone for OG.
You're looking a little shook right now, Dinko. I'm gonna be honest. Couple of rounds, kind of running out of time. I think one of the issues for OG is that if I were OG heading into this game, my game plan would be to go for those yard plays, get down secret, and see what NiP's rotations are looking like. Because I think at times NiP has struggled to figure out those rotations, right? They've had Nuke away from the lineup for a while. Sometimes you're just going to be a few seconds too late with those rotates. It's going to take you a bit of time to get back into it. But NiP have been really effective at denying this secret play in these early rounds. They've been really good at stopping this from happening. This time, though, OG will get down secret, but they don't get down freely. Man2's down low on health, and Plopsky's already rotated.
Twist playing from the bottom of the stairs. OG are going to start sending players this way, and Twist really has to hope he can show up here. It's the first headshot. Issa, the victim. 2nd kill for Twist as well. He's doing a great job at locking down this attack from OG. 1 man and 4 kills collected. Alexi B towards outside. Yet to post a single kill, and he'll flee the scene, walking away with his head hanging low. As NiP find an 8th round. This is just ridiculous. What a showing from NiP. Everybody having their moments. Everybody getting those important kills. When they've been tested, they've passed. And there's Twist passing with flying colors. Overachieving perhaps to the 4K. What are OG going to be able to do? I want a timeout coming in here from OG. You've got a bunch of leaders here. You've got a bunch of great minds in this team. Surely they'll be able to figure something out, but right now, NiP dominating them.
Alexi B will be saving. And as you said, 0 kills for Alexi B. And one of the storylines of this tournament has been Alexi B individually has been looking pretty solid. For this tournament, he's got a 1.11 rating. He's got the same rating as Mantu. He's been a really solid fragger. But right now, this is looking like an entirely different NiP on Nuke. They're getting these rotations so much quicker than I'm used to seeing from them. They have Twist and Flopsky both down here. They work together, and Twist coming up with a quad kill. Massive impact from him. Great hold down Secret. I think one of the issues I was having with NiP was in so many rounds, they were giving up Secret, and they were just slow on the rotate. They were never really getting over there. But this time, they were one step ahead in that round. They already had 2 players in position.
As the fact that backs up what you were saying earlier on, Alex, Nuke takes the least amount of opening duels than everyone in the entire tournament, bar Bimas, but wins them the most when he decides to take them. Now, guess who's just choosing his fights wisely?
Yeah, definitely been working out for NiP so far. I mean, in this map, he hasn't even been called upon that much. We saw him in the group stage, Dinko. We were saying that Nuke was just the main man every single time for NiP. That seemed to change in this one. And after Alexi B saves the AK, the rest of the team only having pistols. We did get the timeout ahead of this round. Let's see if they've come up with an answer for this one. Twist. Oh, that nade is going to do damage.
Oh my. That's a lot of damage. And now Twist is under pressure again. Hampus has taken the first, but Twist lining them up. Again, Twist doing a good job. Nuke has arrived. And it's just Issa left alone. NiP yet again have only lost the 1 player. Issa trying his best here. Looks like he's got his phone camera set up here on the right side.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, he will go down after 1 kill. He gets an extra on the Plopsky at the end, but 9-1 on the board. NiP, this is just ridiculous. This is a completely different team. You said we've seen him in the group stage, Alex. We have. We followed them since the start of this tournament, through Group D, now into the playoffs. And NiP have just got steadily better as this tournament has gone on. They got outmatched by Vitality. I think most teams in this tournament will be that's been happening too, right? No matter who's been up against Vitality, they top Group A, even beating out Fnatic. So Vitality have been looking real solid. They beat FaZe Clan yesterday, and the best thing about it, like you said, everybody is now showing up for NiP, and Rez with another kill.
Mantu's finally got the AWP out, and he's finally got a kill onto Nuke. Problem could be that, again, there are so many CTs stacked around Yard for NiP. They're really focusing on trying to deny this control. This time, though, OG have got into Secret, but there are 2 players in that garage. Mantu, oh, good reaction shot onto Rez. Important that he got that kill, as now Hampus has to smoke himself off to get back to safety. So finally, a man advantage for OG. They are somewhat spread apart, though, and Flopsky's aggression, if this is well timed, there's a chance he could have gone and spotted the bomb. He's just going to push into door, though, and OG need to make sure they don't let this loose. Another kill for Mantu. 3 kills now on the AWP. He is stepping up.
Every now and then, you've got to have one of those rounds where your AWPer just goes out and picks you up a round win. And so far, Mantu has done that. 3 kills collected towards outside. Plopsky has pushed through, but the bomb has been collected, and Valde's going to hear these footsteps. He knows there's a player running past. Plopsky, he went for the aggression through lobby. He was patient, holding on, and nothing will come his way. NiP will finally concede a round. Rez goes down for the 3rd time. But what a round for Mantu. That's exactly what you need. Every time that he's got that AWP up, every time OG have finally got enough money to play with, that they can get that sniper into the hands of Mantu, it's been shut down with 0 impact. Finally, he's given a little bit of space to work with, and he shows us what he can do.
Yeah, that's what we needed to see as well, because that outside control has been so big for NiP. That's been what's helped them win a bunch of their rounds. So getting Mantu that AWP, I think, could make all the difference. If they can just slow it down at Yard, wait for those nades to fade, and then have the chance for Mantu to land shots like that, that could be a real game changer here. Twist just looking to save this AK. I gotta say, Dinko, one of the scary signs for OG is that looking at their round win percentages on Nuke, OG are one of those rare teams that actually do win more of their rounds from the T side. So having this slow of a start is definitely a bit scary for them. I mean, you look at their last 2 games, even in this very tournament, they actually got more T rounds against Mouse Sports and against G2. They did better on the T side in both of those games. So being 9-2 down, it's scary for them. But if they can bounce back and get a few more round wins, maybe we'll see the tide start to turn.
NiP still off to a fantastic start, of course, but OG feels like they just need a little bit of space to play with. They haven't had that. NiP have been very good at just sort of suffocating the attack from OG, suffocating this T side completely. The aggression's been on point. They've been winning a lot of these duels, just taking straight up fights. And something also for NiP that they've been doing very well is just not giving away any of these unnecessary kills. They're not giving anything to OG. And they're going to have to fight to find these kills back. In the last round, I mean, their first they've been able to find in a long time. It was Mansu delivering with a huge, impactful round. And now the attack towards outside yet again, but Hampus tries to move through the smoke, tries to play with this smoke, and he's caught out Mansu. Good first kill, traded back by Valde.
Really interesting how NiP are playing this yard. They're playing it so aggressively all the time. They're always trying to slow OG down, and now these smokes are starting to fade. This is where players could get caught in the open, and NiP, 2 more kills on the board. Issa and MBK have to save the day as NiP just keep on winning these fights.
Plopsky has been playing this A bomb site really well. As soon as he gets info that there's multiple players towards outside from OG, he hasn't wasted any time. He takes lobby control almost immediately. And he's got another kill off the back of it, repositions this time to take down MBK. And now Issa just letting that clock run down, hiding away. This is probably the best hiding spot we've seen so far. Good job, Issa. But nonetheless, 10 rounds for NiP. I feel bad for OG right now. They're just getting absolutely toyed with. NiP, like you said, relentless towards that outside pressure. Hampus does a really good job at slowing down OG, gathering a lot of information. And because OG sends so many players towards outside, that allows a lot of the map control to go in favor of NiP. So if Hampus is successful in taking the kills towards outside, it funnels them or forces them to go back into the A bomb site. And because they've lost so much control of lobby, it just doesn't go their way. Rez nearly gets the double there in the spray down, gets the 1 kill, and at least it is traded 4v4.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that lobby aggression, Dinko. But because Hampus is getting that aggression at yard, and I think it is worth pointing out, you know, Hampus's stats aren't great in this game, but he's been getting so much valuable information. That's not a good flashbang. Hampus this time playing in a ramp room, trying to see if he can lock this down. Bit of damage done onto Issa. Flashbang dodged away. With the incendiary landing, OG realized there might be a couple more players at ramp than they would have wanted. They decide to double back. They go in towards this A site. And this is looking like the first time where OG might have a chance, but they're going to have to make it quick.
Yeah, bomb goes down there. Knock and Twist getting it done. Still a man advantage for NiP, but they move forward. The last 2 remaining players trying to put pressure onto Plopsky, who has been fantastic as the A anchor. And yet again, another multi-kill for Plopsky. An 11th round for NiP. And OG haven't arrived to the server yet.
Oh, I'm loving this, man. I'm loving seeing Plopsky back on the server. This is more of what I wanted. If he can be sort of that 3rd star player on this squad, you know, behind Nuke, behind Rez. Twist has been having a great game here as well. Now he's going to get the AWP into his hands. We're seeing Twist go for some aggression at ramp at times. We're seeing him look much more confident. This is just a completely different NiP. All right,
I'm loving it as well.
Got to keep it up.
Yeah, he's got to keep this performance up. 21-4. He has been unstoppable within this first half. I love how Hampus has been going for this outside aggression. You know, he is a player that's going to lose his life doing that quite a bit. But he's only got 3 kills, but he has done so much to allow the team to get a lot of map control and to allow the pressure to be constant towards OG. So that's where you have to add a lot of context to the stats. And right now, heading into round number 14, right out of the pause, it's OG. Trying their charge down towards Secret. They've got a couple of players down there already. And luckily, so far haven't lost a player. Oh, Hampus. Oh.
Okay, 1-for-1 trade. This is the first time OG really get down secret safely. The problem is they only have pistols in this round. It's not the ideal scenario, and Twist has already arrived with the AWP. Another shot landing. Bomb has been planted, though, and that puts the pressure on NiP to start this retake, to make sure they can get back into the site.
Yeah, they need to go quickly with this double AWP. Like you said, it becomes very difficult to get back in when you have the two snipers. Plopski's got a first headshot. Traded back by LOOT.BET, but they know where he is now. They know he's tucked in that corner, but it doesn't matter if the kills keep coming through. But LOOT.BET is picked off, and the two AWPs will win the round. It's OG losing this round. They get the bomb down, though. And heading into the last round of the first half, they desperately need 3. What a performance it's been from NiP so far on this defensive side. And everyone, bar Hampus, I feel like Hampus didn't really need to go up to the top of the stairs there to throw that smoke. I think you can throw that smoke while still keeping the cover. But nonetheless, he gets 1. That's all you can ask of him in that terrible scenario. With 12-2 up, NiP not really caring about many of the small entities in those kind of rounds as long as they're winning them. And now OG, they come into it with the rifles.
Last round of the half for OG on their map pick. 12-2 down. Hampus is here again. Surely this time they've got to be ready, Dinko. Surely this time they're going to clear the corner. Issa goes down early. No trade. Hampus allowed to reposition. They've got to get him here. Double peek comes through. Finally, Valda shuts him down. Again, though, Hampus has slowed things, but this time OG do have a couple more smokes they could use. Nuke not really having vision. So Rez crosses back.
Right, Rez getting across. Nuke just trying to hold on, but OG, they haven't even got a player towards yard anymore. They're going to pull them all the way back, sending the players to a different avenue. That is going to be lobby. This time, from NiP, there's no Plopski inside of the lobby. He's playing on top hut right now. So OG, you can see how scared they are walking forward, just making sure no one from NiP is in here. And when they haven't been pushed, and now they can start their walk back to the ramp. They'll leave Valve on the back lines, just covering for any potential aggression coming in from NiP. As they head through lobby, finally the pressure will come into ramp. Twist has been fantastic. 14-5, under pressure again. He holds on, but he's caught out of position. And it's MBK with a headshot. Now the run into B begins for OG.
This is more like it from OG. They spot that early yard aggression, but they don't commit to yard. They know there are going to be more players there. They come back, get the man advantage, but Plopski almost gets a second. MBK shuts him down, and NiP have a 2v3 retake, and they are pretty far away from the action right now. Not going to be easy.
They're going to need these kills immediately as soon as they arrive to their bomb site. It looks like OG will be grabbing 3, but Rez has swung the double doors open wide. Molotov comes in, no smoke to get rid of this for NiP. So they're just going to have to wait it out, and they don't really have time to waste. No time, but they get the kills, and now it's all on LOOT.BET in the corner, and he will fall as well. They're going to get on the defuse. It's going to be close, but NiP will be taking 13 at the half. What a performance from the Swedes. We'll see if they can close it when we head into the second.
By my side, I love it. Nothing in this world can hurt me. When you're by my side, I love it. We can leave the world behind us. You make everything about the world so much better. When I hold you in my arms, I wanna be here every day and every night. So much better, so much better.
NiP are in control. 13-2 right now. They're winning all the retakes, Alex. They're winning all the early fights. NiP are dominating over OG. And they only need 3 rounds to send us to map number 2.
It's Alexi B's turn with the dualies, Dinko. He had a highlight clip with them the other day. He's going to do it again here. He's only got 2 kills so far, but he's been mollied out of position. NiP, I think, have just gone down the vents. They're straight down towards the B site. Rez holding yard, almost getting this kill. Finally finds it. Man advantage and the B site in control of NiP.
Yeah, dominating the pistol round as well, it seems. Valde, Mantu, and Alexi B. Well, that's absolutely nothing to do now. You've got Nuke already on the upper side. Alexi B with the Julies. He hasn't been spotted. At least that's something. And Nuke has gone back down the vent. I love that. They don't see each other that entire time. Rez walking over the top, 25-5, looking like he's going to try and break that record. And NiP are now looking at 14 rounds.
It looked like NiP was so ready for that as well, by the way. Alexi B played that same position the last game OG played, right? Top hut with the dualies. But they just molly it. They molly him out. He can't stop them from going down the vents. That looked like a counter to me. NiP gets straight down onto B. And yeah, I'm excited too, Dinko. Sorry, I cut you off. What are you excited about?
Just NiP playing well again across an individual level, right? There's just everybody kind of showing up. Earlier in the tournament, it was exciting seeing Nuke come back in off of his break and look solid, but now is everybody showing up. You know, Hampus has had a quiet game, but nonetheless, who cares? When Rez is 25-5, you're 14-2 up, you don't really look at that. And now the attack comes in from NiP. Valde's under pressure, the MP9. The play is running him down, and Hampus has got 1 in the MAC-10.
Fast pace. They want this round over with, and Nuke has got a second kill. OG can't handle it right now. Hampus with the MP9 taking a ton of damage. Poxy's gone down behind him, and another kill for OG. Still no bomb plant for NiP either. That gives OG a bit more time to try this retake.
Oh, Rez with a clean tap headshot on the MBK's head. And now it's Alexi B and Mantu trying to scramble back into this lower bomb site. They haven't been given even a slither of an opportunity here, though. Alexi B peeking out, goes down again, and it's just Mantu left alone. 1 versus 3, 15-2 for NiP. Map point established already, and the money is not there for OG.
Even on that retake, OG still just kind of looks shell-shocked to me. They don't look confident to take those fights. They look like they're sitting back and just hoping someone else is going to make the play for them, right? You don't have the kit there. You got to go quick. They never really do that. And as you said, Dinko, 15-2, 1 more round is all NiP need. I would love for Rez to close it out with a 30 bomb. He needs 3 more. MBK whips out the auto shotty for top hut. Alexi B being close at yard with the Deeg. And NiP just taking their time in this one.
Oof. Nice kill from Mantu. Alexi B. And the kill on Plopsky. Somehow, OG have made this round look doable. In fact, they are even ahead. MBK getting something done on the XM. And finally, a little bit of life from OG. When their backs are against the ropes, when they're just about to be knocked out. And they step up. A 3rd round on the board. A little bit better from them. Money's not that great for NiP either.
Yeah, money is bad. And if nothing else, hopefully OG can just get a bit of form here, just individually. You know, it is your map pick. You are getting wrecked on it. Yes, those are all bad things. But just see if you can get a few more rounds together. Couple of nice individual plays in that one. Mantu with a really nice shot on that scout. And this time you're up against Nico, so should be even easier for OG ahead of this next round.
And this should be an easy collection of a 4th round for OG as Mantu taps the head of Rez and now comes back down into secret. It's NiP with 4 players Just trying to see what they can do, but OG at least a little bit of breathing room to remember what it feels like to get a couple of kills, maybe add some rounds to the board, because you know, Lexi B was on 2 kills in the previous round. There's something done here. Mantu as well, just chipping away, getting headshots. The most convincing round win we've seen from OG, other than this one, was from Mantu towards outside with that AWP. So, other than that, haven't really seen too much. Still, Issa has broken double figures. He's an 11. Mantu on 14. And Valde one away from doing so as well. But NiP come in with the buy again. Rifles out across the board.
Nice to see Mantu getting another chance with the AWP in his hands. He did have that one round in the first half you were reminding us of. Cadian was talking about how AWPers like to go for this red box aggression as a kind of comfort play at times to get aggressive, but this time Mantu goes safe into secret. Wow, Plopsky almost looked like he pre-fired that. Beautiful shot from Plopsky. They're already down secret. Now Alexi B's going to hear these steps, and Issa has rotated down. Oh, it might be an over-rotate from OG, though. Look at the mini-map, Dinko. 3 CTs down on this B side. That's a bit scary.
Issa trying to hold on. Smoke is up, fades away. The nade goes around the corner. Does a lot of damage onto Rez, Plopsky, and Hampers. And now Issa going back into the vent. Plopsky boosted on top of his teammate. This becomes a very interesting approach that's going to work out onto Valde. Alexi B and MBK get a couple kills back, but Rez finally caught walking by. The knock is there for the quick trade, and now it's all on Alexi B to save the day for OG. They'll try and get this one over the line. Otherwise, it's the Ninjas with the win, and it's 16-4. Dominant from the start. NiP show up across the board, and I'm just very happy. At least that's all I can say. NiP showing up, finally getting it together as a unit. That's something they just haven't been able to do so far in this tournament, and I feel like there were signs of it against FaZe Clan. I think we started to see Rez look really good in that matchup, and he's come in today as well, alongside Nock doing the same. So NiP looking like a deadly force.
Definitely, and I'm just so happy that they knew that OG were likely to pick Nuke here, and they clearly came in with a game plan. In my mind, they did something to throw OG off their game instantly. It worked for so long in that half. I'm always happy when teams know their opponents are going to pick a map, and they practice it a little bit. They learn it. They get something new. They throw something new at their opponents. It worked out so well for NiP here.
Yeah, there's so much to break down on how NiP performed, and so we're luckily not the ones that are going to be doing that. Instead, that's going to be the rest of the guys on the desk, and that's coming up after the break.
Sharp daggers, cold steel, blood dripping down the wall, blood rushing down the hallway. Ooh, yeah. Take my hand, walk with me. I'll show you silver and gold. I'll show you rubies and pearls. Welcome to the brave new world. Strong now. Victory belongs to the
So say hello to each day that you live. It's a chance to give love, so give thanks that you're alive. So say
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
The Swedes look to get it done swiftly in our final series of the day. An explosive performance to blow OG out of the server as NiP steal Nuke 16-4. OG's last chance to make it back down onto firm ground falls onto Train. And to make that journey even tougher, it's the map pick of the Swedes. But of course, before we get to Last Chance Saloon, my two star-studded analysts in Maui and Potter join me to dissect the massacre that just occurred. Potter, a clinical performance from the Ninjas. You were right believing in the NiP magic again.
I mean, for sure, that magic is still in Rez's fingers, man. He has not skipped a beat since his performance yesterday. I wondered, is it just a one-trick overpass pony type of situation? Nah, man, Rez, he looks so damn good in that server. You could see that he's feeling good too because he was relentless, not stopping, re-aggressing, perfect timing with his teammates. And I can't just say enough compliments for the NiP side of things. So I'll move on to OG a little bit because for OG, I had a feeling that if they had 20 more seconds within some of these rounds, they could have gotten something going. You know, there were a couple rounds on the T side of things that Valde absolutely found some timings, but they didn't have any more time left in the rounds on the clock. So definitely a little bit lacking in the game plan or approach for OG, maybe a little bit too passive for my liking.
Yeah, and it was something that we kind of picked up in the playstyle there, Maui, of OG. We actually heard after that IEM New York Grand Final loss against FaZe that they felt like they were actually getting a bit nervous, which might be surprising to hear considering the caliber of players on this team. It feels like we actually saw those nerves coming out to play again in some of those scenarios.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can really always say it's the nerves. One thing I can say for certain though is the economy for them, because a lot of their buys were really hamstrung by the lack of utility that they had. We saw Alexi B even bust out a Mac 10 on a gun round, just a lot of Galils back and forth. And frequently when you're on Nuke and you don't have good utility, your post plants are going to be a lot weaker. And we saw that the retakes from NiP looked really good, but one reason that they looked good is because they weren't hampered by the fact that there was any utility to block them. And when you are on the OG side, you can get down to secret, you can take that lower bomb site, but unless you're smoking off one side there, making that entry path into to retake a little bit more difficult for NiP, it's sometimes hard to set up, and we saw that OG in those post plants. Maybe NBK looking like feels like he has to swing, or Montu has to press on forward. It's because they know that they don't have utility to make those positions even stronger. And so OG, I really just wish, one, maybe they had 20 more seconds like Potter said so that they can get some of those plays in. Two, if they just maybe saved one more time this game, just maybe half bought one time, bought some more Deagles and save for a really good gun round buy, because Rez and players like that are going to pop off when you're playing against them with inferior weaponry.
Yeah, and of course this isn't the only action going on here at DreamHack Open 4. We of course have the action going down on the B stream. This is our 9th to 12th place matches. Of course, FaZe are actually leading at the moment, 14-4. That's a pretty good turnaround for them considering the form yesterday, Potter.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we always know that these matches that don't really mean much, something hits a little different. Some of these players start really loosening up. So definitely a different look for FaZe, but a good one nonetheless.
Well, of course, we will be going to our second map, and it will be Train. It's coming up after this.
Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems.
Don't like that tone of voice you're using there.
NiP, well, that was a one-sided affair from them for sure. I'm looking forward to seeing if they can keep it up, Alex. It's going to be difficult, I feel, coming into the second map. I don't think OG are the team that lies down and let this happen twice. So NiP, they've got to focus up. A good performance coming out of map number 1. Rez posting his best career performance on Nuke. Well, they've got to hope for more of the same when we head on to train.
Yeah, I'd love to see more of the same, man. Rez was having a great game there. A lot of the NiP players stepping up individually. As you said, though, these OG players, they've got experience there. They've got to make sure they just go back to basics, get ready for train, and they should be able to keep themselves in this game. They shouldn't be a team that just collapses here. We're expecting them to at least put up a fight on this second map. We're ready to get into it. It is NiP's pick of train, and they will be starting on the T side.
OG getting a CT star. I feel like this is perfect for them. This gives them a little bit more space to work with. They can get a couple of those individuals firing off early on and try and forget about some of the problems that were over on Nuke. The one round where they actually looked solid was the round where Mantu got some space to play with on the AWP. We know he's still hitting shots. Just didn't get very many opportunities to do that with the pressure that NiP were constantly applying upon them on the CT side. So NiP, they've been good in the pistol rounds. We'll see if they can do it again here on train as they head into the B bomb side. Very passive setup coming from both of these players.
Oh, what a shot from Nuke. That's why you get those P250s. Long range headshot lands, and Mantu can't do much here. He's going to have to concede this bomb plant, and he even takes a dink.
Well, the Glock trying to rattle away. Rez gets one knock and Plopsky's taking everybody down. And it's just MBK left alone in the world. A 1v4 in total to pull this round off. And he'll start to walk back into the site. He's collected a kid. He's got a smoke at his back as well. Oh, but the kills, they're laboured. He eventually will get the frag onto Hampus. Smokes onto the bomb. Norka's got a good spot though. MBK unfortunately has to jump up onto the bomb side. That smoke I don't think will cover him. And Nork drops down anyway. 3 kills into the pistol. A lightning fast headshot to open up the round. And we get to see that again from his perspective. Oh, it's just filthy.
So clean, man. And he gets this final one at the end here. MBK just popping up out of the smoke. MBK tried his best. He's been good in pistol rounds as MBK. He got 2 kills there, but they just were never going to help him win the round. NiP got that B site so quickly. Into this second round, OG will go for the force fight. Couple of early smokes out for NiP on towards that A site. Plopsky's been blinded over at Ivy, but that's not going to slow him down for long. He's going to go ahead and make the move. Plopsky with 1, Plopsky with 2 on the MAC-10. Nicely done. And Issa caught in the smoke. Man2, okay, 1 kill found. But after all is said and done, it's only Valde remaining.
Valde trying his best with the deagle. He will get another one, and that's the bomb. That is the bomb, Alex. They have to run back for it, and Valde now has an AK. He can win this round. Hampus going forward with the MAC-10. He's the front man into the approach, and Valde's looking the wrong way, but he gets around the corner. He's safe around this corner now. The question becomes, where does he go with this one? That's the question in NiP's head. Where could Valde be? He's going to be looking down Ivy. Bomb has been recollected. Valde knows there's too much risk in going back to the position he was once in. So he's going to be increasing the mind games. They have no idea where Valde is right now, and he's gone all the way back to spawn via Ivy. This will allow the bomb to get planted on the A bomb site. Utility will confirm that to Valde that now they are on the A site. Bomb planted. Rez goes into connector. They have a player in the back lines as well in the form of Hampus. But it is the MAC-10, so if he is to take a duel, he would come out worse for wear. He gets tied down a little bit, but Valde now on 20 HP. There's no chance to win this round, so he's fit to save the AK-47. The fact that he still has a chance to win that round, though, Alex, for so long is just kind of scary for NiP. Losing that bomb, it's very important that if you're going to go for that kind of split into the B bomb site, that bomb doesn't fall there. But luckily, they recover. They get the round back under their belt, and it's 2-0 up for NiP.
Glad that Valde just makes sure he gets as far away from the bomb as possible. Don't want to let anything silly happen. Goes ahead and stays in a safe spot. And yeah, as you said, it was really the element of surprise that they were relying on there. This B-stream game still going on. Not anymore, though. It's just finished. Nico closed that one out. So FaZe 1 map to the good over in that Decider game. Here in our lower bracket game, though, NiP off to a good start again on train. OG having to take a save ahead of this round. Valde, though, with that 1 AK and some good early nade damage onto Hampus. Oh, that's the AK gone.
That is the AK gone. A lot of money picked up early on for Hampus as well. A 3rd kill. He's nearly at the kills he finished on already. And now Man2 with the deagle. I think Hampus might actually be at around... No, he's got 4, okay? I thought he got some previous kills, but 4 kills on the board. Hampus did a lot, right? We talked about the impact he was able to deliver when it doesn't come to the statistics, right? The kind of unsung hero performances. He went 6 and 14 over on Nuke, but, you know, the amount of impact he delivered just by applying early pressure was huge. He's already on 4 kills, so at least this seems to be a bit more of an individual performance from Hampus. He will be able to get going on this key side, but so far, so good for NiP. OG not getting anything under their belt, but finally, an early kill will go their way. It's Rez falling at the ladder room, MBK shutting them down, and Pop Dog, and a man advantage in play for OG at the start of this one. Oh.
Ooh, yeah, Plopsky's in this smoke. MBK still on the other side. Smoke down at Ivy as well. Couple of the NiP players were there, but smoke is going to fade shortly. MBK, can he react first? Yes, he can. He gets the kill onto Plopsky. That's his 2nd of the round. And NiP getting slowly picked apart in this one. Down in a 3v5. I was expecting to be watching Man2's AWP in this round, because as you said, he was the one player really doing well with the AWP over on the first map, but it's been the Riflers doing everything so far. MBK this time caught out by Nork, who upgrades to the AK, but he's not going to find a further fight yet.
Mantu with the headshot. Hampus falling down. Nuke as well. Coming in with the kill, but this is already done. NiP surely cannot win this round. Nuke is an incredible player, but he's on 6 HP. And LOOT.BET pins him with a headshot. Finally, a round on the board for OG. And they need to get a few more of that. 3-1 on the board for NiP. I mean, they are still in the lead, and they've got a bye coming right up. So it's not like OG are out of the woods just yet, Alex. It's just the 1-round win, and they've got to replicate it. They've got to get a few more.
This is where we get the full gun round from NiP. AWP out for Nuke, so we get to see those AWP battles come through. Mantu currently playing around this A site, making sure he's mobile between those different angles. NiP in that previous round definitely put a lot of attention onto Popdog to begin with. They wanted that ladder control to start the round, and that can help slow down those rotations. It can take information away from the CTs, which is why teams like to take that ladder route. And Plopsky just walks down it. He's confident no one's here. He's going to go ahead and nestle himself in this corner. So Popdog control taken by NiP. That's always a decent start to the round. Still plenty of nades left for them as well, as they look to take their time. Interestingly, OG currently have 2 players committed to that B site. And Alexi B flashed in up close, but Plopsky's ready for it.
Plopsky with 1 kill on the Alexi B. And the pressure really is on for OG as Valde's just fallen back as soon as the attackers come in. He sees the Molotov, but already he's lost the bomb site. Already NiP have got the bomb down. And OG probably just looking at the save call already. As unfortunate as it is, they have to go for it. They just have to save. There's no one close by. There's no one in a position able to fight. And while Plopsky was still being a nuisance on their side, a headshot collected onto one. Valde luckily putting him away finally. But this round, this was a very well played round from NiP, and one that they desperately were looking to pick up. You know, if they win this one, they're going to put that money back in a questionable spot for OG. Valde luckily taking a few players down here. They should be surviving with these weapons, but he needs to be careful of Twist. Valde is taking a lot of players down at the moment for NiP. Luckily, he goes down eventually. And NiP will come out on top. 4-1. Money not in a good spot for OG yet again.
Yeah, they just took a timeout. If Valde saved that gun, I think they would have been buying. Now it's more debatable for them. Valde can buy for himself. MBK should be able to get another gun as well, so I think they will still buy. Wow, Valde went 0 for 9 against Rez on Nuke.
Yeah, Rez was dominating pretty much everybody, right? This was just an incredible showing from him. I seen the first gun round where OG got that AWP out. They had Mantu looking down through Squeaky, and Rez just crosses from the middle of the site, right in front of his crosshair, and just headshots him. Mantu had no idea what was coming. Rez was just looking so poised back on Nuke. It's been a good start from Nuke as well here on Train 7-2 right now. 5 kills for Plopsky, 4 for Hampus. Rez hasn't really had to deliver the same early impact as what was required of him on Nuke, but a quicker play this time into Alexi B. He's waiting for it, and on the MP9 he's made it work out. The force buy paying off, the investment working out early at least, but Rez has put a bullet between Valde's eyes.
Yeah, it's Mantu who's had to rotate over on the AWP, but as the smoke goes down the ramp, his vision won't be too easy. He won't be able to spot that many players. He's having to watch both upper and towards the stairs right now. This is so hard for him. Switching between these 2 angles. NiP already out towards this B site. And you can see OG taking control over on the A side of things, but it might be too late because Mantu's been flashed. Great timing on that one. Plopsky gets the kill. Another round where the B site is lost, and another round where OG have to save.
NiP are just doing enough to neutralize the defense of OG on each bomb site. You know, the early fight towards A was to sort of shake them up a little bit, draw out some utility, see what's going on. You can see that initial fight going Alexi B's way, taking Hampus down, but the rest of the recovery from NiP across that round was perfect. And OG just toyed with, forced to the other side of the map, saving their weapons into the next one. And I'm starting to get real worried again for OG. I needed to see a more convincing start from them. But this is not it. I mean, it's better than over on Nuke, for sure. I mean, there's signs, but it's not much better. 5-1 for NiP out of the T side. OG need to start winning rounds, and they need to start winning them very soon.
Yeah, the positive sign for me here is that at least these rounds that OG are losing, they are firstly saving guns, and secondly, they're normally just coming off poor positioning towards B, right? Or just getting kind of out-rotated on B. I think that's something you can probably sort out as the game goes on, because as long as you just get 1 or 2 kills on that initial B hold, that's a site you can normally retake, as long as you just get 1 or 2, right? As long as you slow them down. So I think OG should fix that as the game goes on. Right now, though, it's been a strong start for NiP. Here comes some early boost action. Nuke looking for an opening over the top. Oh, he might get given a fight as well, depending on the timing here, depending on what OG want to do. But they molly him out of position. Good awareness from OG to make sure that boost can't happen.
Again, just the one player over here for OG on this B bomb side. So they're going to try some aggression this time. It's worked out. Mantu with the flashbang delivered by MBK, taking down Hampers. Valde on this B bomb side, only getting the 1 kill. That's not enough. NiP will take this B bomb side. They still have the man advantage over for OG, but they've lost so much control. Twist is already in CT spawn. They are aware of this. They are completely aware, and Twist not taking the kill. Smokes it off. Throws the flashbang underhand. He hasn't fallen back just yet, but look at the position from Plopsky as well. Very advanced stance from NiP. They're not cowering back in the bomb site. Instead, they're taking fights, and more importantly, they are winning them. And suddenly NiP back into the driver's seat. They've got the man advantage. The time is ticking, and yet again, it's OG having to save their weapons into the next round. NiP go up 6-1 on this T side. And yet again, it's that one player on the B bomb site. So much pressure is being put on Valde's shoulders, and so often is he being overrun by multiple players.
Normally that B site is retakeable, right? It's quite easy to retake normally. But what's happening here for OG is that Valde's so far pushed up with a really slow rotation. So as soon as he goes 1 for 1, OG can't rotate anyone over to be in time. That's allowing NiP to get into the back lines, and that's when those retakes are so much more difficult. You can see they struggle to clear out Twist in the backside. They struggle to clear out Plopsky, who's in those back trades. If you can just rotate over a little quicker and at least make sure that NiP can't push up, it could be a lot easier for them. But Hampers timing. Oh no, he whiffed that kill. That should have been a free frag every time. But Alexi B takes it away from him. He does get traded out though. Just a 1 for 1.
AK picked up for Usta. Peeks out to the right side. Twist stuck in the corner of 43. The damage trying to be done. As NiP are going to back away. That's the man advantage still in their hands. OG at least able to fight back slightly. Probably would have liked to have taken down Twist that. Not too far away from getting that second kill. MPK going for the information towards Ivy. He's got to spot a couple, but he goes down. What he really wanted to do there was peek out and gather info and come back, but he kind of gets caught in the position for too long, and that allows NiP to shut him down. And now it's a man advantage doubled for the Ninjas. This round is looking almost unlosable for the Swedes. Mantu has an AK. That is the one gun you've got to keep eyes on for OG. Valde at long range with this MP9 isn't going to be able to deliver. His position is so far removed. Twist is going to catch the player at the back. That's Valde with the MP9 gone. Mantu's watched the players cross over, Alex. He's just spotted the back of Plopsky, and he's going to pick him off, but that gives his position away. Nuke can now take the duel, and he'll win it. 7 rounds for NiP. OG getting nothing done.
Little smile on the face of Nuke. Nice to see the NiP guys happy.
I feel like every time we cut to his POV back in Nuke, Alex, it felt like it was the exact same player cam clip playing out. Like it was just sort of a gif or something. Yeah. Nuke when he's happy. Nuke when he's sad. Nuke when he's... Just the same face over and over again.
Finally, he's actually showing it. Maybe it's when he's really, really happy. That's when he starts to show his happy face.
Maybe he's a little sadistic, you know. We're really giving it to them, Alex.
Okay. Okay, MBK's taken a main control. This is better for OG.
At the start of the round, they get that information. They get Issa into Pop Dog. Now this is the point where I want them to have a quick rotator. And that's what they're going to do. Alexi B's already in the connector. He's already going over to B. This should help Valder out on the site. This is a second player here to help. The bomb is currently towards the B side of things. NiP have a couple of players at Ivy, though. If they can get out through Ivy just with that one smoke, that could cause some issues. And you can already see Alexi B somewhat aware of that fact. He's having to watch CT, and that means that Valder is still alone on B, but Alexi B gets the timing right for the first.
Well, a kill from Alexi B coming in. That's a brilliant hold. Finally from OG, shutting down the round from NiP. And it is just Twist trying to gather at least one kill into this round. And he'll peek out to the left side, but Alexi B in with a headshot. And finally, OG, that's the most convincing round I think we've seen from them. Alexi B with 4 kills as well. A little bit of a sign of life from him. And maybe we can get more out of OG coming into these next few rounds. It's so good.
Great awares from Alexi B to catch the players who were pushing Ivy to begin with, and that meant that he didn't have to worry as much about the flank. He could arrive back to B, he could help Valder. I've got to say, Valder's position was still slightly scary so far forward, but this time, ooh, okay, Issa gets a kill and some team damage. A little bit awkward, but he's given his team the man advantage. That's the main thing that matters, and NiP have been slowed down early. I'm still scared at some of these positions Valder's playing on B, man. Like, he's very committed to the site. I feel like here, you've got the man advantage. You probably just want to sit back and maybe even give up the site and allow just one kill to come through. Because if you give up the site that easily, like we've seen in these recent rounds, it can be very scary. So I'm glad he's fallen back a bit and he's got the rotate. I think this is a bit better for OG now.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for his teammate also to come over so he could fall back and at least have that fallback plan when he was transitioning in position. And now Rez coming out of Pop Dog does some damage, or takes some damage. He will throw the Molotov down in towards the side. OG, they've got Alexi B still in a good spot right now, trying to get in behind, but it's Mantu that'll strike first. A headshot onto Hampus. A second kill from Mantu, delivering over and over again now. It's just Plopsky and Nock left in a 2v4, and a 2-man advantage for OG already established. This should be their round. Plopsky will have to step up huge with the rifle. He's collected another one. Not good for one, but he's down. And now it is all on Plopsky. He has been quiet in this tournament so far, but is showing up in this series and won't be able to get the clutch. Alexi B coming in yet again. Another multi-kill for him. And OG will be taking a 3rd round, finally posting some on the board.
Still business for Alexi B after winning that round. They're definitely not going to be celebrating yet. Nice shots from Mantu though here. Goes through the smoke for the first one. Makes sure that he is past that smoke. Makes sure that he can have some impact because NiP were already on the site itself. The way OG were playing there, they did have to give up the site, but they made sure they got kills and they made sure they were still in good spots to set up that retake. That was the main thing that mattered there. OG with another round on the board, and Issa again pushed into Pop Dog. Mantu this time switching up his positioning. This is nice. A pick or an information play towards B. Either's fine for him. Right now he's spotted that B is clear for the time being, although they're about to peek his position. Oh, Mantu forced away just before the flashbang is thrown. So he gets back to the site. Tiny bit of full damage taken. Not a bad start to the round.
A lot of utility at the ready. Oh, Nate goes down straight onto Issa. Look how much damage that HE grenade does onto Issa. Drops him down to 43. Follow-up Nate comes in, lands on Plopsky. Good kill for Mantu. Starting to really hit his stride with this ult now. 2 rounds in a row where he's been able to get some very impactful kills for the team. And it's Hampus. He's gone down. Molotov forcing Issa back. He's just not having a great time in Pop Dog in this round. He's been forced away time and time again. Nock looking for his time to strike, for a window of opportunity.
NiP just threw a smoke to back connector to try and fake out this B play. Unfortunately, OG haven't budged. They've still got plenty of players here, and they're already getting kills. Alexi lining up too. That was just so quick. NiP didn't seem to have any nades left as they tried to push out, and they just got completely trapped in that choke point. And how about Alexi B, Dinko? The turnaround for him after that previous game, he's up to 13 kills.
Yeah, this CT side has suddenly just come alive for OG. They're starting to win round after round, and they aren't even that close. I mean, they've just had a couple of these straight-up shutdowns where NiP have used the utility up early in the round. They've done damage onto the OG players, but they aren't getting any kills. They're not getting anywhere near the bomb sites, and OG haven't been giving them any opportunities to hold advantages into the round. And you can see NiP a little bit uncomfortable now on this T side. Finally, OG getting comfortable and putting rounds together. That's something they just couldn't do at all over on Nuke.
Oh, Hampus has pushed out to Olaf, but he's been forced back by the molly. And the nade takes him down. Valda tapping to the head. Nice shot in the back lines. This time playing a much further back position. He almost gets caught by those players, but they're going to get the bomb down on the NiP side. That's the money they were looking for. The round win, though, isn't going to be happening. Twist only has the Glock. NiP just with the bomb plant in this one. OG, as you said, starting to get more comfortable, starting to get more and more rounds on the board. Valda that time getting 3 kills on the B hold might help his confidence a little bit. And NiP will be back to the buy in this one. Not before a timeout, though.
Well, timeout for NiP. They were looking so solid, but things have quieted down, slowed down, come to a halt, some would say. It's almost like the trains every time I'm in England.
I think I've been lucky with the trains, man. I rarely get delays on mine.
Every time, Alex. Every time. I have one. I'm on the same travel day as I am working the broadcast. I always get on the train, and it just stops moving. Or it just decides to be 30, 40 minutes late. But nonetheless, 7-5 is looking quite solid right now, as OG are starting to pull things back and making a meal out of this game. At least it was looking very one-sided to start things off. I started to get very worried for them that we were going to see more of the same, but they have fought back. They managed to post a few on the board, and now Rez, he's 3 kills. What a drop-off he's had so far. And Valde taking 1 kill onto him yet again. Plopsky treads back.
Ooh, good shot from Mantu. Flicks down to give his team the advantage. Plopsky now dropping down pop. Mantu still looking for more action, but the smoke is down, so he obviously won't get that. T-side smoke doesn't go that far, but it might allow Twist to move on up. So everything slows down after those initial trades. The issue here for NiP is they really don't have many nades left. I think this is the sort of round where we need to see Nork try and do something with this AWP. I think he needs to get a pick to get them into this round. They don't have smokes. They don't have flashes. They don't really have the ability to close the distance onto this A site. So they're probably going to have to rely on their long-range sniper to get them involved.
Smoke. Down at T-Con. Twist. About to journey out from Ivy. Molotov lands on top of the position from Mantu, but he still gets the second kill. That could have been a turnaround from NiP. That could have been their chance into the round, but it's won by OG. And Mantu yet again with a double Alexi B following suit. Currently 16-5, 122 ADR, and a 6th round poster for OG. The best case scenario now at the half is that they lead by 1. If they get hit 7, that's the best case, which is still very solid for NiP, of course. But the fact that they've lost all momentum, that's a worrying sign, especially with Rez only on 3 kills right now. After such a big performance on Nuke, you want to see him kind of continue that, but he has dropped off massively on this T side. Maybe in the second half, that's where we see him light it up a bit more.
Nice to see Plopsky still playing pretty well, though. Okay, he's all right. He's all right. Got scared for a second. Iss has had a quiet game here. I was talking earlier about how he's been the 2nd highest rated player in the tournament. His form has been fantastic here at DreamHack. It's not been the same for him today. He was doing okay on the first map compared to the rest of OG. On this one, though, he's definitely had some issues in that pop dog position. NiP continuing to take their time in this round. OG have rotated quite a few players over to B. just to make sure that doesn't get overrun. NiP are still just sitting back, still just taking their time. It looks like they're lining up some smokes into this A site.
Molotovs burning at the close trade. 2 players from the CT side in the side itself. It's at the bottom of Pop Dog and MBK. Topples 2 players very quickly following the bomb, but Plopsky trying to fight back. What a kill from him. That's a 3rd. And now Plopsky looking to do it all for NiP. They head on towards the bomb site. Mantu further back in the connector right now. And Valve will extend from Pop Dog, catching Plopsky, stopping his monstrous round. And now it is all onto Nuke to try and win up the 1v2 clutch. 9 seconds. Has to commit to the plant or at least go for elimination. He's going to go for the plant. He'll get it down. And now 1v1 up against the AWP of Mantu. Nuke wrapping around the right side of the bomb tray. He sees him above him. Nuke gets underneath. And it's the round won by NiP. A huge 1v2 for Nuke. And a fantastic round from Plopsky.
Let's have a look at this again. Plopsky. Headshot after headshot. Oof. The adjustment on that last one, and then Nuke just gets the positioning right. Mantu wasn't ready for that reposition to have come through. It was looking so good for OG to begin with as well. They put that molly in A main. They slowed NiP down so much. It was a very telegraphed push because of that. OG got a bunch of early kills, but just the individuals for NiP on point again. And some early damage done in this one. 2 OG players taking damage, but Hampus will be the first man to fall.
Hampus, yeah, I called him out a little bit earlier on in this game, Alex. I said, he had a quiet performance on an individual level. Looking like he's going to get a good chance to change that. Since I said that, Alex, he hasn't had a kill.
Dude, that was that quad kill against the anti-eco, right? That's all he's done the whole game.
Yeah,
wow.
He hasn't had anything other than the quad kill against the anti-eco, and that's just too quiet. There's barely any impact there at all. And just imagine if Rez or Hampus had a slightly better performance, but in this round, it's looking like NiP have a small chance into it yet again. Nuke with the AWP alive. Twist here as well. 3v2 though. A retake, a real possibility for OG as they try to get back into the bomb site. Twist is coming through connector, so it's all on Nuke to try and play the timeout, try and keep this site ticking. He's got the Molotov for the late round as well, but he's been caught by Issa. He'll be asking questions as to how that has happened. And Mantu as well. Defuse comes through from OG. It's 7 at the half, as close as you can get it. It's time for a short break, but we'll return with the second half.
Don't try and call me on the telephone. Don't want to argue anymore. I can't stand when you are not near. We can sort it out when you're here. Face to face. Let's talk about it. Face to face. Let's talk about it. Face to face. Let's talk about it. Face to face. Don't like that tone of voice you're using there. Resentment flowing down the line. I can't stand when you are not near. We can sort it out when you're here. Face to face. Let's talk about it. Face to face. Let's talk about it. Face to face. Let's
A resurgence from OG has delivered them 7 rounds. NiP still lead by 1, but it has to be a big step up from the rest of OG on this T side. You know, we had Alexi B showing up. Alec, he's 17-6 right now. We've seen some impact moments from Mantu. We have to see it continue into the second half. We know NiP are good on the CT side. We've seen a big performance from them over on Nuke. It's not going to be easy for OG.
Definitely not. A close game here from the first half. As you said, Alexi B certainly stepping up for OG. Would love to see more of that in this second. There is a B stack in play for NiP, though. They've got 3 CTs here. Rez playing on top of the bomb train, which can be a pretty unexpected position. And here come the nades from OG.
OG trying to get this attack in towards this A bomb site. Rez hitting the first shot. He'll look for a second. Rez has got it. 3! Pulls out the silencer, but he has decimated them. He has silenced OG. And now 3v1, it is cleaned up. Hampus with the double. He may have only got 4 against Yanti-Eco, but he delivers 2 as soon as the second half gets underway. This third kill from Rez is just ridiculous. They don't see him. They're distracted with Nox below, and he just cleans them up. Silences OG as they come in to the B bomb site. 9-7 for NiP. Over here for OG, it's another pistol loss for them.
It's about to be the MP9 wrecking crew in this round for NiP. Every single player going for that MP9. As I was saying, though, just an unexpected position from Rez. And you see what OG are trying there. They're just trying to jump out from that upper position, make themselves hard to hit, and then try and get that bomb down. That was just the primary aim for them. That's the minimum that they wanted out of that round. But because of Rez's position and because of Hampus's quick kills, that's not possible. And Hampus already spraying away. 2 kills for him. Nork delivers a couple more, and Nork should close this out. MBK's traded, though. This could be a bomb plant. No bomb plant.
No bomb plant at all. 10-7 NiP, a double figures reached. But here comes the purchase, the first purchase from OG in the second half. As the AK-47's out, Issa, we were talking about him. We were really bigging him up coming into this game. He has been so solid in this tournament so far. Where has he been? He just hasn't been here at all. 5 kills currently here on train. It's not been a good performance from OG across the board, I have to say, from the most part. But it's been very quiet.
I want to say as well for NiP, in terms of opening duels in that first half, they only won 4 opening duels. That was a really interesting takeaway. And furthermore, in terms of the individuals, Alexi B has won 5 opening fights. He's only been the first to die once. Hampus is the complete opposite. Hampus only got 1 opening kill and was the first to die 7 times. But even with those stats, it was still a really close first half. So I think NiP have done a great job at just grinding it out to this point, getting that strong start to begin with. Now, though, we've got to see if they can do it on their CT side. They've whipped out the AWP for Nork. He's had to go without armor, though. And OG taking a slow start to this round. Issa's working up Ivy right now, but there are a couple of players close by to him. The bomb, however, is starting to move back to B. And as it stands, there's only 1 ninja on that B site. It would be Hampus solo holding, and Issa's already been caught.
Issa picked off, and now Plopsky climbing up the ladder. He's got the perfect timing, but he gives away the position. It doesn't matter. He gets the bomb and a second kill as well. Plopsky gets the perfect timing up the ramp. Or should I say ladder? And now it's MBK and Valde looking to win a 2v4. Plopsky has absolutely done it to him. The bomb lies at the top of the ladder. 20 seconds left for them to figure out where they want to go. And NiP have completely done it to Plopsky. That's the round locked in. 10 seconds. They can't do anything. AK saved into the next round, but NiP up to 11. The weakest weapon in play, Alex, and it makes it work.
How about Plopsky in this game, Dinko? He's won them a couple of rounds single-handedly. That was that round on the T side where he had to get 3 entries to turn around a 2v5. In this one, he gets the timing right. And then this is really well composed, even though he does accidentally fire that 1 shot to begin with. The fact that he doesn't let that get to him, he makes up for it. He gets both of those kills. That was brilliant.
Hampus got 6 kills on Nuke. They were all opening kills. And yeah, that is what we're talking about. You know, in his position, he was playing in that role that he was given, just having that much impact towards outside. He was just getting some of those slowing kills, those opening picks, just slowing down OG, funneling them back into the lobby where the player you just mentioned, Plopsky, was, right? So it's been a quiet performance in terms of the kills from Hampus across this series, especially here on Trin as well. But yeah, stepped up in the second half now, adding a few kills to the tallies, up to 8 right now. He's doubled his kills since the start of this half. And now Alexa.B going for that quick play out T-Con, running down with the AK. This might catch them off guard, but he's been spotted and now stuck in the Molotov.
Oh, and Plopsky, well, he gets a kill from above. Mantu, though, instantly trades it out. Rez trying to get aggressive, but he's got to be aware of Alexa.B, and he decides to just fade away through that smoke. So Alexa.B can get the bomb back and just get back into A main. Yeah, as you were saying, Dinko, I think both Alexa.B and Hampus actually play somewhat similar as the IGLs in terms of being very aggressive, taking a lot of those hard fights at the starts of the rounds. So that's why you do see them struggle on the scoreboard sometimes. That's just kind of how you have to do it sometimes. That's how it's going to work out for you. And speaking of aggression, Alexa.B just swings on Rez, gets another kill on the board. Hampus is there for the trade, though, and Nork's got another one. NiP with the advantage, and it extended even further. NiP get all the kills they need. OG were just trying to set up that A play, and NiP didn't even allow that to happen. They completely stopped them in their tracks.
Well, OG, I'm starting to get real worried for them now, Alex. If that's the kind of rounds NiP are going to be pulling out of the bag on the CT side, OG are going to be getting nowhere. They don't have that many rounds to play with. NiP did really well in that first half to come out on top, coming out of the T side. They've done so much, and OG have not been able to do anything just yet. If you let NiP get going, if you let them build up all this momentum on the CT side, then you're looking at a very scary prospect. I'm looking forward to seeing what NiP can do later in this tournament. They were a team I just did not expect to do a whole lot, Alex. I'll be honest. I thought they'd get better. I thought they'd definitely improve, but this is something I was not expecting.
Oh boy. Nade damage early. Hampus, well, he goes down. Okay, that's a chance to push into the B site. Great flash from Plopsky, though. The spray almost good for 3, and Nork gets one through the smoke, through the wall. What a shot from him. It's all on Alexa.B, and he's being closed in right now. He's trapped.
He's going to be pushed from multiple different positions, but he spotted the likes of Twist. Actually called the player in upper and Twist. What a genius. Just jumping up and down, making sure Alexa.B cannot get those leg shots in, and he is pushed. NiP are feeling it right now. 13-7, 3 away from victory in the series, and OG with 7 rounds on the board. This has not been the performance they've been looking for.
Fire round on the board for OG, and really a must-win round at this point. Again, just a couple of the NiP players stepping up. But mainly, I think it has just been NiP grinding out these rounds more than anything. You can see this time the scoreboard doesn't look as great for them, but they've been able to just edge out a bunch of these round wins, win a bunch of the important rounds. That's what's put them in this position. And OG have got their backs against the wall. They've got to find a way to dodge out of this position. 13-7 behind. Plopsky again pushed into Pop Dog with Rez this time. OG are setting up towards B, but Plopsky, is he going up the ladder again? It doesn't look like it as the B push comes through.
Hampus holding on. Smoke is going to deploy. Flashbang goes around the corner, and Hampus drifts around the back lines of the bomb site. They'll look for a headshot, but it won't come through, and the bomb goes down from OG. This could be their first round in the second half. Hampus walking forward from upper, trying to gather some control of the site back. He spotted the head of MBK and somehow fluffs his lines again. MBK has bested him in 2 duels now. One in the previous round with the Tech 9, and now with the AK. 2 duels that Hampus had the upper hand in. But nonetheless, the round will go in favor of OG. And NiP just sat around waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Hampus to make his play. If he gets that kill, then there's a chance for the retake. But as soon as he goes down, it's locked in. NiP will concede the round, and OG not done yet.
Yeah, if Hampus wins that fight, they do actually have a decent chance on that retake. They have some utility left. They could smoke ramp. They could have probably smoked upper, tried to get back towards the bomb site. But as soon as Hampus goes down, it's just so much more difficult. You're a man behind. You've got to clear out all those angles. Time is already ticking. They realize the save is the correct call. We go back into round 22 with a full buy for both teams. Early smokes out from OG onto this A site. Early flashes as well, and the drop down pop has been heard. Mantu scoped in here, but he gets mollied away. So no chance for the quick aggression out to A. And NiP have actually pushed A main. They know these smokes on A are a fake, and they could be potentially prepared for this B play.
Oh, he's keeping his head down. Keeping out of trouble. And now, round 22. OG gather outside of the B bomb site.
NiP is so ready.
Yeah, you can see how many players are coming over here now. The rotation as well. Knock with the first kill. Hampus this time taking one down. And OG have already lost 2 players. They've got to pull off something miraculous to get into this round. And it just will not be happening. Hampus is and Mantu both falling. And now it is all on to Alexi B. And he's picked off as well. 14 rounds on the board for NiP. Have to say, Alex, I haven't seen enough from OG to believe there's any sort of possibility in this comeback. As pessimistic as it does sound, it's looking good for NiP.
OG trying that fake onto A, but Plopski's pushed in A main. He knows it's not the A play. The molly and pop dog was really nice as well, because Mantu probably would have looked for a pick onto A to try and sell that fake further, but he just got mollied out. So he realized, I've just got to go back up the ladder, back to B. I can't really sell this fake onto A that well. And NiP then just had that third player rotating in as the push was about to come through. That molly has actually denied the run boost from happening. Flashbang as well. Mantu is not a happy man right now, but finally, they're going to get the chance.
We can't even get all his teammates hit. This is just going very badly. He goes for the run boost eventually. And the smoke comes up at his face. And well, not the best round, but now it's going to be a push down in from Valde, making a solo play. Hampus going down again. A lot of damage done onto OG. Alexi B taking a lot on board. Issa Mantu as well following suit. If NiP win this round, Alex, this is probably going to be the win. This will probably be OG's elimination. So they know how important this round is. They've got the flashbang at the ready. MBK and Issa in towards Ivy, ready to start an attack. Currently, Plopski is the closest player able to do anything here. I believe he's just been slugged off, and no, flashes are coming through, and now Plopski's under pressure.
Oh, great shot from MBK. Plopski was trying to play above on the train. At least Twist is pushed towards A main, though. And he's comfortable enough to try and play this angle. Nice shot from Twist to kick things off. Looking for more. That was the bomb dropped. 29 seconds, but Alexi B's on the flank.
Yeah, he's got the perfect position for that, and Twist gets caught looking the wrong way. Now the flank from Knock, this could be everything. The first kill on the MBK, nearly the second. Knock still alive, Reds with a kill as well, and it's all on Issa, and he will fall. Knock gets in behind, 3 kills. Knock has been incredible in this tournament for NiP. When they need him most, he's showing up, he delivers, and yet again, another fantastic round from Knock. He's so passive, he's so quiet, you kind of forget about him a little bit. And I think that's what happened to OG. He just gets right behind it. There's no presence from the AWP. And there's 15 for NiP. OG, they've got a buy coming into this, but it's not looking pretty.
Oh, Alexi B trying to make some moves, but the nades. Oh, God. Oh, he's nearly dead. 2 HP left for Alexi B. NiP's so well prepared for that play. Twist getting smoked off. Has to counter with the molly. Early kill found from Mantu.
Well, they kind of figured out how Plopski's playing this green train position. You can see how ready Mantu was for that peak. He just jumps around the corner, widely taking the fight, and he wins it. Man advantage in play for OG. Alexi B barely alive, but still ticking. And MBK has doubled up. Hampus from Pop Dog. There's one, but can't get more than that. And now Knock, you know how good he can be, but this round just isn't going to be one he's likely to pull off. He goes back towards the brown halls. That's just OG realizing nothing to lose. Just screw it. Let's just run in through Ivy. And Mantu just jumps around the corner, catches out Plopski. As soon as Plopski goes down there without a single kill, Alex, that's when things open up. The floodgates are open, and OG can flood into the A-bomb site.
Yeah, and you have to give some props to Alexi B again, because look at how much attention there is on him pushing out from A main. How many nades he draws towards him, right? And then the OG players pushing from Ivy have a bit of an easier time. It's a little bit easier for them to get out, get that early kill, because so many players are looking at Alexi. So that was definitely nice for them. Again, though, just touching on Nuke, as you were saying, he's been consistently the best player for NiP in this tournament. He's almost never had a map where it feels like he's gone negative, which is kind of ridiculous to say, but he's just in the back line so often. Like we've been saying, he's oftentimes the player with the least deaths on the server, and he's so often having impact still, which is a really hard balance to strike.
Over half of Nuke's kills on Nuke were on Issa. God, that just puts a lot of pressure on Issa now. Like, he's 5-17. He's just having one of the worst series you could possibly have. After hyping him up so much, he's just not really having a great time. He's not having a good day. And OG, the pressure really is on now. It has to be flawless just to get overtime. The worst part is, Alex, they somehow dig deep, but they somehow win every single one of the remaining rounds. They have to do it all over again. The hardest part is yet to come. So NiP, certainly favorites to win this, and certainly favorites to close this. They have a chance to do it here again. Op, not one, but two. Hampus and Nuke picking them up.
Yeah, Hampus on the secondary AWP, not Twist, because Hampus wants to peek up a B with that AWP early. He wants that early information over at B. And Hampus has got that information. He spotted that there's no one at B. They can stack this A site and try and hold it down.
Well, Mantu, that's one. Valdi as well. This is brilliant from OG. Two fantastic openings. And this probably just has to be the safe call, unless Nuke can do something on the defense. He's been peeked. There's his chance. It's the first victim. Molotov prevents Nuke from swinging out wide and trying to deny the bomb plant. I thought for a second there he had a chance to landing that flick. But now it is just Hampus, and he's not winning this round. OG, I feel like their attitude has kind of changed right now, Alex. They kind of realize, well, we literally cannot lose any more rounds. So, nothing to lose. They're just playing carefree. And they're winning a lot of these opening duels. You can see immediately NiP were just shut down.
And we saw the timeout ahead of this round as well. We saw Alexi B was very vocal. Sure, he has a lot to do with keeping the team on track, keeping the team in a positive mindset.
Yeah. Because obviously, Frankie had the interview before, and she was asking about the absence of Rugger has affected them in terms of keeping them all cool under pressure. And Valde certainly seems to be missing him. And well, Hampus some nice shots to hold on. So yeah, maybe the pressure falls to Alexi B a little bit more to try and calm the team down a little bit. I mean, he is Finnish after all, so they're quite used to staying cool under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that Hampus there had a cheeky smile as well after missing that first shot and then making up for it with the next two. I think you can just see the difference in the mood in the camps, right? Like NiP have always been just having a positive mindset, you can tell. They're always very chilled out with things because they've had such a good start to this game. Apart from Nuke, who you can never tell what he's feeling. But everyone else is looking nice and happy. We even got that one smile from Nuke, so that's when you know NiP are having a good time. I don't think they'll be having that good of a time in this round though, Dinko. It's mostly pistols for them.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them here. Hampus has hit that AWP over, so let's see what Hampus can do. Let's take this thing out for a spin and see if he can take any of the kills away. OG, they've got the AWP out in the hands of Mantu. AK-47, an M4A1S in the hands of Alexi B. And Hampus looking for that early pick, but Alexi B has already crossed on over, and Hampus knows. Okay, there's a player over here. He's alone. I can maybe take this fight. He's gonna win it. What an excellent call from Hampus. He knows he's the player that has to get it done. And he's already taken one.
How about the timing on that molly as well? MBK taking damage, separated from his squad. He's the man with the bomb as well. Thankfully, his teammates will now be able to back him up, but Nuke. Oh no, Nuke in behind. Nuke could go huge, but he only gets one. It's enough though. It's enough. Twist with two from above, and the pistols get it done.
As if NiP closed it in that fashion, the pistols. We thought it was all on to the next round, but the initial kill from Hampus, he goes aggressive, knows he has the 1v1 fight against Alexi B, and while the rest of the pistols prevail, Nuke gets in behind, and just like that, NiP walk away with it, and they've booked themselves in yet another Swedish derby matchup against Fnatic. That's the next match for NiP. They've proven us all wrong, really, Alex. You know, coming out of Group D, we didn't really expect much from NiP. We've got Nuke back in from the break, looking better than ever. NiP are an exciting team right now, and it's time for a short break. We'll be right back with the deaths to break this one down.
Like a record on rotation, I'll leave you hit. Can't incriminate myself, so let me plead the fifth. I ain't saying one word like I ain't got a lit. Passport stamped out, it looks like the travel. I wanna see more in the world than Big Apple. Sad song, funeral nights and street chapel. So we don't give up. 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 So don't come around here feeling lit. Like a record on rotation, I'll leave you hit. Can't incriminate myself, so let me plead the fifth. I ain't saying one word like I ain't got a lit. Passport stamped out, it looks like the travel. I wanna see more in the world than Big Apple. Sad song, funeral nights and street chapel. So we don't give up.
What is love you said to me? Disrespect reality. It's like the shadow you can shake. Erase cities, make them break. Skylights open. You got the world in your hand. You're not broken. You know exactly where you stand. It's not my imagination, got no explanation. It's a fascination. Oh, it's not my imagination, got no explanation. It's a fascination.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
A star-studded performance from the Swedes as they clean up the series in a clinical 2-0. The Ninjas are here, and they're here to stay, as it will be OG crashing out of the competition with their tournament life shattered. For the Swedes, they live to fight another day, but before that dawn rises, we've got to break this one down. Maui and Potter join me to peel back the lid on that action. And Potter, I feel like I'm getting deja vu, because I feel like you said to me yesterday I should have believed in the NiP magic, and I should have done it again. I should have followed you.
Yeah, deja vu once again, and once again, star-studded performances. You just saw it there in the highlights. I'm so glad that's what it led up to. Rez on that pistol, holding his ground, being a little turret, pew-pewing his enemies. You got Flopsky absolutely showing up towards that ladder mid area. Once again, it was just NiP constantly making the optimal decisions, the optimal reactions, and they were rewarded for it time and time again with all the highlight frags they could have asked for.
Yeah, it's incredible seeing those individuals step up. And speaking of which, we've got one very special individual joining us here. Nuke, man, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us. Congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
I want to start off by talking about Nuke, because you guys looked so prepared coming into that one. Was that a map that you expected to get picked out, and was there a specific game plan for that map in mind?
Yeah, we kind of expected they would pick Nuke since we had really bad result lately on that map. So we didn't really have a game plan. We just came in strong and got a really good start, and Rez, he was just bombing out everyone. So yeah, it was a fast and quick game.
Nock, I know that you had a little bit of a break there, about a month or so from competition, and your team actually, we were talking about it, they were quite competitive with Threat in the lineup. Did you feel like since you're back that your team is really appreciating more? Do you feel really important in your role within the squad?
I mean, of course, I have a pretty important role as an AWPer to step up and sometimes decide the games. So, yeah, I appreciate all my teammates and, yeah.
Nock, this is really odd, but it looks like you're in the studio right now about to drop the hottest diss track of 2020. I wanted to know moving forward if you think you can keep up those kinds of performances, maybe drop another bomb on Fnatic moving forward.
I mean, hopefully, right? I've been playing pretty good this tournament, so I will do my best to keep this up.
I also just wanted to ask you quickly before we let you go, Nock. Obviously, you guys are in that team house facilities together, obviously in that practice facility, and we can see from your webcams, you guys are getting pretty hyped up during the games. What is it kind of like to be surrounded by your teammates in there, and what the comms like during the matches?
I think it's really important for us to be together at this bootcamp and play together and see each other in face and just spend time together overall. We're so much better when we're playing together than just online from home, so it's a really nice feeling.
Well, Nock, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. Massive congratulations on that win again.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to get to check in with one of the gentlemen from the NiP side. And of course, we can begin to be breaking this down a little bit. And I think it's a perfect time, Maui, to be talking about Nock himself, because his impact in this game was instrumental.
Yeah, absolutely. He was dominant there on train. He went 25 and 12, just so many good opening frags from him and just impact ones at that. When the rounds were kind of sometimes breaking in OG's favor, it was Nock so many times who just kind of brought them back into a round, found a nice timing on a shot, just a shot through a smoke like that, Valde crossing there. It was like every opportunity that he was presented, he took it and he was able to capitalize on it. So props to him for that type of performance, because there's a lot of AWPers in the scene that just can't always hit those tripwire shots, but today Nock was just on fire with them.
Yeah, he really was. And another man that was on fire in this map in particular was Plopsky Potter. I know we were kind of highlighting him before we came into this match, considering yesterday against FaZe, he was doing well, but maybe we could have seen him stepping up in some other areas. But today, it just felt like he was on a totally another level. It was great to witness.
It was really great to witness. And, you know, as I said before, Plopsky's role, he's generally the anchor. If the action doesn't come his way, there's only so many frags to go around in that server. But when it does, he's absolutely holding down the fort. You saw it here on Train. You saw it on Nuke, which is a brand new thing that has come out of my mouth. You can't really say that normally historically with these NiP guys, but now Nuke is looking super solid for them as well. And yeah, I mean, Plopsky, he's a stud.
I think with that, we can take a quick recap of our tournament bracket to see exactly where it is happening, ending today. Of course, we see OG being eliminated from the competition. I think we all thought that this had the potential to be going to 3 maps. Incredibly impressive stuff from NiP here to close out the day. And as you mentioned in that interview, Maui, it's a spicy matchup indeed next for NiP. They'll be moving on to face none other than their regional rivals in Fnatic. That is going to be an absolute banger.
Yeah, definitely. Fnatic sometimes just feel like the bigger brothers of NiP because they sometimes play that pretty similar default-centric style, but Fnatic lately, from what I've seen, they've gotten the better of NiP, but if NiP keep up this kind of form, just dominating OG, I don't really see a reason that they should be afraid of their older brethren from their country.
Yeah, I think it's promising to be an incredible matchup indeed. And I think with that, we can delve into our top 5 plays of the day. Maui, I'm going to give it to you to be kicking this one off. What have we got here for number 5?
All right, so we've got ZywOo to kick things off. Of course, any day he plays, he's going to be making it here. 4K on the pistol, just really clean shots, as always. Makes it look so easy, too. Just like, okay, you're there, you're dead. All right, that's the ZywOo story.
Pew, 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 pew. ZywOo always delivering, man. And it's so special to watch Vitality and ZywOo honing in. It's no longer ZywOo and friends. Play number 4 is coming in hot. It's Heroic versus Sprout. Cadian once again delivering. Yesterday, when we talked to him in that interview, he said, you know, I had to put all my brain power for the entire squad. Today, his individual performance, he absolutely stepped up. And this was a great highlight from him coming out on Mirage.
Yeah, number 3 here, we're going to be seeing Twist locking it down towards lower. This is just a really impressive hold, hitting every shot. Just that aim is so crisp for him. When he's on point, it is really fun to watch. Him and Rez were just tearing things up on this first map to get NiP kicked off in this BO3 series.
With play number 2, it's Godsent versus North. Lekro with a huge 4K, just anchoring down this lower site. A nice flick from him to finish things off. And Stico, he didn't even see that hop coming.
Just jumping down on him. Lekro, this is, oh man, the transfer there is so nice onto Modern. Modern doesn't even know what hit him, yeah. Number 1 though, will be coming up here. Vitality versus Big, and this was actually Keto with just a deagle against a gun round buy from the side of Vitality, and then he's able to pick up the M4, but switches back to the deagle, says, all right, I'm going to holster that and take out what got me here. And the deagle blaze, of course, I mean, every deagle highlight has to include the deagle blaze. It's just facts.
It gives you +10.
Yeah.
Exactly. Firepower.
It's more accurate. It's just more accurate.
Well, I think with that, we can crown our DCS player of the day as well. There was a lot of winners it could have gone to today, but Potter, I'm going to give you the honor of crowning our champion for today.
When you say there was a lot of players that it could have been, you're absolutely right. I have to wait for the graphic to see exactly who it was that we chose, and it's actually Stan, man. He won it out between all the fantastic individual performances we saw here today. Heroic, absolutely, and actually quite the nail biter. We weren't expecting that, but Stan, man, he's been so sharp throughout the entirety of almost 2020. I mean, this young up-and-comer has busted out the AWP, becoming a solid secondary for this Heroic lineup, and he always delivers highlight rounds lately in these Heroic matches.
Yeah, he really does. And of course, it's going to be a big test for them tomorrow as they're going to be coming up against Big. So I think, Maui, we're going to be looking at not only Stan, but all the players from that Heroic side as we're delving into that first match.
Yeah, but I just gotta give it to Stan because he just feels like the most complete player on that Heroic lineup. I mean, Cadian's a great opper and he's been doing incredibly well at this tournament. Tessus with his spray control is just magical at times. Borup's headshots are constantly coming out, and Nico just breaks open rounds out of seemingly nowhere at times, puts down time and time again. He's not the guy that always puts up the highlight rounds, but he just consistently finds that 1, 2, 3K that you really need from a player like him, and just putting up 90 ADR. And he didn't even make the top 5 plays. It wasn't highlight plays, just constantly fulfilling his role to the utmost, and really just constantly that player in the server that's a complete rock, complete package for Heroic. And it's a player that's really ascended from last year when they were just kind of teetering at these DreamHack Opens, just coming in top 4 finishes. He really has improved.
Yeah, it's that consistency and reliability that we're seeing time and time again from him on that Heroic side. Of course, you won't have to wait very long to see him in action again, as it will be Big going up against Heroic tomorrow to be kicking off our day here at DreamHack Open 4. And I think all there is left to say, guys, thank you so much for joining me once again up here on the desk. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat watching our games. And of course, massive shout out to our sponsors, MSI, DTS, Intel, Corsair, and of course, Monster Energy. It's been an absolutely fantastic day of games, and we're back for more action tomorrow, same time, same place tomorrow. We'll see you then.
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling